Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to apologise for the early start and a false start in the morning on my half. So thanks once again. Yes, so the agenda today for everyone who is not already familiar with the event and the agenda. First of all, we are beginning with obviously the world famous Stefano. So Stefano Tempesta, who's a not only Microsoft 3-time MVP, but also a Microsoft R&D regional director. He will be kicking off the event today with Measure Your Team Sentiment, followed by Yannick Riekmans on Microsoft Teams for Developers. So for those who are interested in beginning development of Microsoft Teams, that's the session for you. Followed by Arpit Shrivastava, who is a 365 Saturday ambassador. He's been delivering many sessions, and today's session will be on integrating Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform with Power Automate. And that's followed by Lisa Pulsinger on document automation with Microsoft Teams, followed by Jai Kumar, who will be doing a very interesting session on increasing productivity with Power BI, Azure DevOps, and Microsoft Teams, which is going to be a very interesting session. Followed by Jasper Oosveld, who will be covering governance on Microsoft Teams, which is very important and is something that's often missed out and is very important for compliance and all the many different artifacts that are linked to Teams on the Microsoft stack. And that's followed by, again, a highly anticipated session, which is managing your team. So project management with Microsoft Teams by Marcin Sawinski. And that's followed by managing and customizing team security by Adnan Amin. And that's followed by Microsoft Teams bots, connectors, and tabs. So that'll be a nice run through of Microsoft Teams capabilities with Nuno Silva. Followed by Stuart Rideout from Microsoft, who'll be covering top tips for transforming the workplace with Microsoft Teams and Power Platform. And finally, Prashant Boyer from the United States, who will be covering implementing Teams governance using Power Automate, Graph API, and SharePoint. So lots to cover today. And without further ado, I would like to hand it over to Stefano.
Hey, Raz, thanks for the introduction. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here again. So let's get started. Raz, can you confirm that you can see my slide, because I can still see the video playing?
Yes, we can see your slide now, Stefano. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Beautiful. All right. So let's get started. As Raz said, it's a great day with a lot of content. So I want to share an experience of mine that I've been doing recently, really, in the last few months. We've been sort of lived kind of a different life. Some people who less, a bit more. I'm based in Melbourne, in Australia, and we are entering a second wave of lockdown, unfortunately. But what happened, what we learned from this experience is that a lot of people working from home and they try to be connected as much as possible, stay on top of connection with their colleagues, with their family, with their friends, and in the context of Teams specifically, there has been a great adoption of Teams and people jumping into having chat and sharing files and obviously meetings and live events like this one. Everything resolves around the user, and everything, all the conversation, all the events, all the files sort of represent what the user is doing. But there is a fundamental challenge that I've noticed, and working with some customers, we have noticed. Is this fast adoption of Teams resulting in business value? Or are there organizations or even departments within organization that are getting some other challenges around the adoption of Teams? Just being part of Teams, so having an account to join a meeting, doesn't mean that the adoption is great. So we're trying to measure a sentiment. A sentiment is an indication of a feeling, as in I'm happy, I'm less happy, and this feelings is expressed in the way we interact with people, we reply to text, we engage with our colleagues in a channel, but it's also an indication of the quality of content that is shared within the organization. So, the reaction in the form of a like, in the form of any other of these reactions, and also these attributes that we give to files and messages. So the idea at the end is, can I get a sort of a view of the level of engagement, but also the quality of engagement, because not necessarily a lot of engagement in a team, in a channel, is a reflection of a good quality, a good level of engagement. And I want to measure this engagement from a chatting perspective, so conversation, but also from a quality of content that is produced and is shared inside the team. So basically, we built a few dashboards that can track the overall sentiment of a team or a channel. And this sentiment is analyzed. I will show you in a moment. Using a combination of the Microsoft Graph for extracting information out of Teams, using the Teams API, and Azure Cognitive Services for performing a text analysis. This is the current stage. There is a room for expansion even in analyzing voice recordings, for example, out of a team meeting, and then having a voice recognition. But we'll get there later. Let's focus on this dashboard for a moment. What is this very colorful dashboard telling me? It's telling me that in a scale of 1 to 5, that this team or this channel that I'm analyzing is sort of on the positive side. Positive of what? Well, positive of conversation that happen inside that channel, that have a feeling, that have sentiment that is more on the positive side. How do I know? We'll find out in a moment using using cognitive services. I can have a very detailed breakdown to an overall sentiment, but even sentence by sentence, and I can say how many are positive, negative, or more on the neutral side. I can obviously measure how many comments, how many users have engaged, but again, this absolute number is not a reflection of quality of engagement. What I'm really concerned in some way to analyze is the trend, whether we start this analysis or this measurement of sentiment within a team, and how it evolved over time. The reason is, for example, to see the impact of this lockdown. I know that you guys in Europe are getting a bit out of it. Here in Australia, we're still limited in what we can do, but this is a reflection. So analyzing the sentiment over time is a measure of what is the impact on people, level of stress, for example, or motivation to be engaged. I know for sure that in my company and in the customers that I work with, at the beginning there was an incredible enthusiasm, excitement of jumping into teams and try to mitigate the situation that was created with this work from home, this isolation, with the possibility to create virtual coffee events, catch up online. So some people were seeing also the funny part of it. Over time, what happened? Now, the dashboard that you see here seems to indicate that there is a more positive trend as we progressed week over week. This obviously is up to February, so I will be intrigued to see what is happening now lately after 3-4 months more or lockdown. But you get the idea. And obviously, don't get me wrong, this is a reaction to this situation that happened with COVID-19 that trigger this sentiment analysis. But this can be applied in any normal life after this. Is a reflection of how the quality of engagement is within a team, within a channel, to see if people are engaging with positive result and positive sentences. They are reacting to quality of content. For example, another customer of ours has had a very poor a department in this organization, this company had a very poor score from a sentiment perspective, more on the negative side. We look into that, and people were sort of complaining that content like slides or document that was shared within a team was not relevant or was not appropriate for the expectation of people. So they were sort of engaging with sentence that were reading something like, I'm not sure that this is relevant to me, I don't find this useful. No, so there were some negative sentences in there. And this was great because who looks into that? Is there anybody that is actually looking into this conversation? Sentiment analysis does this for you, and it's completely anonymous. I don't care if John, Rose, Michael, or Jane have done this comment. What I care is that there is an overall sentiment that is either more negative, a bit more positive, and if negative, I'll go there, analyze, and address what the situation is. Another dashboard that we built and also to identify some key metrics is how many conversations are relevant. For example, you can identify a channel, and a channel typically has a name that reflects what is the nature of the conversation, and then some people start digressing and start talking about the result of the last soccer game or the AFL here in Australia, or maybe what's the weather like. That's okay. This is not about controlling people not to have this conversation. Actually, we welcome conversation, but in that channel, how many of those conversations are relevant to the channel and how many are not? And again, this is an indication to see how people are using Teams for. Are they using for being, as a tool for collaboration, being more productive, or is just yet another chit-chat tool that distracts people? And again, don't get me wrong, distraction is fine, chit-chat is fine, all this is important that it happens, but we want to make sure that it is relevant also to the way Teams is used. For example, as a tip, in my organization, we have a specific channel for this conversation. We call it the chat, that is about anything except work. So it's still part of our Teams tenant, that is obviously part of the company. We have teams and channels for work, for projects, but we have the chat, which is anything but work, so that we have the possibility to share images, links, the result of soccer and rugby and tennis and whatever is you want to talk about it. And then a few other key metrics: how many people are engaged, how many posts, again, positive and negative posts, top positive words, top negative words, and I had to blur them obviously for confidentiality, but you get the idea. So this is all possible because I can extract information out of Teams and I can analyze this information using cognitive services. Okay, so hope this get the picture. The motivation, the reason why we're doing this, some of the benefit that this solution will bring. And now let's go and see the technology. What technology has been used and how this technology has been used for building this sort of dashboard. So the overall end-to-end solution is basically go teams by teams, team by team, channel by channel, conversation by conversation, extract all the comments and reaction using Graph, Microsoft Graph, repeat this over and over again, and I will show you now in a moment also how this is done, what are the limitations of the API, and Logic App is your glue that basically take this information out and store in a temporary data set. It's temporary because I don't care about reading these comments. These comments are already in a channel. What I care about is analyzing the sentiment of these comments, so passing these lines of text to the Text Analytics API in Azure Cognitive Services. Cognitive Services returns a score that indicates whether a sentence is a bit more on the negative side, so a score closer to 0, or more on the positive side, a score closer to 1. So 0 to 1 is the scale, and anything in between. You decide which range you will consider negative, neutral, and positive. It's up to you. You can make some assumptions, say between 0 and 0.2, so 20% is considered negative. Between 0.2 and 0.6 or 0.7 is neutral, and then after that positive, sorry. Or you can introduce also more flavor, more nuances. It doesn't have to be binary, a positive, negative. As you can introduce more grades. This is up to you. Text Analytics and as an API return a score between 0 and 1, and I will show you that in a moment. Then we aggregate all this information into a data set. This is a persistent data set on top of which there is a Power BI dashboard that visualize all this information in a nice format, as you have seen. Now, some good news for all you listening and watching this. I'm happy to share all the code for extracting the information using the Teams graph. This is in GitHub, open source, nothing fancy in there. It's just applying the proper process for extracting this information out of Teams. And the same also calling the Text Analytics, all open source, happy to share it on GitHub. The dashboard, the Power BI dashboard is more confidential because it contains some key metrics of each customer. So I'm not going to be able to share that. But, once you have your data at the end, is pretty much, I'm not saying simple, but it is quite the next obvious step to build a Power BI dashboard on top of it. So please get in touch after this session, after this event, if you want to learn more about the process, because I will be more than happy to socialize this with the entire community. So let's get started. By the way, I didn't mention at the beginning, if you have any questions, please type in the chat. I will get at the end of the session. I have only one screen, so I'm not able to see chat the chat questions in real time as I go through my slides. So at the end, I'll jump off the slide and answer any questions you may have. So Teams API. The Teams API is based on the Microsoft Graph. You can control pretty much everything inside Teams. You can create a team, add member, make a member an owner, do some settings, add channels, install an app. You can do a lot of things, and this is all controlled through the graph. The graph is a REST API, so you just have to call a specific endpoint with specific parameters, and then you can obtain whatever actions. For example, you can, as I said, you can add a tab, you can build a bot. There is another session about a bot later on today, so please stay tuned. It's very fascinating, combining a bot inside a Teams. You can access all the connectors of the Power Platform, so you can connect also with external application and a lot of other things you may be already familiar with that Teams can do. Teams is really a development platform. It's not just a chat application. It's fantastic what Microsoft has done with Teams. So, for example, these are the actions or the functionalities, the services that are available in the Microsoft Graph API for Teams. Create a team, a group, a channel. A few of these are still in beta, or preview, as you can see, and this preview actions will change over time. All of them require authentication. So you need to authenticate yourself initially with your Teams account, with your Microsoft account, and then every request that you do after has to bear an authorization token in the HTTP header. There is a Graph Explorer that we'll show you in a moment that will help building this request, whether it's in GET or in POST, and adding the parameters, and then reading also the message back. So we'll get that in a moment. An example of this REST API, how to add a member and to change the membership of the group. And the way it basically is built is respecting the good principle of a REST API, using an HTTP verb to indicate the action that you want to do. So post for adding a member, delete for removing, patch for updating, and then the URL that indicates what you want to do exactly. So /groups indicate that we are referring to a team or a group, and then the ID of the team, then the members, and so on. And specifically for extracting messages out of a channel inside a team, I initially have to specify the team by its ID, then the channel by its ID, and then I get a list of messages. You can use OData to query these messages, because obviously if you run the full get on all the messages, you will get all the messages all over again, and this is not necessary. There is a limitation that you can poll this API once a day. So the idea is you get these messages, you store it in this temporary storage, and then the day after you get the message of the day. So you don't have to retrieve the entire history of messages all over again once the text analysis, the sentiment analysis is done. So OData is the way to add these parameters to control the number of items that you can obtain in the response. The response is JSON object at the end. Now this one I appreciate can be a bit small to read. I will show you in a moment into the Graph Explorer. But the idea here is that you get a JSON object that contains pretty much the information that you need, the kind of message, the date and time, the language of the message, also information about the user. But in the context of sentiment analysis, this is ignored. We don't care who did this message. We don't care who posted or reacted to a message. What we care of is the body of the message. So the text that it brings with it. And you can also, that you can mention someone with the @ So you type @ and then you mention a person. Also in that case, mentions are ignored. So we don't look after mentions, we don't look after the user. We look only after the text itself for processing, for analyzing the sentiment. So let's go into the Graph Explorer. So I'm going to jump off this and go into my Graph Explorer here. Okay, I'm in the browser, developer.microsoft.com/graph/graph-explorer. You need to authenticate with your username and password for Teams. So this is a sample Teams that I have with a few teams here. You see sales and marketing, operation, development, and inside a team I have different channels in here. And inside that channel, I obviously had a few conversations. I have some people here that are making some conversation. There are also some replies. There are some mentions. There are some reactions. There are some emoticons. So we want to analyze all this information. So the way it works basically is that you start from your team, from your Graph Explorer, and you identify the Teams API. So on the left-hand side, you see there are all the different endpoints or actions that you or application that you can access with Graph. So keep on scrolling until you see Teams and Teams in beta. So these are the actions that are still in preview. So you first want to see the join team. So how many teams you have joined, and you see the answer is there are 4 teams that I joined. There is a name, there is an ID. So the one that we want to look after is this development team. Okay, so there is some answer in there. So what I'm going to do now is I'll save this information into just temporary. Okay, so I'm going to go here and say and save the ID of this one here. Okay, this is my team ID. Okay, let's save it like this. Now, what else you get in here? You get the response as a JSON object. You see also the header. So this is my what you get back in the HTTP header. When available, in this case is not, but when available, you also have the possibility to display information as an adaptive card. I will show another one where there is an adaptive card. And if you are doing this in C#, JavaScript, Java, or Objective-C, you also have a quick snippet of code that you can use. You can do it in JavaScript, you can do it in Java, and good luck with Objective-C. Okay? All right. So you get that. So in terms of the adaptive card, none of the Teams API have support for adaptive cards yet. If you want to see one, just go to my profile. My profile will show some information about my own profile. And then you can see there is no, here we go. There is an adaptive card which basically displays this information in a more formatted way. But this is purely to visualize, to represent the JSON response in a more readable way. We are developers, so we can read JSON. So after reading the teams that I'm part of, then I want to see the channel of a team which I am a member. So I go in here, and now you can see that the URL here, the endpoint, reads /teams/the team ID /channel. And it is a GET request. The one before, I forgot to show you, so I go back to my join teams. The endpoint to invoke is about me /join teams. Okay, so this is the fixed endpoint for invoking this API. So now I go back to, I want to get a list of all the channels in this specific team. So what I need to do is copy this team ID, put it inside instead of the placeholder, and then run the query. And what I get in a moment is, boom, a list of the 3 channels inside this team. These development, blockchain, and testing. Okay, so what after I'm the general one, so I'm gonna take this ID one more time. Okay, so if you remember, is this one general, blockchain, and testing. So all my conversations are in general. Okay, so general here. So I'll take the general channel ID. So this is my channel ID. Now, be careful because the format is slightly different. In case of a team ID, is purely a GUID. For a channel ID, that's the format. So just stick to it. Obviously, if you're doing this programmatically, you don't have to change anything. You're not going to go into the Graph Explorer and do this manually. But I'm just showing you the process. So we have the team, we have the channel. What do we need to do next? We need to get out all the messages inside the channel. Now, this is an action that is still in beta. So let me close this, open this other one, and then you can see messages in a channel, and then message in a channel, and then replies to a message in a channel, and then reply of a message. Okay, this may be confusing, and it was at the beginning until you actually get what it is. So what this is doing basically is getting all the conversation, the start of the conversation. So if I go back in here, when I start a new conversation, this is the first message without any reply, Also this one without any reply. So this message from Grady, that's great, Stefano, thanks for this. I cannot get it in one call. I need to get first the conversation and then all the replies to this conversation. Okay, so I have to do it with two calls, with two different actions. So the first one is the one that you see here. So you see down that we switch to beta. So this is not 1.0, this is beta. This is also reflected in the, oh, come on. What's happening? Here we go. In the URL, is beta. Team ID, this group ID for teams basically means team ID, channel ID, messages. Okay, so let's go in order and let's take team ID and we put the team ID in there. Okay, something's going on here. Here we go. So let's put the team ID here. Then go on the right and then we have the channel ID. So we get all the channel ID in there. And then we run the query. And once we run the query, we get all the messages here. So, hey guys, can I say something? That's great, thanks for this. So this is the message that I care of. Okay, this message, that's great, Stefano, thanks for this. And then obviously I get the ID of the message. I take the ID of the message. So let me save this one more time. Oop, I didn't copy correctly. Copy. There we go. So this is the message ID. I know it is, you know, obviously you wouldn't do this manually. This is time consuming. And again, you get the cost impact in C#, the way you build your graph client, ID of the team, ID of the channel, all the messages. So the C# code actually reflect the URL, with teams, team ID, .channel, ID of the channel, .messages. So super easy to invoke, to consume. So then you will go into replies to a message in a channel, and then you build the same team ID, channel ID, message ID, and then you get all the replies. And also from a code perspective, you will get exactly the same with teams, channel, and messages at the end. Oh, come on. Let me show you that. Messages. Oh. Here we go. That's the one that I want to show. Message ID and replies. Okay, so you get these programmatically as well. Now, obviously, you get the idea. You need to go into these interactions, where you get the team, you get the channel, you get the conversation, you get the replies. I wish we had GraphQL for that. GraphQL will allow to query at any level of nesting of the API. We don't have that. So you need to do 4 different calls to the API. So if you're doing this with any other programming language, then you will have to call the different endpoints and build the endpoints with the information that you get to the previous step. If you're doing in C# or in JavaScript, there is also an API, a framework for JavaScript. Then you can do it slightly easier way, obviously. And Java and Objective-C are obviously for building native Android and iOS apps, respectively. But I'm sure that you get the idea by now, so how to combine all these things. The Graph Explorer is just a way for you to get familiar with the information that you're sending and getting back from Teams. So, a few limitations, especially around the polling. You can do this only once per day unless you're doing a Teams async operation, which is an operation that is intended to be polled frequently. So this is another type of operation that you can do in Teams. If you need to do this change a bit more frequently, then you can work with webhooks. We don't need that because at the end you're not doing a sentiment analysis of social networks where you're launching a new product, you're making some announcement, and then you want to measure in real time the reaction of the community of people to a specific announcement, a tweet or something. In a Teams is really not necessary. And also the overall sentiment doesn't really change if someone replies in a positive or negative way. You want to very likely wait until the end of the day, collate all together all the different reactions of the day, and then go through the process, the workflow that we have seen before, and update your dashboard at the end. So it's not really necessary to have a real-time sentiment analysis. Still, when polling new messages, you can specify a day range using OData as before, and there is also a parameter /delta that will give the delta from the last time that you retrieved. So there are a few ways of retrieving messages, incremental messages, without retrieving the entire history. So try to be obviously optimized in that perspective. Okay, so that is the extraction part of it. So again, if you have any questions, please type in the chat. I'll get back at the end of the session. Now let's analyze this information. So we have extracted out of Teams, so using Graph. Let's analyze this with sentiment analysis. As indicated at the beginning, sentiment analysis will detect whether it's a positive, neutral, or negative feeling. Is meant for expressing your opinion polarity, so the indication between negative and positive and anything in between. And it is a text mining capability, which basically means that is try to understand what is in a text that is driven by machine learning capability. Is a classification problem that tries to identify whether a sentence is more likely to be positive, more likely to be negative. And the good news is that you don't need to be a machine learning expert to consume it. You just have to learn how to use this text analytics API, which is very simple. I will show you in a moment. The text analytics API can do a lot of things. It can analyze text, which you can do for sentiment analysis, as we are seeing today, but you can use also for product reviews, classification of case and documents, social media analysis, even for protecting from plagiarism, because the text analysis can even identify whether some sentence is similar to something that someone else has written or a summary of it, so it can protect your intellectual property. I would love to speak about all these things, but let's focus on sentiment analysis. I'm sure we have other opportunities with the 365 community events to review some of the other text analysis capability in the cognitive services. So let's focus now on the sentiment analysis. You start by identifying a language, whether it's English, Spanish, Italian, or any other language, extract some key phrases, key words as well, and do a sentiment analysis of the sentence itself with a score between 0 and 1. This is actually understanding natural language. So is NLP, natural language processing capability, is it struggles a bit with sarcasm, but even people struggle with sarcasm, but it's pretty accurate overall. And I'll show you in a moment. So if we go in the browser here one more time and go to Cognitive Services Text Analytics, there is a nice demo here where there are several sentences. No, we went to Contoso Steakhouse. We adore the spot. They provide marvelous food, impeccable clean. The only complaint I have, food didn't come enough. Overall, I highly recommend it. Okay, so there are some positive and less positive sentences here. So there is language recognition, English 100%. Key phrases extracted out of this conversation. And then an overall sentiment of that document is clearly positive with some negative. So let's see the breakdown. Sentence 1, sentence 2, sentence 3, until you get sentence 6 is neutral, sentence 7 is negative, which is this one, right? This one is the negative one. And the last one is positive. From a JSON perspective, you get the overall language detection, which is English, with a score, 100%. You get some key phrases, and you also get the sentiment of the overall document, positive, neutral, and negative, and also sentence by sentence. How do you identify a sentence? Typically is until a full stop, but Text Analytics will tell you the offset and the length. The offset and the length of each sentence. And this sentence comes back as a JSON object in an array of documents. Okay, so then you have all these things. So the request to this API is another REST API. So you do a GET, you send a JSON object, which is your payload to the API. Because you're sending an object this is not a GET, is a POST. So you're sending this message or this sequence, this array of messages for analysis. So you do actually a bulk analysis. You don't have to go sentence by sentence. You can collect all them all together. You get a response, which is what we have seen before, with an overall score and then sentence by sentence. If you are like me, a .NET developer, you're probably not doing a request to the endpoint with a JSON message. You will probably do with a managed package in C#, although being a REST API, you can use any programming language that support invoking endpoint over HTTPS. So that's absolutely neutral from a programming perspective. But if you do C#, then this managed package will basically wrap all these calls to the API in a very nice way, and is super simple. You basically create a batch input, which is at least a collection of multi-language input, where you identify the ID, the text, and the language, and then you invoke sentiment async. Every call is asynchronous on the text analytics client that you have allocated before. And as a result, you get a list of analyzed text, and then you can extract the information that you want from that text. Again, all this code is on GitHub and open source, so you can access easily, and is very easy also to understand the flow, how it works. Okay, so if you want to get started, we are at the end of this session. If you want to get started with the Teams API, start with the Microsoft Graph and read all about extracting data from Teams. And then once you get this information out of teams and channels, then you can analyze with cognitive services, with PEX analytics, okay, using, again, another REST API. So thanks very much. Social coordinates on screen. If you want to get in touch, feel free. Happy to share more insight about this experience. Let me see in the chat if there are any questions, and then let me see. Here we go. Is opening. Okay, I don't see. Yeah, I have one question here. How do you use the API? Okay, so the Teams API is Microsoft Graph. So from any programming language, there were some snippet of code before that you can use. So in case you missed that, very, very briefly, let me show you that one more time. So we go into the Graph Explorer. The Graph Explorer contains these code snippets, which tells you how to, how in this case, how to get all the replies in a message within a channel, within a team. So this is the best way of doing it. Obviously, if you're doing, if you're not doing C#, if you're doing another programming language, you can just invoke this endpoint. The same is for text analytics. Text analytics, there is a managed package, which let me show you one more time on screen here, so you can find. That's it. You can find if you're using Visual Studio in your NuGet, install the package, and this package contains your C# code for creating very simple calls to the API. Again, if you're not doing C#, then all you have to do is to invoke the endpoint directly, and there will be an API with a proper endpoint syntax and a proper JSON payload to send, and then you get back a JSON message. Everything obviously is documented online.
Yeah. All right. What I was looking at, because I think in your first slide, you mentioned something about logic apps. So I was thinking, if you were to use those whether C# or any of this, do you have to? How do you then tie that? Are you tying that with? How are you processing that separately, or would logic app be the best way to kind of do these things?
Yeah, no, yeah, good point. Yeah, so I didn't show you logic apps, but basically logic apps can do an HTTP request, so you can invoke the API directly, and that's the way you will consume it. Another way is to use Azure Functions as well, so that you can write a bit more of managed code inside a function. Whatever you find easier, to be honest. With logic apps, an HTTP request to an API endpoint is probably the easier way to get along. Yep, thanks for the clarification. And look, as said, feel free to get in touch with more questions. Happy to share the code. Hope you find this, this idea as a foundation for building some nice dashboard for your client, for your organization. The idea is really try to understand what's going on inside Teams and see if there is a better adoption there. That's it. I'm going to share the GitHub link. Yes. Let me see where it is. Okay. I will probably need to do a push later, but that's my GitHub, and just spare with me until the end of the day, that I'll push everything online, but that's it basically. Look, that's all I wanted to share. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the day. We have a great lineup of speaker coming soon. After me, actually, I'm gonna go and share the agenda one more time so you can see that on screen. We have 10 minutes before next session. Just right to take a quick break and then wait for Yannick to speak about Microsoft Teams for developers. So even going deeper into what I've just explored, a very high level. Obviously, my focus was on the API, the endpoint for extracting messages out of Teams. Yannick will get you through, as a developer, what you can do even more and better. Okay, so thanks again, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day, and I'm sure we'll see you around another time.
Thanks again, Stefano. That was really, really great way to start the event. I didn't expect you were going to cover so much, so it was really good to see the glue. I'm really a big fan of the Graph API, and I'm really glad you showed that. And thanks for sharing your repo. Yeah, thanks, Stefano. Yeah. So thanks again. Stefano's always pulls out the gems out of the blue. So it's always great to have Stefano who brings the stack together and shows how to solve these problems with low code approaches, really. So yeah, definitely check out his Git repo. It's gonna be quite interesting. So yeah, so as he correctly mentioned, next up, you've seen the agenda. So next up is Yannick, who will begin in just slightly under 9 minutes. So in essence, what I'd like to do is, obviously we're all here today to learn about how to get the most out of Teams and how to improve collaboration in the workspace. So what I'd like everyone to do, if you can, is please feel free to ask any questions in the chat window related to common questions you have related to Teams or collaboration. Please feel free to drop them in the chat window. It'll be great if we can make sure we're addressing everyone's challenges and everyone's questions, so that you all walk away a lot more enlightened and ready to tackle your challenges when you go back into work. So if you could all do that, that'd be really good. It'll also be helpful to make sure that we're addressing the topics that matter to you the most. So we want to use this platform of 365 Saturday for our weekly events to make sure we're tackling the topics that you are facing on a daily basis. So we believe Teams is definitely one of them, and that's why we've coordinated this event today with the many of the Microsoft Teams MVPs that will be joining us today. So again, please use the chat to ask your questions throughout the day. So we've for a series of events, we've partnered with our global community partners who were supporting the event by providing prizes. So I think Narayan's provided a form there. There's a link that you can click to vote for your favorite session, as well as there's also a link for Nigel Frank if you're interested in hearing about job opportunities, because a lot of people have lost their jobs during the COVID period. However, digital transformation isn't slowing down, so there is a massive need for skills for IT staff, so they are also awarding prizes to the people who are attending these events and are interested in opportunities. So there is a link for that as well. And so another thing to mention is that next week's event will be focused on customer services. So Customer Service Saturday will be next week, followed by Sales and Marketing Saturday the week after. We will also have Retail and Commerce Saturday. So Dynamics Retail has now been rebranded to Commerce, and Narayan will be organizing that event. He recently was involved in the FinOps and Commerce Retail Bootcamp, And so that will be really good. There's been some of the attendees today are actually very interested in that particular event. Retail is being completely transformed due to COVID. And so how can retailers survive in this period? Well, I think that's going to be that's going to be very, very important. We also have Field Service Saturday as well taking place. And then we have many developer events, such as cybersecurity. We have JavaScript, .NET, React, TypeScript, PowerShell as well. So again, if there's any certain technologies that you want to learn more about, please feel free to share that in the chat window to make sure we're covering the topics that are affecting you the most. So within 5 minutes, Yannick will begin. Is there any other questions? Hi, Narayan.
Hey, Raz, how are you?
Hi there, Narayan. Yes, so online we also have Narayan. Narayan will also be supporting this event. He's currently streaming the event to YouTube, and he'll be taking over after me today. Narayan was also heavily involved in the AZURE Saturday, and Narayan will also be organizing the Commerce Saturday. So Narayan, there are many people who are here today who are interested in the retail and commerce aspects. Do you want to share some of the content that's going to be covered in the Retail Saturday event?
Absolutely, yeah. So as Raz mentioned, like nowadays in COVID situation, the commerce or the retail industry has evolved. Many places like stores are closed down, but the business has to go as usual. So how can we solve those problems? So this is particularly we're trying to cover through the brand new product from Microsoft. I would call it as a Dynamics 365 commerce module, and we call it as a connected commerce. So that involve not only the HQ on the commerce module, but also the how you can actually implement EPOS, how you can actually set up e-commerce website in no time. I would say no time means there are absolutely no coding required, and you can spin up e-commerce website which is directly connected with Commerce HQ. So it's going to be very interesting, and we got a number of speakers from Microsoft coming over as well, so you don't want to miss out. They're going to share a lot of knowledge and the details over, so make sure you join in and tune in for that one, and make sure you have your questions ready for them as well. So I was a part of the bootcamp session for 6 weeks, and it was very, very intense, very deep dive, and it was really, really good. So you might want to ask when's the next event coming up, so you can actually do a lot more deep dive as well. So be ready and join in.
Thanks for that, Narayan. So here we are. So Yannick, we can see you. Excellent.
Morning.
Morning, Yannick. Thanks again for joining us today.
No problem.
And Yannick, you're dialing in from?
Belgium.
Belgium. Fantastic, Yannick. So thanks again for joining us from Belgium. So Yannick is an Office Development MVP, and he's an expert in Microsoft Teams development particularly, and so it's great to have him here today. And so Yannick, so your session obviously starts in 2 minutes, but yes, tell us a bit about Yannick. Tell us about yourself. Tell us what you get up to, and what are your interests right now.
So yeah, hi, good morning. Thank you. That's a great introduction already, and I got a great one from Stefano as well. So I try to live up to the expectations. Yeah, in the morning, during the day, I do cloud solution architect in Belgium. So I'm a consultant, and I work with everything in Microsoft Cloud. So my company, Infront, is a Dynamics 365 partner. And myself, I work in the division of Microsoft 365. So we basically cover everything in the Microsoft Cloud. So we do Dynamics 365, Azure, and Microsoft 365 at the moment. Azure is mainly for the supporting of our main businesses around Dynamics and Microsoft 365. And as a cloud solution architect, I do everything from Exchange migrations and SharePoint things to Teams. And myself, I have a background, I'm a technical person, and I have a background as a developer. And in my free time, spare time, not that there is many, but I still enjoy coding because I don't get a lot of coding done during the day anymore. So that's why I ended up in the office development MVP category, I think. But my day job is a lot broader than just the development stuff. But my interest still is with all of the development related matters, and with my technical insights, I think I can provide a very good solution architecture for everything that our customers want.
That's great. No, it's crazy. You know, Yannick, before, I'd say just over a year ago, you and me probably wouldn't be speaking today. It's interesting how the Microsoft ecosystem has all come together all of a sudden. It's been a lot of years of effort, but myself was primarily from a Dynamics background. But now with the Power Platform and the Graph API and the whole ecosystem coming together into one single unified platform, it really is a massive game changer, really. And but yes, so it's a great pleasure to welcome you today to the event. And without further ado, I'm handing over to Yannick.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So for the people joining late, I'm not sure if there are any. I'm Yannick Reekmans. I'm a cloud solution architect from Belgium. And welcome to my session, Microsoft Teams for Developers in Introduction. You can find my Twitter handle and the URL to my blog on the slides. You can reach out. You can reach out on LinkedIn as well. So every link to my socials is on the blog. So just feel free to ask me any questions. There will be room for questions after this session normally. And feel free to put them in the chat during the session, and I'll hope to get them answered by the end of this session. So, whoa, this is going very fast. We're going back a couple slides. So, first of all, the agenda. Today, I'll start with a small introduction, and then I'll be covering what we mean when we talk about Microsoft Teams as a service and Microsoft Teams as a platform. And then in the end, I'll help you get started in your own journey to become a Microsoft Teams developer, and we'll do a little wrap up at the end. So today, this session, it's always good to set some expectations. It is a level 100 introduction to the extensibility points of Microsoft Teams. Stefano said that we'll be diving very deep into this. We'll be covering every way to extend Microsoft Teams itself or extend your own applications with Microsoft Teams, but there won't be many code. So I won't be showing you how to build it. There will be great sessions during the rest of the day that will actually build stuff. I will just be showing you all of the extensibility points that are available. And we'll check out the SDKs and tools and the samples and templates that will help you get started with your own development. So moving on. First of all, let's take a look at how Microsoft positioned Teams when they launched it. So at launch in 2016, so that's about 4 years ago, they positioned it as the chat-based workspace in Office 365, bringing together people, conversation, and content. The Wikipedia definition also adds video meetings and application integration to that definition. And as a result, it ended up being too bulky and not catchy enough for marketing. So they simplified it to just the hub for teamwork. Now, the hub for teamwork, it's a cool marketing slogan, but it doesn't really say anything. But it shows up everywhere. And more recently, they switched it up to start using more and more Microsoft Teams as a service and Microsoft Teams as a platform. But it's not really clear what it means. So I'll be trying to clarify this during the next 40-45 minutes. Looking at Microsoft Teams as a service, it is all about extending your own application with functionalities from Microsoft Teams. So we'll take some functionality that's available in Microsoft Teams and you bring it inside your own applications. And then on the other end, you've got Microsoft Teams as a platform. And that's where you extend the Microsoft Teams clients itself and bring your application inside the Microsoft Teams clients. Starting with Microsoft Teams as a service, it's all driven by Microsoft Graph. Like Stefano already said, all the interactions between your application and the functionalities of Teams is done through the APIs exposed in Microsoft Graph. Not sure if, for coming from the background of Dynamics 365, there's not much that's already available in Microsoft Graph for Dynamics. So you might not be really familiar with the Microsoft Graph, but the aim of Microsoft Graph is to be one API endpoint to rule them all. It exposes the data inside your Microsoft 365 environment through a set of APIs that enable you to build applications that can interact with this data. So the idea here is to be a major improvement over your for what we had before, where we had different APIs for each workload, all with their own approaches and authentication. So the goal for Microsoft Graph is to bring together Teams APIs, but also Exchange, SharePoint, Planner, everything that's available within Microsoft 365, and by extension, hopefully in the future also Dynamics 365. So you only have one authentication method, one way of accessing all the data inside of your environments. Now, taking Microsoft Teams as a service and taking and looking at those and the APIs that exist, I like to split these services APIs into two categories. First of all, there are the management APIs. The management APIs, they exist to manage resources that exist in Microsoft Teams. And resources in this context mean teams and groups, but also owners and members, channels, tabs, and applications, and even shifts in Microsoft Shifts. So most of these endpoints, they support the standard list, create, read, update, and delete actions, and some have even more advanced actions available. So using these APIs, you can create an external application, for example, a provisioning tool that collects information from the end users in some sort of form, uses all of that information to create a team with the correct configuration, the right amount of channels, the correct members in there, and things like that. So you can create a personalized experience using these management APIs. And on the other end, you've also got the communication APIs. And the communication APIs, they exist to allow your application to participate in conversations. So using these APIs, your application can listen and read and send chat messages in Teams, but also in group chats and one-on-one chats. And they can also manage calls by answering and rejecting them, muting and unmuting participants, adding and removing participants from the conversation, and even create an additional Microsoft Teams meeting, for example, creating an invite in your agenda with a Microsoft Teams meeting link embedded in there as well. And one of the newer ones is the ability to get the presence information for your users. So this would allow your application to listen to like the status or the presence information for a user, like if a user is away or available in a call, do not disturb. So you can subscribe to the presence information changing, but also just fetching the information to visualize in your own applications, for example. And Microsoft Teams as a service is mostly do-it-yourself. So there are a lot of management APIs, but you have to build your own application. There are a lot of applications and samples available from Microsoft and in the community, but we all know that they almost never cover our specific use cases. So they exist as a good example, but you still have your own thing to do. Most of the time you get something similar, but your own business case or your own use case is a little bit different. They go from lightweight up to very heavy. And with these APIs, you have unlimited possibilities. One of the downsides of Teams in Microsoft Graph is that some of the endpoints are still in beta only, and they are rather slow for moving from beta into V1. So it's something to be aware of, that some things only exist in the beta endpoint of Microsoft Graph, and the Teams team isn't the fastest to move them into V1. And the communications APIs are just very recent additions. There are almost no ready-made solutions available or reference solutions available, and some of those endpoints are still in beta only. But the team that's working on this is a bit faster in getting their APIs into the V1 endpoint. So a lot of things that I mentioned and that you saw on the previous slide are available right now. Now, switching to Microsoft Teams as a platform, remember, this is where we bring our applications inside the familiar fabric of the Microsoft Teams client. We divide this platform ability into 4 categories. They range from left to right on this slide, and they go from simple and easy to build, install, and manage to the more complex open source applications to everything you have to build from scratch. So looking at the first category is the ready-made solutions. Ready-made solutions are basically the applications that are currently already available in the Microsoft Teams store today. So there are hundreds of Microsoft and partner-made applications that are delivered through the Microsoft Teams store. You just go into the store, you select an application, and with minimal effort have new functionality added to a team or group chat or even in your personal scope. Of course, they can be managed on a tenant level as well. So this screenshot shows you some applications that might not be all available in your environment because your administrators might have turned off some of those integrations on your environment. And then there's probably the things that are interesting to this audience is the ability to integrate the low-code Power Platform inside Microsoft Teams. There's a lot of effort, a lot of push from Microsoft to increase this interaction with Microsoft Teams. So you can embed your Power App as a tab in Team, but also as a personal app. And you can also interact with the out-of-the-box connectors that are available in Power Apps and Power Automate. This is a rather old screenshot already with just a simple action to post a message inside a channel in Microsoft Teams, but there are a lot of other connectors available already. And with the release notes of Wave 2 and build last month, a lot of improvements were already announced to increase the interaction between Power Apps and Teams. And then the third category is the reference solutions. They're also known as the app templates. This is what I believe a hidden gem of the Microsoft Teams team, because they're basically production-ready, community-driven, and open-source applications that are readily made available on GitHub. So they cover a wide range of use cases, and they come with a step-by-step installation instruction. They do require some technical expertise, as you might need to compile the code yourself or install some resources in Azure. But all of these solutions, they come with detailed documentation, support through the issues list on GitHub. And the nice thing is that if they don't completely cover your needs, you can just customize them or extend them or use them as an example for your own applications. These reference solutions are made available to cover use cases like the incentives app or the icebreaker bot. They show off cool functionality that you can use as is, but also as a building block for your own applications. And I'm listing some on here, but there are a lot more that are being created almost every week, 2 weeks. One of the special one that I want to mention here is the Request a Teams team application that's made available, which is built on Power Apps and Flow or Power Automate. So you can just use that to guide your own provisioning system or provisioning approach to not use the out-of-the-box approach. And that's just made available on GitHub. And then the last category are the custom-built applications. This is where you bring your existing or new solutions to Microsoft Teams. And to surface your application in Teams, it needs an interface. So that's either a tab or a bot, an adaptive card, a messaging extension, or a task module. You can use connectors and webhooks or do some notifications. And then, of course, there is a backend. We see most of the applications that are built use a backend on Azure. for the custom code. They interact with Microsoft Graph to get data out of the environment, build some resources on SharePoint, integrate with Power Apps and Flow. So those are the building blocks, but of course, you can use any other backend system that you'd like. And then you connect it to Microsoft Teams. Looking at these custom-built applications, they exist out of 3 parts. So a custom-built application exists out of the part that we actually call the Teams application. The Teams application is a zip file. It's a zip file that contains 3 files. So it's rather simple and small. 2 of them are just icons, the color icon and the outline icon. The color icon is used in the store and in the flyout menu on the left-hand side. The outline icon is used on the left app rail when you pin your application into the left rail. And then the manifest file. I'll dive deeper into it on the next slide, but the manifest file is the JSON file that describes all the functionality that you want to expose in Microsoft Teams. And there's the app registration. So depending on the functionality that you want to deliver in the Microsoft Teams clients, you might have to register your application in one of the many portals that Microsoft uses. So there's the Azure AD app registration if you want to do single sign-on or just authentication in your application. If you're building a bot or a messaging extension, you have to register your application with the bot framework. And if you're doing an Outlook connector, you have to go into the Outlook dev portal to register your application in there as well. And then, of course, the most important part is your application logic itself. We see most of the time that it's a web application combining server-side and client-side logic, or just using one or the other, or just a web service, a basic web service that responds to queries that you send in that direction. I mentioned the manifest. So the manifest is quite important piece of the Teams application. So the manifest file, it describes all the functionality that's available. So it has some common information like the developer name, URL, organization that provides this application. You can put in some localization information. So if your Teams app supports multiple languages like English, or in this case, it supports Spanish as well. You provide a name and a description, the link to the icons, and some accent color to just make your application pop out in the Microsoft Teams store. And then on the bottom, the empty arrays describe all the functionality that's available. We'll cover those when we cover all the extensibility points. And then one of the last things to know is that a custom-built application in Microsoft Teams can be delivered into 2 scopes. So there is the team scope and the personal scope. Applications that are created in the team scope are supposed to surface information that is relevant to a group of people. So applications in the team scope can be added to Teams, a group chat, and as a tab in Teams, or like a bot conversation with multiple people. And it's supposed to surface information that's relevant for the whole group of people. Now, in the personal scope, if you put your applications in the personal scope, it's supposed to surface information that is just relevant to the one user that put it in the personal scope. So it's a personal installation of your application. And it also works in a one-on-one bot conversation. A good example here is a Microsoft Planner app that got recently renamed to the Tasks app, I believe. So if you put this in the team scope, it will show all the tasks that are available to the team or the group of people. But if you put it in the personal scope, it shows up in your left rail, and it only shows the tasks that are assigned to you. Of course, you can create an application like the Microsoft Planner app that combines the personal and the team scope. Now, let's dive into each extensibility point. So first of all, and probably the most used one, the most popular extensibility point, is a Teams tab. So a Teams tab is a canvas, and it's in essence just an embedded web page. The Teams clients will show your website or your web application in some sort of an iframe. First of all, you can create or use your existing website or web application that already exists and put it in the iframe. Now, that's not very useful yet, because there's no interaction with the Teams clients at that point. But you could create or use the JavaScript SDK for tabs and integrate it into your website, and then register or call some API endpoint to make sure that your website is aware of the Teams context. In that way, your Teams tab can request context-aware information from the Teams client. So it can know if it's in a one-on-one chat or in a team. It can fetch all the members of a team, all the owners of a team, even interact with the settings of the team. So it can do a lot of context-aware information. It can link with deep links to other functionality in the Teams client. So it can be a very powerful way of creating a canvas, a full screen application right inside the Teams client that can take the context of the Teams client and surface relevant information to the group of people. A Teams tab supports a content page. This is the one that you see on the screen, and the content page is supported both in the personal app as well as in the Teams app or the Teams scope. Now, in the Teams scope, you can also create a configuration page and a removal page. Now, the configuration page is the page that shows up in the pop-up. If you add a tab to Teams, a lot of these applications show you a pop-up first requesting some more information, so you can create that as well for your custom application. And then if you remove the tab from Teams, it can pop up an additional removal page as well, maybe requesting some information about, can we keep your personal information that we stored while you're using the Teams tab or not? And depending on whatever the user answers, you can clean up their personal information, yes or no. Since a Teams tab is just a web application, you can use any web application framework that you'd like to build this Teams tab. The JavaScript or the SDK for tabs is a JavaScript API and a JavaScript file that you can include in your HTML. But for everything else, you can build with whatever framework that you'd like. So you can use Node.js and React, which is one of the most popular frameworks that we see, but you could also use C# and ASP.NET Core or ASP.NET MVC. And for those people that have experience with the SharePoint framework to build applications for SharePoint online, you can also use the SharePoint framework to create these types of Teams tabs. In the manifest, it looks like this. So you got two parts that are related to tabs. One is the configurable tabs. Those are available in the team and the group chat scope. And you provide the configuration URL, and that's everything that needs to be handled there. And then the static tabs are the personal tab or the personal app. Everything you put in there will be surfaced as a personal application. Don't be fooled, the static tabs is an array, but it only allows you to put in one item. You can only have one personal scoped application inside one Teams application. You can have multiple configurable tabs for a team. And then the second most popular one are conversational bots. At this point, basically everyone is building bots, and you can build bots as well that integrate into Microsoft Teams. And a bot is as simple as something that you register with the bot framework. You use the bot framework v4 SDK, and you interact or connect your bot with a publicly accessible web service. So what it does is you send, or the user sends some query to the bot, and the bot accepts it. So it gets sent to your web service. Your web service does some processing, and it answers with a response. And that response can either be just text. It can be an interactive card or even a task module. And a task module is a pop-up, I'll cover it later, that requests more information, for example. If you start building bots for Microsoft Teams, use the bot framework v4. It's the only one that's supported at the moment, and make sure to use at least v4.6 because it integrates all of the Teams APIs or context-aware information directly in the bot framework APIs. I saw some people building Power Virtual Agents bots as well that can be surfaced inside Microsoft Teams. I haven't tried it yet, but I know that Louise Freese has a session about that as well. You can probably find it on the internet somewhere. And for a conversational bot, the manifest looks like this. So you need a bot ID from the bot framework, and then you need to say in which scope this bot is available. So in this case, this bot is available in the team scope, the personal scope, and in the group chat. And then you provide the commands. And this is a bit special because in the command list, you can differentiate again. So you can surface like commands that are only available in a specific scope. So some commands here are only available in the team and the group chat scope, and other commands are only available in the personal and group chat scope. So you can create just one bot and differentiate depending on where this bot is being used. Third custom build application or third extensibility points are the messaging extensions. And messaging extensions, it's even less used than bots. And this one allows you to extend the search bar on the top of your Teams client, on the more actions menu specific on the message, and the message compose box where you type a reply or you start a new conversation. You can extend that as well with your own functionality. So looking at messaging extensions, they come in 3 flavors. The first one being an action-based command. So an action command allows you to present your users with a model pop-up to collect or display information. When they submit this form, your web service can respond then by inserting a message into the conversation directly, or by inserting a message into the compose message area. So you can tweak the input, or you can type another message with it as well, and then send it into the conversation. These action-based messaging extensions, they can be triggered from all the 3 extensibility points. So they can be triggered from the compose message area, from the command box on top of your Teams client, and from a specific message. When you trigger them from a message, the whole message will be included in the payload that gets sent to your web service. And messaging extensions, they are built on the bot framework v4 as well. So you need to register a messaging extension with the bot framework and provide the ID inside the manifest file. So that makes sense. If you look at this manifest file, once again, you need the bot ID, and then you see the command being of type action, and then some parameters that can be passed in, and then the context where it's made available. In this manifest, it's only made available in the message scope, so on a specific message, but like I said, it can be on the message area and the command box as well. Second of those messaging extensions are the search-based messaging extensions. So search commands allow your users to search an external system. Like you see on the screenshot, this is interacting in the message compose area, where your user then can search some sort of reporting application, line of business application, surfacing reports that are available in there. So what it does is your web service receives the query from the user and then searches through that external system and responds with 2 responses to the Teams client. So the first support or the first response is a preview list, so small cards that show in this pop-up to show some small information to the user that they know which report they want to include. And then a bigger preview card that when a user selects something out of this list, the bigger preview card will be, or the full-size card will be rendered in the compose message area. Now, these search-based messaging extensions can only be triggered from the compose message area and from the command box. They cannot be triggered from specific messages. And like with all messaging extensions, this is built on the bot framework. Looking at the manifest, it looks very similar to the previous one, only the type is changed to search. And in this case, the context is compose and command box. So put them on all the available and supported scopes. Like I said, messages is not supported here. And then the last one, this one can be very powerful as well. This is a link unfurling. And link unfurling allows you to render a detailed card for a specific URL. So imagine you have a line of business application running on some sort of your subdomain inside of your environment, but you want to render some cool looking cards inside Microsoft Teams as well. This is where link unfurling comes in. So link unfurling is a technology that's used by, for example, GitHub or Azure DevOps or Twitter. So if you insert a Twitter link inside Teams or inside Facebook, it renders a specific card that also already gives some context information. So you can do this as well for your own line of business applications, like with Lucidchart. In this case, you put in your manifest file. I'll show you. So in the manifest file, you put the domain that you want to listen to. And when a URL for this domain is put inside a message, this message is sent to your web service, and you can fetch the information from the external system and respond with an interactive card for this website. You can even include buttons to put in actions or do some advanced stuff there. Of course, this can only be triggered from the compose message area. It doesn't really make sense to trigger this from a command box or a message anyway. And as usual with messaging extensions, these are built on the bot framework v4. Then the two last parts, these are more supporting technologies. And the first one is a task module, which is a model pop-up. And it's a tab in the pop-up, so it uses the Teams tab infrastructure to create its look and feel. So you can invoke a model pop-up or task module from a tab, a bot, or even externally. So each model dialog or task module can have a deep link associated with it. So you can just put it on your website or something, or in your internal intranet. And when people click the link, Teams will open directly on this model dialog. The technology behind this is custom HTML and JavaScript in some sort of iframe-based widget using the Teams tab infrastructure, but you can also render the look and feel with adaptive cards. Now, adaptive cards are a declarative UI. So it's a JSON object that describes how your UI should look, but not, or at least which functionality should be on there, but not how it's styled. So an adaptive card is styled by the hosting application. So if you use a JSON object to describe that there needs to be a button and some labels and some text and maybe even an image, then you send this JSON object to the hosting application, and the hosting application will render it with the look and feel that fits their look and feel. So you can see some examples on the left. The same card that gets sent to Skype, Android, iOS, or Teams, or even the notification system in Windows, will be rendered specifically to that use case and to that hosting application. It is the same JSON object for all of these 5 examples, for example. In Teams, there are 3 card types that are supported. There are connector cards. Those cards were created specifically for Outlook connectors. There's also the bot framework cards that are supported within the bot framework. So for messaging extensions or for bots, you can use some of the simple bot framework cards as well. But those 2 are very specific technology. They're not cross-platform and cross-product. So if you have to start new, please use the adaptive cards, which is the new, or like the next generation of these connector cards and bot framework cards. That is an open source technology that's made available by Microsoft. It's driven by Microsoft, but it gets integrated in more and more third-party products as well. And these adaptive cards can be used in connectors, bots, messaging extensions, and in task modules as well, of course. And then the last part, and these are a little bit more techy, are the webhooks and connectors. So first of all, you've got the outgoing webhooks. Outgoing webhooks is, in essence, a web service that you make available. And then you go into Teams and you say that you want to register your outgoing webhook in a specific team or a specific channel. And you say, my webhook or my web service exists at this URL. And then you give your URL a name. The user itself can go into a message, a compose box, and then type and mention your name for your web service. Everything that the user types after it gets sent into your web service. And then your web service can process that information and respond with, like I said, text or an adaptive card or some interaction possibility. Downside of an outgoing webhook is that there is no custom configuration page. So your web service will be as it is. There's no way to tweak the configuration depending on the theme where you register your web service. And it also cannot be packaged as a Teams application. So remember the zip file from in the beginning. It doesn't exist in this case for outgoing webhooks. That means that if you need your outgoing webhook or your web service or that functionality available in more than one channel, you need to register this web service in all of these channels and all of these teams separately. The other option is an incoming webhook. And that's where you go into the Microsoft Teams client and you create an incoming webhook, and then Teams will create a URL that's exposed to the internet and where your application can send information. So it's an exposed URL that accepts messages. So your application just sends a payload, for example, an adaptive card to that incoming webhook, and then Teams will just render it inside the UI. The same downsides exist here as well. So you cannot have a custom configuration page, and it cannot be packaged as a Teams application. So that also means that if you need more teams with an incoming webhook, or your application needs to send information to different teams inside your organization, an incoming webhook has to be created for each team separately. As a result, your application needs to handle more than one URL because all of those incoming webhooks will have a separate URL. So you have to manage all of these URLs in your custom application. Now, to resolve this, there's also the Office 365 connector. An Office 365 connector is a special type of incoming webhook. So it's in essence still a web service on your end, and it's still a URL that's exposed to the internet, but it does allow a custom configuration page, and it can be packaged as a Teams application. And this is because it leverages the Office 365 connector possibilities, where you go into the Outlook online dev portal and you register your webhook in there, and then you put that configuration inside a manifest file, like here. So you put it as a connector, you put the connector ID from the connector dev portal, and you can provide the configuration URL inside the manifest. And then Teams will send the information or listens to the information on that URL. So this covered all of the extensibility points that are available in Microsoft Teams. So last thing to see is, what do you need to get started? Of course, you now have big ideas on how you can integrate your own applications into Microsoft Teams with one of these extensibility endpoints, but you dread writing the manifest file yourself or creating the supporting like application infrastructure for this manually. You can do that. It's a lot of work, and luckily there are some ways to get some scaffolding done by some tooling. First of all, there's the Yeoman generator for Microsoft Teams. The Yeoman generator for Microsoft Teams is an open source community-driven project. It's within the Patterns and Practices team that started from SharePoint, but it's now more broad Microsoft 365. And it's tooling that's created by Victor Reeland first, and it exists for 1.5, 2 years, maybe even longer than that. And it's very stable, and it allows you to create a tab, a bot, messaging extension, outgoing webhooks, and Office 365 connector, and it does support localization. What it doesn't do is the manifest file. So it generates for you the manifest file, but it doesn't really support with the UI interface adjusting that manifest file. For that, I suggest you use the Microsoft Teams App Studio. The Microsoft Teams App Studio is an application that is available inside the Microsoft Teams store, and you can add it to your Teams client to use and edit your Teams applications. Combining these two, it's a very strong and very functional way to quickly get started in your own development. The Yeoman generator generates TypeScript files, interacts with ngrok for your local hosting of your Teams application and for debugging right inside Visual Studio Code. Now, while this existed for 2-3 years already, it's used a lot by the community. Last month at Build, Microsoft decided that it wants to put out a first-party way to do this. So they launched the Microsoft Teams toolkit for Visual Studio Code that this week got G8 as well. And this Microsoft Teams toolkit for Visual Studio Code is an add-in or an extension for Visual Studio Code that can generate a tab, a bot, and a messaging extension. So remember that the Yeoman generator can do more extensibility points than Visual Studio Code. So I still recommend the Yeoman generator, specifically because the Visual Studio Code extension generates not TypeScript, but it generates JavaScript files, which is a very strange decision by Microsoft, since everything else that they do is TypeScript based. Now their toolkit for Visual Studio Code generates JavaScript files. And this week also they put in preview the Microsoft Teams app for Visual Studio. Now the Teams app for Visual Studio supports the same functionalities as the Visual Studio Code extension. So just a tab, a bot, and a messaging extension. And it's built on C# and ASP.NET Core 3.1. I tried it last night and it's still a bit buggy, but that's why it's preview. So my current recommendation is please try out the Yeoman generator combined with the Microsoft Teams App Studio. The support is a lot better at the moment. The functionality is a lot further developed already. So I think that's the best way to get started. I still have some time available, so I'll try and show if my computer wants to work. I'll try and show how this works. So first of all, there is the Yeoman generator. So there is this, the Yeoman generator is built, the Yeoman generator for Microsoft Teams is built on Yeoman. Yeoman is a generation platform that allows you to create your own generators. For those that created the SharePoint, already created SharePoint framework applications, know that the SharePoint generator is also built on Yeoman. So the easiest thing you have to do, it's a bit slow, I'm not sure why, is you just type yo inside of your terminal, and then it will load the Yeoman generator and load all the generators that are available. So give it a while, it's still thinking, it's getting there. So what it will do is find all the generators that are installed on your system. Currently, I have only the Teams generator installed. So you can launch a Teams generator by just entering again. And you can, like this generator helpfully tells you, is you could also just do yo Teams. If you do yo Teams, you go directly into the Teams generator. So the Teams generator, when it's loading, it will ask you some amount of questions, like what is your solution name? It tries to find this from the directory where you're launching your generator. So I'll just do that. Use the current folder, give it a name. I'll leave the company name and then the manifest version. So the Yeoman generator currently supports the manifest versions of v1.5 and 1.6, 1.6 being the latest. And then there's also a dev preview version of the manifest file. For production applications, I suggest you use 1.5 or 1.6. If you need some functionality that's only available in dev preview, you can use that one as well. But for your applications to work, you need to put your Teams client into dev preview mode as well. So we'll take 1.6, we skip the partner ID. And like you see here, you can just toggle everything that you need in this project. So you can say, I need a bot, an outgoing webhook or not, a connector, a messaging extension, and localization support. Now, we'll take just a tab. You need a URL. It helpfully suggests a default URL, but this might not be available because it just suggests something on Azure websites. It asks some other questions. Let's skip testing. Who needs testing anyway? We don't do telemetry, and we give it a tab name. We'll keep it like this. If it doesn't support like this, you say if it's configurable or personal. We'll do everything like this. Just enter, 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 and then it scaffolds all the information inside of your Microsoft, inside of your directory. So it creates all the files that are necessary, and then it will try and install all the npm packages that are necessary to build this. At the end, you can do gulp build and gulp run, and then you can use Visual Studio Code to do your debugging. So I'm going to switch out because this will take some time. I'm going to switch to the App Studio. So inside of Microsoft Teams, so with Teams like this, there is a way to find with the behind the 3 dots. You can find all the applications that you have installed. This is the overflow menu, and it shows the color icon. And there's also the more apps which bring you to the store. Now in the store, there is this Microsoft Teams App Studio. So you can find it by typing App Studio. If you do App Studio, it will show up as the first one here. And you can install it inside your Teams client. I already did it, and I pinned it into my left rail. So if you open the App Studio, it gives you the ability to chat with a bot, to search for the Teams documentation. It's good, but not that good. So this is not the best functionality of this App Studio. The main point of this App Studio is the manifest editor. So with the manifest editor, you can either create a new application, or you can import an existing application, being the zip file that's generated by, for example, the Yeoman generator. If you put it in here, it will show up as your recently created applications, and you can open it up. And then you can do all of the actions that are available inside the manifest. So you can give it a name, a short name, and a full name, give the app ID, the URL, some descriptions, the partner information, the branding, so the icons. You can put it all in here. So you don't have to go edit the zip file or the manifest file yourself. You can do it in here. There's also this way of adding capabilities. So in this case, there is a tab configuration URL at this URL that's available for my application. So everything can be configured in here. And at the end, you have some overall stuff available, like default language, but also additional languages that you want to add for your Teams client, the domains and permissions that you need, and then the ability to test and distribute. So in this tab, you can install your Teams application directly inside your current client. So if you click install, it will be installed here directly with side loading. You can download the adjusted zip file. So you can create a new version of the zip file through the App Studio and then upload it in another environment, for example. Or you can submit it directly into the Microsoft Teams public store for approval. Now, I don't think this gets used a lot. A good developer uses a development pipeline on DevOps or something like that to create the Teams app package and then publish it from there into the app source or the Team App Store. And then lastly, there is this validation ability. It's a recent addition. It also exists in the Team Toolkit for Visual Studio Code and the Teams app for Visual Studio, because this allows you to validate your application before you submit it into the Teams store. So it runs through all of the checklists that Microsoft will also run through while validating your application before it's made available in the public store. I won't have time to show Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio, but the functionality is similar. It also allows you or guides you through some UI to decide whether you need a bot, a tab, or a messaging extension, and then scaffolds all the files necessary to start developing. Yeah, we can skip this one because I showed it live. So that brings us to the wrap-up. So we did Microsoft Teams as a service, which was all about bringing Microsoft Teams to your own application. And this is built using the Microsoft Graph APIs, or all the APIs that are exposed in Microsoft Graph. And then we covered Microsoft Teams as a platform where you bring your existing or new application to the Teams or the Microsoft Teams clients. And this is done with a Tapper bot, an adaptive card, a messaging extension, some task modules or connectors. So this brings me to the end. I have some resources available on the slide deck. I'm pretty sure the organizers will share the slide deck with you in some way, so I'll be sharing it with them. So you can have all the links here to get started, links to the SDKs, links to all the Graph APIs for Microsoft Teams, some getting started guides, and all the code samples and app templates that I showed you during this presentation. There is a very good Microsoft Learn module on how to build Microsoft Teams application. And since 8 months or so, we also have a Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365 developer exam available, the MS600, and there's a Microsoft Learn course that covers everything. It also covers building SharePoint applications and Outlook applications or Office add-ins. And then there's the Adaptive Cards Designer, which is a UI made available on a website where you can already create the JSON look and feel or the JSON code for your adaptive cards. So it helps you with some drag and drop to create your own themes or your own adaptive card. And then I put, the heading is wrong, but I put the links to the generator, the Omen generator, the Visual Studio Code extension, and the Themes the Visual Studio extension. Excuse me. So that brings me to the end. Thank you for joining and thank you for having me on this Dynamics focused user group. If you've got questions, feel free to reach out. So you can find me on Twitter, you can find my blog, and I'm available on LinkedIn and some other socials as well. So just connect. And I think we have some time available for open mic. So if you've got questions, you can put them in the chat or you can unmute, and I'm happy to help you further.
Thanks again, Yannick, and as a great introduction to the development platform for Teams. So that's something that the attendees definitely wanted to get some insight into, the art of the possible for Teams development. So thanks again for that. So as Yannick mentioned, so we have the floor open now for questions. I'm sure many of you have questions, so now's the time to ask. So please feel free to share your questions in the chat window or unmute your mic and feel free to ask your questions. If you have any, if you're still a bit ambiguous or vague about where to begin with Teams extensions and development.
And I also can do more advanced types of things. It's not because I covered only the basics in the presentation that I can't answer any more advanced questions either. So just shoot. And we'll try to get you further in your development journey.
That's correct. So Yannick did actually offer to do a more advanced session on Teams development, but we felt that an introduction session would be the best option for our community. So yes. So again, don't be shy if you've got a question. Please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Yannick.
So I guess people are still joining. Actually, looks as though people are still joining the event. It's still quite early for many people who are joining in and attending. So yes, so obviously the next session will begin in 8 minutes. We will keep Yannick for another couple more minutes for any questions. If you've got any questions, please just use a chat window. David Ole saying good session, thanks.
Thanks, Yannick. Raz, it definitely looks like it's not 100. It's definitely more information we collected in this session. It was a very impressive session as well. I'm definitely looking forward to utilize all this integration, what Yannick has demonstrated, which is brilliant. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I put it as a level 100 because it covers the basics for the integration. But I can imagine that for an audience that's not used to Teams or Teams integrations, it might be overwhelming to have all of these extensibility points presented all at once. And you might have noticed I really have to speed up to get everything covered in 45 minutes. So it's not easy to get everything in here.
Absolutely. Yannick, can I ask you a favor? The links you presented in resources slide, are you able to copy paste into Teams?
For sure.
Great, thank you.
I'll be doing that. If there are any more questions, speak out. I do know that with this online format, people are a bit shy to speak up, but you can reach out to me afterwards as well.
Thanks again, Yannick. So Yannick's going to be sharing his links in the chat window. Also, please follow Yannick's blog. So please, Yannick, please share your blog and contact details if anyone wants to connect with you.
So the styling is a bit off when I copy paste this in the chat window, but I'm sure you will be able to figure it out. So you can find me at blog.jannikreekmans.be and on Twitter. Let me see if I can get this right without copy pasting. So this should be it. I've got some blog post covering the provisioning engine that I custom built, for example, that shows a lot of Teams interaction. It uses logic apps in the backend, not Power Automate. I'm sorry. So it's showing off all of the ways to interact, or it might give you some ideas on what to build for your own applications. And definitely check out all of the app templates or the reference solutions, because they can give you a great idea on what you want to build, or give you a great idea to build your own applications.
And Yannick,
yes?
Where are you speaking at any other events? Where can we catch you?
I don't think. So let's see, on my blog, I think I only have, so let's see, the Collab Summit anymore. So in Wiesbaden, given the, so this is one, oh yeah, so I will be, if it goes through, September 12th, I will be in Warsaw presenting this same session again. It is postponed because it was supposed to be in March that I was doing this one, so it's still a bit unclear if I'll be there. And then there's this the European Collaboration Summit that goes on in Wiesbaden, which is a community-driven event as well. It's rather cheap, and there are 180 tickets left, I believe, and it combines Microsoft 365 and an Azure event all at once, and I'll be doing the more advanced session too. And then past events, at Comsverse, which happened this week as well, I did that advanced session too, and the recording and the slides are available, but I think it's behind the paywall, this one. So and then my other sessions are available online too, so you can just go rewatch it there as well.
Thanks again, Yannick. It was a great pleasure to meet you today, and thanks again for introducing the world of Teams development to the community.
You're welcome. It looks like a nice event. I hope I can return when I do more Power Automate or Power Apps stuff with Teams, and then I'll make sure to let you know, and then maybe I can return for some of these sessions as well.
Oh, definitely, yes. Fantastic. Thanks again. So yeah, so I believe now we'll hand over to Narayan, who will be introducing the next speaker. Narayan, are you able to increase the volume of your microphone? It's a bit low.
How about this now? Is it loud enough?
It's still a bit low. If you could increase it slightly bit more.
What about this?
That's better. That is better, yeah. That's better, yeah.
Fantastic. So we got new next session coming up from Arpit Srivastava, and he's going to demonstrate plug-and-play solution to integrate Microsoft Teams with Power Apps, Power Apps Portal, learn more about Microsoft Graph API, provision Microsoft Teams using Power Automate as well, and many more. So without further ado, Arpit, are you online?
Yes, Narayan, I'm there.
Fantastic.
Hi there, Arpit. Arpit's been doing lots of great sessions covering all sorts of things. Power Automate with Graph API, with portals, with Dynamics, with Power Apps. He's doing the whole lot. He's definitely the best person out there right now, covering these integration challenges. So thanks again, Arpit. This is a really good session. I know you actually integrated the portal with Teams, didn't you, Arpit?
Yep, I have done that.
So yeah, so he's done lots of fantastic stuff for the community, in helping the community with the power of Teams and Power Automate. So he really does break things down like no one else, really, especially from a low code perspective. So it's always great to have Arpit. Some of his sessions covered in the past are DevOps, development, but lately it's all been Power Platform. So thanks again, Arpit. Yeah, excited to see you in action.
Thank you, Ras. Thank you, Narayan, for the wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Team Collaboration Saturday, and hope you all are doing great. First of all, I would like to thank all of you to joining my session today. Today, as Raj told, that I'm going to discuss about some automation tips about Microsoft Teams, along with the Power Platform and the Microsoft Graph API. So, though I've already, discussed a detailed session, I had a detailed, session on the Microsoft Graph API in the last event. So, if you want to, have a check, the recording of my last session, you can find it on the Powerthon YouTube channel. So, where you can, find out the deep dive, the practical implementation, how you can use the Microsoft Graph API along with the Power Platform. In the today's session, I'm going to integrate the Power Platform with the Microsoft Teams with some real-time examples. So before moving ahead, I would like to give a brief introduction about me. My name is Arpit Srivastava, and I'm a 365 Saturday ambassador. I'm a Dynamic 365 technical consultant architect working in Capgemini, India. I'm sharing my knowledge through various social media channels. I'm writing my blogs, since 2011. And I'm a speaker. I'm speaking on various public events. I'm a mentor and I'm a trainer as well. And I'm working in the Dynamics CRM from last 9 years, and along with the Dynamics CRM, I'm from last couple of years I'm working in the Power Platform, Azure DevOps, Azure related technologies, C# technologies. So if you have any questions after the sessions related to Power Platform or the Dynamics 365, you can get in touch with me through my blogs, and you can find my YouTube channel through Think Dynamic, Do Dynamic. And there are a lot of interesting stuff related to the plugin and play solution. So I have made some Power Automate solution that integrate with the Microsoft Graph API. I have built some Azure components as well. So if you want to have a look all my plug and play solution, you can get the details on my GitHub repository. So you can find it by name Arpit Dynamics. Okay, so these are the social media channels. You can get in touch with me through that. So without further ado, I'm going to discuss about today first the business challenges. Okay, so this is the agenda of today's session. So I'm going to discuss about why the Microsoft Teams is important and why Microsoft introduced the Microsoft Teams concept. Okay, so what are the business challenges were there that Microsoft Teams actually overcome these issues. How Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform can sort out these business challenges. So I'm going to discuss about the integration between Microsoft Teams and the Power Platform and how they overcome the business challenges in this topic. The third is the Microsoft Teams automation. So there are a lot of use cases are there where you need to do the automation of the Microsoft Teams. So in this topic, I'm going to demonstrate some use cases along with some real-time implementation that how we automate the Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform. Okay, and I have some live demonstration for you where I will be demonstrating that how you can integrate your Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform and streamline your whole business process. Okay, so first discuss about the business challenges. Okay, so as per the survey, every business person spend around 70% of this of his daily life working with the Microsoft tools and the application. So this is the survey done by the Microsoft, and around 70% of the business people, whether it's a salesperson, whether it's a marketing person, or whether it's a the customer service guy, every employee of an organization spend around 70% of their daily life. Okay, so every business, every employee of the organization days start with dealing with a lot of Microsoft applications. So if they have to do the kind of calculation or store the information in the tabular format, they need a Microsoft Excel. If they have to present something to the client, if they have to create some kind of demo, then they need the PowerPoint presentation. If they have to do the documentation, they use Microsoft document. And on the daily basis they have to interact with the various customers. They have to interact with the internal organization users, outside organization users, the customers. So they have to set up the meetings, they have to call them, they have to chat with them. So this is also one of the major thing that every employee deal with on the daily basis. They have to access various systems where they can find the dashboard, the analytics, and obviously they need to have some document, the files where they can get some references and all. So this is a very high level picture that of every employee, that what are the basic application they actually uses in the daily life. And along with that they use the Internet Explorer. If any of the application they want to get from the browser or want to access from the browser, then they use the Internet Explorer, Bing Map Search. And if they are using the customer relationship management, then obviously they have to deal with some other applications as well. Now what is the problem with this? This is a very common thing that we all are facing, right? So what is the problem is this, and what is the business challenges with this? So let's discuss about the business challenges with this process. The first thing is that while using this application, you have to jump between several different systems through a series of application bookmarks in the company portals, right? So that means you don't have any a unified app or tool available where you can access all the business related activities or all these tools or apps, right? So if I have to use the PowerPoint presentation, I have to open a different application. If I have to use Word, I have to use different application. The same way I have to use a different tools and application. But the problem is that if you are switching between the application or jumping between the one application to another application, it disrupts your works actually. You cannot get the full productivity, and and you cannot do some creative works and the innovative tasks. So these are the some business challenges. You don't have time for the creative work and the innovative tasks. You have to deal with all the routine tasks related to the sales process. You obviously lost the productivity. And obviously if you always face this issue, if you have to work with a team, there are few requirements. We have to work as a group in your project, or as a sales team. You have to work in a group, you have to do the collaboration, you have to do the communication. So by doing there is no kind of tool or application available where we can provide such kind of features. And it also increases your stress, your workload, and decrease your working speed as well. And and the most of the time you deal with the routine tasks that could potentially be automated, right? So there might be a lot of activities like approvals. You have to do the approvals, you have to send the notification, you have to do the calculations. So there are a lot of things that you have to do, but you usually end up doing it manually, right? So these kind of things you can easily automate and can save your work, and can can utilize your work to do the innovative task as well. And you don't have option to available to manage your data, right? So there is a unstructured historical data. You don't have any option to manage your historical data, your chat history, your communications with the client, or your external peoples or the internal peoples. You don't have any option to to reference all the documents. So these are various business challenges you usually face, though you are accessing various Microsoft application, but there is not a single app available where you can access all these applications. So Microsoft actually overcome all these issues and provided a common application that called is Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams is nothing but it is a application, it's a hub for the teamwork, which actually overcome all these issues that I have discussed just earlier. So Microsoft Teams is the home for the modern workspace, workplace for the future, which actually provides you, a common application which integrated with all your Microsoft other application like PowerPoint, like Word document, Excel, SharePoint, everything. So under a single roof, you can, interact with the customer, you can do the chatting, you can do the meetings, you can, call the customer, you can do the you can do the meeting recordings as well. You can interact with the customer relationship management tools as well. So this is the advantage of using Microsoft Teams. So by combining this together into sole product, employees can avoid having to constantly switch between the various contacts. So that was the major problem that the employee was facing, that they have to, switch between various application and the tools. So by using Microsoft Teams, you can access all the application and the tools in a single roof. And the last one, you can create multiple teams as well based on the requirement, and can store or keep all the relevant information related to that particular topic. So let's say I'm working in an organization where I have to where I'm working the 3 projects. Okay, so in one project I can store all the relevant information related to that project, and can add all the member which is who are the concerned people of their particular project. So I can create multiple teams and segregate the information based on my client requirement and the needs. So this is the advantage of using Microsoft Teams, which overcomes all these business challenges. Now Microsoft Teams becomes more powerful when it integrates with the Power Platform. Now the question is why we need to integrate the Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform. So the answer is Microsoft Teams itself provide the integration with all the out-of-box these collaboration, the communication tools available provided by the Microsoft, but it doesn't provide you the way to help managing your customer relationship management. Okay, the reason is the customer relationship management is different according to the different clients. So every client or every business wants to have their own customer relationship management process based on their business needs. So Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform provide the customer relationship management feature as well. Okay, so you can easily understand with this diagram. There are a lot of productivity apps that Microsoft Teams out of box provides. You can easily integrate with the Docs, Microsoft Docs, PowerPoint, Yammer, Excel file, Microsoft Stream, SharePoint, and everything. But if you have to deal with the customer relationship management, you need to write some complex business logic. You have to integrate integrate with some some dashboard or the analytics. You have to write some complex business logic. You have to do the automation. You have to perform some approval kind of things. Then for this purpose, Microsoft Teams is provide the seamless integration with the Power Platform as well. Okay, so as you can see here, Microsoft Teams is integrated with your Power Automate, which will help you to automate your business process or write the complex business logic. For example, if you have to send the notification to the client, if you have to send the email to the client, if you have to do the approvals, you can easily manage through the Power Automate. The Power Apps, you can simply embed your model-driven app, your Canvas app with the Microsoft Teams. So if you have to create the leads or the opportunities, or if you have to deal with the Dynamics 365 entities, then you can integrate your Microsoft Teams with the model-driven app and Canvas app as well. And for obviously for the analytics or the graphical representation of the information, you can integrate your Power BI reports with the Microsoft Teams as well. So it actually streamline your whole business process when Microsoft Teams gets integrated with the Power Platform. So I have one example to demonstrate the capabilities of Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform. So since every organization or the industry has their own sales process they actually follow to convert the lead into opportunity, but a very high level, if you are not considering the Microsoft Teams, so every salesperson has to start the sales cycle. They have to deal with the PowerPoint presentation. They have to have the PowerPoint presentation to present it to the clients for some bidding purpose. They need to interact some customer relationship management products or the tools, to manage the customer data. They have to use some reporting tools as well in order to analyze the customer past data and the present data and some kind of artificial intelligence capabilities. They need to deal with the approval process and all. So this kind of activities they have to think about it when they have to when they have to deal with the sales cycle. So this is the high level steps that includes in any sales cycle that you have to draft the sales bid, where you need to present a lot of documents and all. You have to create the sales opportunity, then you draft the customer order, you analyze the existing data about the customer, then you submit the proposal to the manager. So you submit the proposal to the manager for approval before presenting it to the client, and then you meet with the customer to close the deal. So this is a complete sales cycle that every organization follow to convert the lead into the opportunity, right? Now, how Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform provide the low-code, no-code solution to to help sorting out this all these steps. So if I discuss about drafting the sales bid, so if I'm not using Microsoft Teams, right? So most of the project starts, informally as a conversation. So your salesperson, meet with the potential customers in the meetings or in the seminar, on the webinar, where they interact with the customer in the informal way. There is no way to capture the interaction or the conversation happen during that meeting. But using Microsoft Teams, you can simply create a teams inside. You can simply create a new team. You can add your internal organization member. You can add your external organization member. You can add relevant documents to that team, and you can do all the conversation, all the collaboration inside that Microsoft Teams. So you will be having all the chat history. You will be having the the meeting recordings. You will be have all the history of the data. So you can easily keep all the information in the Microsoft Teams. So this helps you to draft your sales bid. So obviously you can open the Microsoft Word or open the Microsoft PowerPoints in order to propose the sales bid to the customer. Creating a sales opportunity. So if the users find that we can easily create the opportunity for the potential customer, so they don't need to navigate away from the Microsoft Teams in order to create the opportunity. In the Microsoft Teams itself, you can easily integrate your Dynamics 365 model driven app, and you can simply create the opportunity from the Teams itself. Okay, so this is the way you can create your sales opportunity from the Microsoft Teams. The third thing is drafting the customer order. Your order process, sometimes different based on the customer to customer need. So and you might need to do some kind of calculations as well if you have to do the order processing and all. So for this kind of calculation, you can simply create a Canvas app that will collect the data from the different sources, from your model driven app, from the common data service, and will give you the result accordingly. So you can simply embed your Canvas app for that purpose to draft the customer order. Obviously, if you have to analyze the existing data about the customer, you can integrate your your Microsoft Teams with the Power BI reports as well, so that before presenting anything to the customer, you can simply analyze the data and see the customer health as well. Then how your customer relationship in the past, and how you have to present the proposal to the customer. So you can simply integrate your dashboards or the analytics or the reports with the Microsoft Teams. So you can easily relate that thing that you don't need to navigate away from the Microsoft Teams, and how you are integrating your Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform. And the last one, before you have to present the proposal to the customer, you have to submit for the approval. So before any kind of before sharing any documents or the proposal to the customer, if you need any kind of higher level management approval, you can simply use the UI approval process of Power Automate, and simply so the manager or any supervisor don't need to do kind of any kind of manual process to do that. They just simply approve the proposal from the Microsoft Teams itself, or they can simply approve from the Outlook itself. So they can simply use the Power Automate capability for that. So this how you easily understood, right? So how Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform help you to streamline your whole business process. So this is the example I have presented for the sales process, but you can easily automate your process based on the business needs, whether it's a marketing process or the customer self-service process. So this is the way how you can easily integrate your Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform. Now, why we need to do the automation of the Microsoft Teams? Okay, so I have some real use cases where various industries and various organizations are using Microsoft Teams, and they are kind of doing automations to deal with all kind of collaborations and the communications. Okay, so there are various airline industries which actually use the Microsoft Teams to share all the flight related details and the flight routes. So before taking off any flights, they create a team for that particular flight and share all the relevant information related to the flight. If the flight is getting delayed, or the ticket information, or any relevant information related to the flight routes, they are using the Teams automation for that. Okay, so there are various airlines industries, they are using Teams automations. There are various legal industries and the legal organizations are as well. They are using Teams, Microsoft Teams as a channel to handle the new case, and educational institutions are also using the Microsoft Teams automations. So as we know that in the current COVID pandemic situations, there are a lot of schools and the colleges are adopting Microsoft Teams in order to automate the classes, the online classes as well. So educational institutes are also using the Microsoft Teams, and they are doing Microsoft Teams automation in order to interact with the teachers and the school students as well. Project management team. Being an employee, if you're working in multiple projects in your organization, you have seen that project management is also being done with the Microsoft Teams. So all the project related, so you can create multiple teams inside your Microsoft Teams, and based on the multiple projects, and you can store all the relevant information, your documentation, your client information, and you can also add the internal organization user or some external stakeholders or vendors as well in your teams. So how you so this is the way how you managing your project management using Microsoft Teams. Sales process, I have already demonstrated to you that how various organization streamline their sales process by automating the Microsoft Teams. And event planning, there are a lot of organizational industries. If I talk about the 365 Saturday, so we are event planning team, which automating the Microsoft Teams. So as you know that we have converted all our events to online events, and every Saturday we have to organize events. We have a lot of organizers, speakers, and attendees. So we have to deal with a lot of internal users of 365 Saturday and the external user of the 365 Saturday. So if every time I have to manually create the teams and I have to manually add all the internal users and the external user, it will be hectic for me, right? So to do that, we can simply use the Power Automate Microsoft Graph API and this kind of features or the components to automate all these requirements. So event planning industries can also use the Microsoft Teams automations. And there are few other organizations that they are using from their purpose. They are customizing the Microsoft Teams according to their needs, like incident management and all. So there are various industries they are using the Microsoft Teams automations. So based on the business needs, they are using automating the teams. Now I have a live demo to present to you, like how you can simply automate your Microsoft Teams with the Power Platform. So for this, I have actually created a COVID communicator app. Okay, so as we all are dealing with the COVID-19 situation currently, so I have I have taken the example of COVID-19, where I will demonstrate it to you, like how you can utilize the Microsoft Teams along with the Power Platform to help to design the COVID-19 automate solution. Okay, so in this demo, I have used the Microsoft Team for all kind of collaboration, the communication purpose. Okay, so there will be some admin of an organization who will publish the press release regarding all the updates regarding COVID-19. So there will be some internal employees who will be having admin rights, and they will be publish a press release or the conference in which they are going to share about all the updates of COVID-19. And that event or that conference can be joined by internal organizers, the internal employees or the internal users, as well as the citizens as well. Okay, so through this press release, they can publish news updates and content specific to the organization. They can publish news updates related to the COVID-19, and they can also publish lockdown and health related guidelines. Once they will publish this press release through the Microsoft Teams, it will be publicly available for all the citizens, so that they can simply register for the press release, so that they can get all the relevant information about the COVID-19 and the lockdown situations. So all internal and external user will use PowerApps portals along with the Power Virtual Agent, which provide the chatbot capability to know everything about the COVID-19 in the press release. Okay, so the citizens will go to the portal and get all the updates regarding to the COVID. So if the citizens wants to know that how many number of cases are there in a particular country and what are the WHO guidelines are there, they can simply get that information from the portal itself. If they want, if the the citizens feel that they have some symptoms of the COVID-19, they can simply do the self-assessment as well from the chatbot itself. And if they want to know further about the COVID-19, some basic information about the COVID-19, the vaccinations, or the what is COVID-19, how does it is spread, so this kind of information they can also get it from the chatbot. And obviously the chatbot will also provide the press release information as well. So if there are any upcoming press release are there that is being published by the admin, they can simply register for that press release or the event through the chatbot itself. Okay, so once the citizens will register for that particular press release, they will get immediately the Microsoft Teams invitation. Okay, so that they can simply join. They can simply use that URL to join the meeting. And in the backend, it will create a team for that particular press release and add all the internal users as an organizer and add all the external citizens or the external users as a member of the team. Okay, so to demonstrate or to build this COVID communicator, I have actually used various components. So I have used the Dynamics 365 as a model-driven app. I have used all the Power platform components. I have used portals. I have used common data service, SharePoint to hold the documents, chatbot, Power Virtual Agent for chatbot integrations, and I have built an Canvas app as well. Okay, and Power Automate I'm actually using to to automate all the information. For example, if I have to send the notification, if I have to send the Teams invitation link, or if I have to automatically add. If I have to automatically create a new team in the Microsoft Teams and add the organizers or add the team member. So for that purpose, I'm using Microsoft Power Automate. So this Microsoft Power Automate actually use the Microsoft Graph API in order to interact with the Azure. Now, why I need Azure and Microsoft Graph API to automate this process? So there are few things that you need to keep in mind when you use the Microsoft Teams. So in the Microsoft Teams, it actually allows you to add your external organization users as well. Okay, so this is the prerequisites. If you have to add any external user in the Microsoft Teams as a member, then you need to add that user as a guest user in your Active Directory. Okay, so if that user will not be available in your Active Directory as a guest user, then you cannot add that member as a guest user in your Microsoft Teams. So to do that, you need to write a logic in the Power Automate. Maybe it depends on your business need that how you want to achieve that. But I have provided the low-code, no-code solution that that simply use the Microsoft Graph API, and Microsoft Graph API simply interact with the Azure. So that integration I have already demonstrated in my last session, that how you can simply integrate your Power Automate with the Azure. If you want to get the information from the Azure like user details, or if you want to create the user, so how you want to perform the CRUD operation in your Azure using Graph API, I have already demonstrated in my last session. So using that capabilities, I will going to demonstrate you that how you can automate this whole COVID communicator process through this the Power Platform, Microsoft Teams, along with the Graph API. Okay. So let me quickly open Teams first. So this is a Microsoft Teams. Okay, and in this Microsoft Teams you can simply see that all the Microsoft application I have integrated in the Microsoft Teams itself. So I have integrated a model-driven app. I have integrated Canvas app. I have integrated SharePoint. I have integrated Power Apps portal, and I have integrated Power BI reports as well. Okay, so here is my team, and in this team you can see he is a COVID communicator app. Okay, so this is nothing but the Canvas app that I have embedded in the Microsoft Teams. So being an admin of an organizer, if I want to release a press conference where I want to communicate related to the COVID-19 situations or anything related to the COVID-19, I can simply using the Microsoft Teams, I can launch the webinar. I can simply launch the press release from the Microsoft Teams itself. So this is the capability that shows that how you can integrate your Canvas app inside your Microsoft Teams. So this is the one example. The second thing, if you want to get the COVID updates, the region wise or the country wise, I have integrated the Power BI reports as well. So being in the Microsoft team itself, you don't need to open any other tools or the application. If you want to check the analytics reports or the dashboard, you can simply get all the information from the Microsoft team itself. So that was the one of the major challenge, that you have to switch to application from one application to another application. But now using the Microsoft Teams, you can easily integrate all that application in the single roof. Okay, so this is just a sample Power BI report that shows the COVID-19 situation in the US. Okay, so this is the Power BI reports. You can simply check the reports and dashboard in the Teams itself. The third thing, I have integrated the SharePoint as well. Okay, so I have integrated the Power Apps portal as well. Okay, so if I have to publish the event, if I don't want to publish the event from the Canvas app, if I want to publish the event through the portal, then I can simply access the Power Apps portal from the Microsoft Teams itself. Currently it's not opening here because in order to open any external website, I need to use the Microsoft desktop app. So since I'm using the web version of the Teams, that's why it's not allowing me to open the portal. So but if I will open this team in my desktop app, then you can access the portal as well. So this is the way you can simply integrate your portal as well. So if you want to publish the event, so here is my portal, and you can, if you want to simply release a press conference related to the COVID-19, you can simply go to the portal, or you can simply publish a press release from the Microsoft Teams itself. So the Power Apps portal is also integrated with that. Another thing is the SharePoint. So if you want to get the access of some relevant documents, so you can simply get all the relevant document information from the SharePoint as well. So there might be the situation that you have to share some documents with some external users or the internal users, and you need to get some as part of the press release, you have to present something to the client, present something to the citizen. So to hold all kind of PowerPoint, Word document, you can simply use this SharePoint feature as well. So there are two options. You can use the SharePoint for heavy documents, but you can also file features as well to hold all kind of documents related to that particular teams. Okay, so you have two options available. And the last one is the model driven app. So that is also a possibility. So once I published a particular press release from here, there will be a lot of users and the citizens will be registered to get the updates about the COVID-19. So if I want to get the information about that, I have integrated the Dynamics 365 model driven application as well. So if I want to check the press release, so I have integrated the model driven app with the Microsoft Teams. So currently there is no events has been published. So if I want to check that how many attendees has been registered for that particular press release, so I don't have any attendees as well. Okay, so I can, if I want to check the information that what are the events or what are the press release has been published yet, the future, the past, and the present press releases, and want to check all the overview of attendees, I can have a look in the Microsoft Teams itself. Okay, so let's start this process by going to the the admin section. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just simply, releasing a press conference, a simple event kind of things through the Canvas app. So being an admin, I will simply launch the webinar. I have to provide a lot of information in order to publish this webinar. I have to provide the, start time. So let me take the example of 12th, and that event will be finished by 12th only. I will be starting this press release by 10 a.m. and will be finished by 1 p.m. And in this press release, I am going to discuss about COVID-19 vaccination update. Okay, so this is the title I have to provide. Click next, and here I have to provide the information that regarding what I want to publish the information related to vaccination, related to hospitals, patients, guidelines. So it's up to me that what this press conference is all about. Okay, so I'm going to update the press release related to the vaccination. So I'm selecting the vaccination option. Go to next. This conference is for the public or for the internal users. So this is for the public, so I'm just choosing as a public. Here you can select the attendees as well. So this attendees is not your external users. So these attendees, so if you want to invite some healthcare workers to share an updates related to the COVID situations or some mask related informations, so you can simply select that information from here. Okay, so just an example, you can select multiple health workers from here. Go to next, and here you can simply see the information, and here's the mail template that automatically got populated based on the information I have provided in the previous step. So please be informed that government is releasing a video conference to share an update on COVID-19 vaccination from 10 a.m. To this time, and we look forward to have you all in the conference. Here are some healthcare experts who would be sharing few more updates regarding COVID-19 safety precautions and new lockdown guidelines. So this information or the email template has got auto populated. If you want to send this to the outside your organization, you can simply check this box and send this information to the external user. But for this demonstration, I want to keep it for the internal user and will submit the information. Okay, so this so admin has published in press conference. So I can simply go and check here in the Dynamic 365 whether the press release has been published or not. Yep. So you can see here a new press release has been published here. So I can get all the information from here also. So the event description, the event title, event topic, and the start date and end date of that. So I get the information in the Microsoft team itself. Now, as a citizens, if I want to register for that particular press release, or if I want to get the information about the COVID situation, I will simply land up on this Power Apps portal. Okay, so this is the Power Apps portal I have built for the COVID-19 situation, and here I can get all the information related to the COVID-19 press releases. So either I can simply click on this and get the information that what are the press releases has been published yet. So no, press release. Okay, so I have to click on this register in order to view all the press releases. So if you can see here, there is a press release has been available on the Power Apps portal as well. So I can simply go and register for that particular Power Apps release. Okay, and if the admin wants to publish the press release from the portal itself and from the Microsoft team itself, they can publish the press release from here also. Okay, but I'm not going to register through that being a citizen. I don't want to register through that option. I want to register through the Power Virtual Agent. Okay, so that I can show you the capabilities of Power Virtual Agents as well. So I can simply go to the chat with this option. Okay, here I have integrated the Power Virtual Agent with the Power Apps portal. So this Power Virtual Agents can also be accessible in the Microsoft Teams if you can access this portal inside that. Okay, but this is for the citizens as of now, for the external users. So let's check how it works. While it's being opened, meanwhile I will just let you know. So as soon as I publish the a new event, so as soon as I have published this new press release, a new Microsoft Teams got created. So so go to here. So if I go to the Teams, you can see here a new COVID-19 vaccination update, a new Teams got created. So I'm not using the same team to create that because my Power Automate is connected with the 365 Saturday right now. So I will demonstrate it to you that how you can create a Microsoft Teams with a Power Automate. So as soon as a new press release got published, a new team got created in the Microsoft Teams, and you can see here if I go to the manage team. I am the organizer, I am the owner of this team. Okay, now there is no members has been added yet. Okay, so because no one has registered for this press release. So let me go back to the portal. It's taking too much time. Oops, taking too much time. Now let me check in some other browser. Meanwhile. Let me refresh the cache maybe. Okay, so let me, this Power Virtual Agent is available here also. So let me show you this Power Virtual Agent capabilities from here. So once it will open here, I will demonstrate it to here as well. So being an citizen, I will simply ask, I will come to land it on the portal and will simply ask hello. No, I think it's some internet issues there. Oops. Okay, so it just got sent and okay. Okay, let me try from here now. Thanks. So I will ask hello. Oof. Let me try from here itself. So when any of the citizens will, agree to the chatbot, it will ask, "Hi, I'm COVID communicator. How may I assist you today?" So on the chatbot itself, you will get the option to, get the COVID updates. You can, do the self-assessment as well. And if you have any queries related to the COVID-19, you can get the information to do that. So let's try the COVID FAQ. So it's asking like what you would like to know about the COVID-19. So please type your question. So I have some sample questions available. So if I want to ask like, how does the COVID-19 spread? So it provides me the information that how the COVID-19 is spread. And if I want to know about like how is the current global situation, so all the FAQs related to the COVID-19, if I want to get, I can get the information. So it's presenting me to all the COVID-19, the confirmed case, deaths according to the World Health Organization. And if I want to check that what is the number of cases in the UK, so if I type it, it will give me the result of UK. And simply if I ask India result as well. Yeah, so this is the way you can simply use this. Now I want to demonstrate it, the press release conference. So because I have published one press release and I want to get the register for that. So I will simply say hello and being an attendee. So let me check whether it started working or not. Okay, so I will type hello. And I am an attendee and want to register for the press release. So if I go to the COVID press release option, I get the message like we have a COVID press release planned on 12th of July, where our government officials and healthcare workers would like to share an update regarding COVID vaccination and healthcare guidelines. Would you like to join that online conference? So I will simply say yes. So once I give the confirmation, it will ask my information. So I will provide my information. My name is Arpit. Enter an email address so that I will get the confirmation or the team invitation link. My email ID. So these are the things you can easily configure. Enter your organization name. I will write Capgemini. Are you a government or private employee? I'm a consultant. So let's see. So once I submit my information, you can see that how immediately it will create a Microsoft Teams, the Microsoft Teams meeting for me. So it will greet me like, thank you, your registration is done. Please find the Microsoft Team invitation link below to the conference. Okay, so I can simply keep this links to join my session. So there is a Power Automate which triggers behind this. So you can see this is the Power Automate I have written when I submit the information. So you can see here there is some input parameter. I got it from the Power Virtual Agent, the full name, email, job title in the organization, and I have used some couple of variables so that I can hold the information. And the main thing, once I if I go to the apply to each. Okay, so once I created, once I release the press release event, it actually stored the Teams invitation link in the Microsoft Dynamics CRM. So if I go to the Power Automate, so this is the first Power Automate that got triggered when the admin has published the press release. So this is my Power Automate create teams. And in this Power Automate, what I'm doing is I'm actually simply using the Microsoft Graph API to create the team. So I'm using some information related to the Azure. So I'm not going to open this. So I have some client ID, client secret keys, the application IDs, and all the necessary privilege I am having in the Azure. So I'm using a Graph API to create the teams. Okay. I'm getting the access token and creating the teams, and I'm updating that teams in my Dynamics 365. Okay, so once I published the press release, my Power Automate got triggered. So if you can see here, it got succeeded 12 minutes ago, and it stored the team information. So this is the team invitation link I got. When you create the teams, when you create the teams, I simply parse the teams and got the join URL. So I have simply passed this team and got the join URL and update it in the CDS. So I got the team invitation link and I'm storing the teams link in the Dynamics 365. Okay, and once once someone will register for the press release, I'm using this Power Automate, which will fetch the details from the Dynamics 365 and passing as a output parameter to the Power Virtual Agent. So you can see here I am using I'm consuming the power. I'm using the Microsoft Graph API to create the teams, and I'm using this Power Automate to take the input parameter from the user and passing as output parameter as a Microsoft team links. I have also one more Microsoft flow, that is add team members. So being an attendee, I have registered for the event. So if I go to the teams, I can simply check who are the attendees are there. So you can check here as an admin that the one attendees did the registration for the press release. So you can see here my name and my email address and all the information got available here. And if I go to the teams, let's check this team. Okay, it actually takes 15 to 20 minutes of time to get synced from the Azure Active Directory to the Microsoft Teams. But if I open the Azure Active Directory, if you can see here, if I search this user, if you can see the Arpit has been added as a guest user. So if you can see here, my email ID has been added as a guest user. Now it will take 15 to 20 minutes of time. It depends on the situation, and it will sync to the Microsoft Teams as a member. So right now it's saying 0 member, but it will automatically get added here, okay, as a guest user. Now there is a Power Automate which runs behind that I will show you. This is the add team member Power Automate, which actually triggers when any of the attendee registered for a particular press conference. So it first get the event. So I have published the press release event, so it get the event details, it get the email ID, the team ID, all the information, and the main information I have captured here. So in the condition, I'm checking whether the user already exists in the Active Directory or not. Okay, so there might be the situation that the user who is registered for that event is already present in the Active Directory. Okay, so here I'm checking if the user is already present as a guest team member in the Active Directory. I'm simply adding that attendee as a guest team member. But in case if the user is not present in the Active Directory, I first need to use the HTTP request and use the Microsoft Graph API in order to call in order to create that user first in the Active Directory. Then I can then I get the information and then add attendee as a guest team member. So this is the Power Automate I have also provided in my GitHub repository as well. So you can simply download that and import it in your organization to play with it. So and at last I'm getting the team link and send email as well. Okay. So if you can see here, I got the invitation. Srivastava, and I got the team invitation link, COVID-19 press conference. So I got the email invitation as well. So this is the way how you can simply automate your everything, your Power Automate components along with the Microsoft Graph API with the Microsoft Teams. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions related to this session, you can simply post it into the chat. And after this session, if you want to have any information related to this Microsoft Graph API and all, you can get in touch with me through various social media channel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Arpit. It was a really good informative session, and thanks for demonstrating integration with VirtualBot. That could be very good scenario actually. You can automatically generate Teams link, and if there are any kind of use cases where we need one-to-one appointment booked with Teams with our customers, or it could be event, in those scenarios that kind of integration would be very useful, and you quickly turn that up, which is brilliant. I'm just monitoring
really, thanks.
Teams. Sorry, Arpit.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've just looked at Teams and YouTube live stream page. I haven't got any questions, so just for everyone, if you do have question, please feel free to put it in a chat window or unmute yourself and ask. We got 5 more minutes to go. Okay, if you don't have any more questions, just some information for all our audiences. Make sure you fill out the feedback form, give us your feedback, which is very important for us to understand what you're looking for in future events. And also, just to iterate myself, we are recording these sessions as well as we streaming the sessions online on YouTube, so you can actually always catch up on YouTube link which we have shared initially in this chat window. So your information may be visible, so just wanted to make that disclosure here. And all the recordings will be available after event is finished, so if you have missed anything or if you want to replay any of these sessions, feel free to do so.
Thank you, Narayan. Thanks, thank you, audience. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
So now we have next sessions coming up from Lisa. Lisa, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Fantastic. Hi, Lisa. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm good, thank you. I'm proudly wearing my D365 shirt over here. And happy to be part once again and to be able to show you some cool stuff from Teams that we've prepared for today.
So if anyone doesn't know Lisa, Lisa is from Docs42. Docs42 has very cool products, so I don't want to say anything about it. I'll let Lisa to explain because she's the most expert in that. We have met Lisa in many of the previous events as well, and the sessions were brilliant, so you don't want to miss out on that. And if you do have any questions about the document integrations, and particularly today is going to be with Teams, so looking forward to your sessions. Lisa, we're going to give a couple of minutes, we got time before your session starts. What we could do, if you want to introduce yourself and maybe talk about a little bit about Docs42 before we can start our sessions in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to do that. So hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are right now. From my side, I'm Lisa, and I'm Business Technology Evangelist at Docs42. And I've been with Docs42 for a bit more or less 3 years now. And what we do is we focus on document generation. And with our tool, you can automatically generate documents from D365 CE, from FO, from BC, from SharePoint, from Power Automate, like any of the Microsoft platforms you can imagine. And it allows business users to save a lot of time, and it allows IT people to save a lot on programming. You will see a lot of that during the session. And well, in the last 3 years, I've had a lot of, like, I was part of a lot of projects that were around document generation, and I saw a lot of the pain points. And one of them definitely was about collaboration, and exactly also like the current times we're facing, collaboration becomes more and more important, effectively using Microsoft Teams, not needing to switch from one window to another all the time from all the other systems. So I'm happy to introduce you today, like what's our solution for document automation, also for collaboration, how to foster that within Dynamics. So I don't know what, like the audience today, what technologies you're using, but technically, so our demo, the most part of today will be a live demo, and then I will be showing something from CE, FO, BC, and also SharePoint. So I hope there will be something for everyone. Good, and I see that now it's noon. Well, at least where I'm at. For most people, it might be 10 in the morning or 11, but I think it's time to start. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. I'm going to turn off the camera for now. If you have questions anytime during the session, please feel free to post them, and otherwise I'll leave some time at the end as well for answering your questions.
Thank you, Lisa, and looking forward to your session.
Thank you. So you should be able to see my presentation now, my PowerPoint. So before we get started and before we start with the content, just wanted to say that we really love the D365 community. Like, we've been part of so many meetups now, of so many sessions. Like this one in London, we even got a chance to meet Darth Vader, which was really, really cool. And actually the last event that was possible to have in person, that was great to meet the community there. Then we were part in Munich, like I think that was 2018. Back then, that was also a really great event. We were in Brussels last year. We took part in the Dublin event. We also were in Zurich, and then that's in Munich as well, and also in Amsterdam was this one. So we're always happy to be part of the community, that we can contribute a little bit of what we do, and hopefully give you some ideas on how to solve some challenges of document automation. And when we look at those pictures, a few of them have something in common. Here we see a Star Wars Lego. Here we see a Lego. And down there we see a Lego and smiling people on there. So what it means is that we always give out prizes, and we always give out a Lego as a prize. And we also do that for today. So you can win one of those Lego sets, and that will be in the prize draw among all the attendees. And I think Russ knows more details about that, how you can receive it, but it will be among all the attendees that you can win a Lego set. But so much about that. Let's look at what we're gonna focus on in today's session. So first of all, we're gonna start with an introduction on document automation, like why do we need it, what are the challenges, and how can you solve them? And of course, I'll introduce you to Docs42 so that you know what we're actually doing. And then I will do a lot of live demos. So I will generate a sales proposal from Teams, also sales quote. I will show you the template design and how you can collaborate on that. FO documents from Microsoft Teams, some SharePoint documents will be there as well. And then I could also show you BC if there's enough time. This will not be from Teams, but also to show you that it's possible with Docs42 as well. And then, of course, questions and answers. Great, so let's get started. What are structured documents? So Docs42 and document automation is there that's needed for structured documents. So basically you within your company, within your organization, you would be using various systems where you store all different kind of information. That might be Teams, and in the background it might be the SharePoint, like SharePoint list integration. That might be Dynamics CE, BC, that might be FO, but also SQL databases or Excel documents. That's where many companies store their information. And then based on that information, every day a lot of documents need to be generated. That could be, for example, invoices, that could be job confirmations, that could be emails, that could be sales presentations. Here we have a sales quote, a sales report, a lot of documents that are generated in companies on a daily basis. Documents are so essential. However, in our experience, for a lot of companies, document generation is a really big pain point. And let's have a look at how document generation looks like in real business life. So in a lot of companies, in a lot of cases, it's done by copy pasting. I'm also guilty of that copy pasting. I've done that in the past, and it's actually our biggest competitor because it's flexible and individual. It's a lot of what customers are doing. However, if you need to generate, for example, 10, 15, 20 documents a day, it's really cumbersome. It takes a lot of time. It's costly because a person, like a human resource, costs a lot of time if they have to focus on copy pasting, and it's slow and it's only 9 to 5, and it can be really frustrating for business users to generate the documents like that. Then there are companies that do some automation, and that's usually done with macros, VBA, with apps. That is as well flexible and individual, and you have automation there. And you start reducing errors, because if you're copy pasting, errors occur. It's just a statistical necessity. It happens to all of us. When you're using a macro, it doesn't happen really anymore, or not in that large scale. But you still have low numbers on the document generation. It's only client-based once again. It's 9 to 5. And the problem is, if the person that has set up the macro leaves your company, who's going to take care of that? Like, there you might run into big troubles if the one that set up the macro is not there anymore to help you update and work with it. And then there is big automation scenarios, like the standard SSIS reports. Like, for example, the ones of you that are working with finance operations are surely familiar with with SSIS reports. You have server-side automation for your documents, so you can create tons of invoices, for example. With that, it runs 24/7 and you have high performance. However, it's not flexible and individual anymore. So first of all, the documents are not appealing. You can't really work really nice on a nice corporate identity, on a nice looking document. So they're ugly, and just doing some updates, changing something. For example, if your logo changes, that means a lot of programming. It's costly again, it takes a lot of time, and then for the business users, it's not really satisfying to have, in the end, to still not have a document that's nice looking. And also data integration, that's also a big challenge there, because like Microsoft is like focusing on like the common data service. They're focusing on a platform approach. So for example, you have some data within that you store in your CRM, but also some data which you store in FO, and you might want to integrate them within your documents, but it's hardly ever possible with the standard tools, so you can't really integrate other data sources. So all of those three are really struggles that companies face on a daily basis when it comes to document creation. Then there are some possibilities on the Microsoft platform. There are some technical options. So if we start with Microsoft Office or Microsoft 365, what it's called nowadays, like with Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, it is standalone and flexible, and it's also no code, and you can design attractive documents. But once again, you can't have many data sources, and the server-side automation goes missing. Same for the mail merge. It's no code, it's flexible, but again, document design or the adoption of many data sources is missing. And it goes like all the way down, where you have some advantages, but then, for example, for the SQL Server reporting, there's always a lot of like programming involved. which you need to do to set up and change your documents. And like with Docs42, we've developed a solution where on the one hand, it's possible to create like in a standalone way, flexible and individually documented in an attractive design, and you have the server-side automation as well. And I'm going to introduce that to you within my live demos today. Good, then to put a little bit into context of Docs42 and the document generation. So we, in our experience, when it comes to document automation, there are three parties involved. So that's usually the IT, that's the business, and then there's marketing. The IT is there, they know about the data integration. Where do I have my data stored? Is it in CE? Is it in FO, BC? Am I using Power Automate? All of that. But the business and the marketing, like the business knows about the content that should be in the document, that know about some certain condition, like for example, if we take legal documents, like a certain paragraph should be included, should not be included. And then the marketing knows about the corporate identity, about the logo, because we shouldn't forget that documents are a way of communicating to our customers. So it's important that we have the corporate identity in our visual CI also visible on our documents. In most approaches, it's not really possible to put all three of them together on a table and to work on a document generation project. We with Docs42, our mission is to empower the business user, and that's done with our document design within Microsoft Office, so Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. So business users can easily adjust and design templates, and the IT is in the background doing all the data structures. Like that, everyone focus on their main expertise and the core areas, and everyone should be happy in the end. That's at least our philosophy. Good, then Docs42, so we really focus on document generation. We are a company, we're founded in Vienna. We have our headquarters in Vienna, and we work with around 355 customers at the moment, and we have 85 partners worldwide that are implementing our document generation solution with our customers. As I mentioned, the document design for us is very important, that it's intuitive. So it's a Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, and then the flexible integration. So integration within Teams, Dynamics, SharePoint, all the Dynamics platform is possible, and also the document output possible in various different formats. Down here you can see some of our reference customers. We operate in nearly every industry, and we have customers of all different sizes. Need to know. Good, and then just two examples of how our customers are using Docs42. Like for example, ABB, they are using Docs42 in their global sales and services platform. So they generate all the service reports with Docs42. They have like these huge machines, and if something happens to the machines, if there's an error, a service employee goes there, they have an iPad with them, to take some pictures, to do some notes, that is uploaded to Dynamics 365 CE, and then afterwards they are generating a presentation, like a service report with Docs42 that's integrating data from CE and also from that service report, and also those pictures the employees made live at the customer's premises. Other examples is offers, orders, invoices, project management reports, contracts, and so on. Nearly any document, structured document you could think of. The second scenario I'm just going to briefly introduce is the Rewe Group in Germany, and they are doing all their internal orders with Docs42. They have an NAV system in the background, and they generate all the order documents. So everything you can purchase in a Rewe supermarket in Germany was ordered with the Docs42 document in the background. So that's just a few of the examples that are possible with Docs42. And then what we will also see in the live demo today, but to give you an introduction here as well, this is our template design, how it looks like. So you can really easily design your templates within Microsoft Office. And then you can see a lot of blue fields here. Those are the Docs42 data fields, the placeholders, so to say. And we can see that we can integrate textual data into our documents, but we can also, of course, integrate pictures. There are dynamic graphs, for example, that are integrated. And down here, we have some tables that expand automatically, so dynamic tables, so to say. That's also really important in a lot of documents, for example, in invoices, in sales orders, sales quotes, which I'll show you in a live demo in a second as well. So that's the document design, and here the generated document. And then, very importantly, the data integration that comes from can come from various sources without programming. So, for example, our sales quote of today, we take the customer data from CRM, from CE, but then we also have some more information about the project which we want to integrate into the quote that's coming from SharePoint. So you can always integrate various data sources one with each other into one document. Good. Then the data integration, of course, very importantly, is done without any programming. Even, for example, if you automate documents that are based on SSIS reports from FO, the design within Word with Docs42 is completely done without programming. And then within Microsoft Word, you connect to your data sources, and then in the second step, you just simply drag and drop them into your document. So we really want to make it easy for the customers to use Docs42 and to design and work on their templates. Good. Then what we use as a powerful tool in between, so never underestimate the power of Excel. I know a lot of people and a lot of companies are still using Excel, and we do as well. So for example, we have some graphs in Excel, and we can make them dynamic, for example, with data from CE. So we have some sales data, we make them dynamic, we initialize it with our graphs in Excel, and then afterwards we integrate those graphics back into our documents with and then they change the look depending on which data you gave at the time of generation. So that's another possibility. So it's really powerful. So you have a lot of powerful options on how you can make really documents that add value automatically. QR codes, barcodes are another big topic. For example, on invoices with Docs42, you can also integrate them, and we have like 20 or 30 different ones in the standard. And if anyone from Switzerland is joining, they have introduced the Swiss QR code now, and that's of course also possible to generate with Docs42. And then the output management, very important, and we will see a lot of that in the live demo now today. So of course you can generate documents with the standard Office outputs. It can also of course be PDF, and then you can store, for example, documents automatically back to a Microsoft Teams channel, which will do that. It can be a SharePoint channel. You can generate your document and send it out via email. You could generate draft emails, signing with DocuSign, no problem at all. So we provide a lot of flexibility there. And if the standard functionalities are not enough for you, there's even also the possibilities to always have some custom output management, to have some custom output action where you can, for example, generate a document and put it in your own archiving system. So we try to be as open as possible and as flexible as possible so that Docs42 fits exactly your needs and your scenario. Good. And then the cloud, of course. So Docs42, the server is available on premise, but of course also online. We integrate with all the cloud platform, all the cloud tools, and we're using Azure Active Directory impersonation. So all the security, of course, Microsoft is AAD compliant. You can always see who generated the documents. No data is ever visible on the server, and you have 100,000 documents included per month. So I hope your scenario is invoices, because if you have 100,000 invoices a month, that would be a nice thing to do. Good. And then Docs42 and MS Power Automate, of course, that's possible too. We also integrate with that. automatically, whenever an update is done, the documents are generated. I'm going to show that live to you today as well. And yeah, that was the theory part. Let's jump into the live demo. And I've prepared a lot for today's live demo for you today. So of course, we're going to do all of that within Microsoft Teams. And I'm just first going to start with a sales proposal and then with a sales quote. That will integrate data from CE and from SharePoint. Next, I will show you the template design and how you can collaborate on that, how that's possible. Then how you can also use SO in Teams. Then I've also prepared a short demo of how you can also use SharePoint data for HR documents from Teams. And then in the end, if there's enough time, I can also show you VC document generation, how that's working. Good. And to set into context my scenario of today, so to give a little bit of an idea, the scenario, so we have a sales team, and there's the sales team manager, Selina, and then there's the account manager, Claudius. They are working on an opportunity. Their company is Solar Panels Deluxe, Solar Power Deluxe, and they're selling solar panels, so really complex products, which require a lot of information to be sent when you send an offer to your customer. Then there's Michaela. She's the customer. She's interested in our products, in our solar panels, and she wants to receive first a sales proposal, so she gets an overview and can discuss it internally, and then later on a sales quote, of course. And then, so let's get back to Claudius and Selina. How do they manage like the data and like how do they capture the information of Michaela's project? Of course, they're using D365 CE. This is where they store the opportunity. This is where they store the quote, all of that information there. Then, since I mentioned that it's quite a complex project, they are, of course, also using SharePoint in the background. So all the whole sales team can work within the SharePoint as well. They're uploading all relevant documents that are necessary for the project in there. And then to collaborate one another, because, of course, they're at the moment, they've been working from home office as well. They need to keep in touch about the project. Everything should be in one central place. They are using Microsoft Teams. And then they are also using Docs42. And with Docs42, they are generating the sales proposal and the sales quote, and then send it via email automatically to Michaela Mitarbeiter, first the PowerPoint and then also the PDF. And they do that all within Microsoft Teams. And let me show you now how that actually works. So I'm going to jump into my Teams now. I'm just going to refresh to make sure everything's live. And here I have my sales team in here, and I can start chatting something, and I can say, so for example, I would be Claudius for today. I will say, hi, it's Selina. I'm generating. If it wasn't a Saturday today, Selina surely would reply, but she's off, she's enjoying her weekend, so no reply today. So I'm just gonna give a like myself. Good, but what Claudius, or me in that case, is doing right now, he wants to generate the sales proposal, and he doesn't need to leave Teams for that. So he just goes in here to his solar panels proposal tab, which is a D365 CE tab, and which includes all the information. In that case, it's an opportunity about the project, about Michaela's project. So here we can see it's Michaela. Here she's the customer. That's her email address. We have the current situation, which we specified in here, like the customer need and so on. If we look at the product line items, so that's what we're going to propose to the customer. We have 3 products here, so the panel holder, battery, and the solar panel, and all the information that's relevant for our scenario. Now, Claudius wants to generate the presentation, and all he's doing now is he goes to generate proposals up here, and then he says generate PowerPoint. And now Docs42 is generating a PowerPoint presentation with including all the information about the proposal, and in that case we'll return it to us in our browser up here. So if I open that one, we have a presentation that was generated just with one click. I'm going to go in presenters mode, and we can see this is for Adventure CO. That's the company for Michaela. Michaela is the customer name. And then here we have some forward. We have our products integrated. Here we have some pictures. So this is Claudia's picture. This is actually coming from SharePoint. This picture is also coming from a SharePoint data source. I'm going to show that to you later in the template, how that worked. And up here we have a logo that's coming from CE. If we go further down, we have some reference customers with logo coming from CE. We have the situation that's specified down here, the current situation, need and the proposed solution coming from CE. So the text up here is coming from CE, and the picture down here is coming from SharePoint. The products are in here. So we have some pictures, we have a table in here exactly with the quantity and the prices, and even a discount field is added here, panel holder, the battery, all of that's integrated, some technical specifications. So we have a PowerPoint slide added on how to actually insert those, on how to actually install the solar power. And that was actually a separate PowerPoint slide that was stored on SharePoint. That was really integrated into the presentation I've generated just now. And here, contact site of Claudius with a QR code and with some pictures there. That's how the presentation looks like, and Claudius just had to click one button to get this presentation personalized for Michaela generated. Let's say he really likes that presentation, so he goes back, he's done with the preview. He could also generate a PDF if he wanted to, but let's say he really liked it, so he's sending it straight away to Michaela. So he clicked on send email, and now Docs42 is generating the presentation again, and will send it as an email to Michaela Mitarbeiter. So she will receive an email with a nice text, personalized text done by Claudius Cloud, and the presentation in the attachment. So if we have a look at Michaela's inbox, then we can see, hello Michaela, like here for Adventure CO. So the email body, of course, is personalized. The picture is there as well from Claudius. This is because the email body, the email text, was also a Docs42 Word template. So there was a Word template, and in the attachment, once again, we can find the presentation that's sent to Michaela. And of course, what's really cool in here, because because Claudius and his manager Selina, they have to keep having the overview of what has happened and what Claudius has done and sent out to the customer. So what has happened here, if I go back to my general overview, this email was also sent to my Teams channel. So everyone can see I've generated my presentation, and that was sent to Michaela. Here you can see that's exactly how we specified it in my template, and we can even download the original email. And then, let's say Michaela really liked it, so she just replies and says, yeah, this is and me good. Michaela can just do that and sending the email, and with that she also replied to the Teams channel. So we have the Teams channel included here, and then everyone can always see the customer communication. So really everyone's up to date and can collaborate, and everyone could take on at that point. So it's great. Please send me a quote. She wants to have the quote. Good. So the next step after the proposal is to generate the quote. That happens in a very similar scenario. So I go to my solar panels tab which is the D365 CE quote in that regard. And as I mentioned, so here again, we have the 3 products, we have the customer information and so on. But as I mentioned before, solar panels are quite, I had just received a notification that my network connection is bad, but I hope you can still hear me well. If not, please shout or send something in the chat. Back to the scenario. So our solar panels, they're quite complex. So we have our 3 products in here, but to send a quote, it's not enough to just include those 3 products without any further explanation. It's just not enough. So usually for such complex products or projects, a whole team is involved, the whole project team. There might be someone from sales, of course, involved, like for example, Claudius. Then there might be someone like a technician involved that's actually calculating how much it will cost and how many hours it would be to install the solar panels at the customer's premises. Then there might be someone from marketing involved, really looking to make a special offer for the customer. So there's usually a big team involved. And how can we collaborate also here within Microsoft Teams on that? So what we've done is, so have a look here. Here we have our quote ID, that's the name. And what we've done is that we've set up a folder within SharePoint that has exactly the same quote ID. And of course, since Teams integrates with SharePoint, we can open that directly from here, from our Teams tab. Then we have the quote modules, and this is my folder. And within that folder, my whole team was able to upload all the documents that are relevant for the project that should be included in the quote. For example, we have a project plan, we have an Excel document up here. This is the technician that actually just notes down how much it would cost to integrate the to install the solar panels. He said 12 hours to show you that it's live data. I'm gonna say this is 15 hours, which is needed. So that's the one. Then the next one is a cover letter. So someone from marketing really wants the quote to look appealing for the customer, give some information if they have a lot of sunshine hours. So they've uploaded a Word document. Then there's again the solar presentation, a PowerPoint slide, so that explains how to connect everything. That should be part of the quote of the offering as well. And then we have a small advertisement for marketing that if the customer purchases within 7 days, they'll get a special discount. So all of that information is relevant for our scenario. And now me as the salesperson, I just go back to my solar panels, to my tab. I know that my team has prepared everything. Everything's ready to go. I now need to generate the quote, and I'm going to do that in the same way. I'm just going to go generate documents, and then I'm going to go on return PDF quote. I'm going to do that. Oh, wait, no, what I'll do is, because I want to have everyone involved knowing what is happening, I'm generating the quote and I'm going to store it automatically to my Teams channel. So once again, everyone's in the loop on what is actually happening and that I've set up my quote. And we will then see within the quote, which I'm going to open in a second, that we will for once have those my data here from my quote inserted, like the discount and the product, but we'll also have the other documents inserted. And where do I find my generated document now? Up here in my sales quotes tab. This is where we specified it that it should be saved. And here I have my quote for the solar panels that was generated just now by me, because we're using Azure Active Directory. So then I know that this was generated by me. And if I open my quote document, I can see my document here. So we have my customer data. Here is my first Word document that was inserted. If I scroll down, I have a table in here. I have my Excel file, which we've seen, which is now 15 hours. So you see that it was live data that was integrated. And further down here, I have my PowerPoint presentation and also my Word document inserted. And once again, me as the end user, I just had to click one button. However, I see there's something I don't like. So I see I have the sales quote 4. First of all, this is in red. And secondly, it doesn't contain the customer name. So I want to change and adjust it. And I'm not doing that within my generated document because I could have generated a Word document, but I wanted to set that up in my template so that if I'm generating documents in future, I can be sure that everything is in orange and that always the customer name is integrated. So I'm going to close that and I'm going to work on my template now. And with Docs42, you can store your templates within SharePoint Online. And in our case, also, you can call them from Microsoft Teams. And for example, you could set up a team, a new Teams channel, where only the people have access to that have the rights to set up and work on the templates. And I have the access and rights to it. So I go to Templates Designer. And here I have 3 tabs where I have all my different templates stored. And here I have my CRM sales templates. And here's my library with all the templates I have available. And one of them is my sales quote. So I can open that one. And now it opens my Word template, my Docs42 Word template. And then, for example, I could already start and adjust my template here and the coloring here within Teams, but I'm going to open it in my desktop app. So the whole, the full functionality is always available in the desktop app. So this is downloading now directly from Teams, opening from Teams. I just need to quickly, because it's downloading my Word template and also the connection. And this comes from SharePoint. And now here I have my template. And instead of all the data which we've seen before, we see a lot of blue data fields. And if I click on one blue data field, on the right-hand side, my Data Field Explorer opens. And I can see exactly where my data comes from. So in that case, it's a field called name that's coming from my D365 CE data source called organizations. If I go here, I can say it's also called name, but this is coming from SharePoint, and this is a type Word document, so it should be inserted as a Word document. Good, and how do I insert now new fields? So I know that I want the customer name here, and that's coming from organizations, and then I just simply double click, and now I have my customer name inserted. And here this is orange, the rest is red. I want to have it red, orange as well, so I just mark it, and then it will be orange. So we can see here everything is orange, and I'm just making sure that all is orange. So I just need my format painter. So all the formatting is done like really the way how you used to do it within Microsoft Office. Good, but before I explain you some more, let me quickly locally generate that presentation, the document. So if I go to Docs42, here I have all my functionalities for designing my templates, and I can also locally generate. So I click on generate here, go on OK, and now Docs42 is connecting in the background with AAD, and now it's asking me which quote document I want to generate. So it pulls me all the live data from my CE. I say it's the solar panels, and then I click generate, and now it will return my document here within Word, and it will include the name as well, and the 4 is orange instead of red in our case. Great, we can see that, and I'm going to view the documents side by side so we can see a little bit better what has happened. So here, this block up here with all my data fields, we've seen that they've turned into the address block. Or down here, this one field turned into the Word document. Or if we scroll further down, here we have our table. And here we have 3 lines because we have 3 products. But here in the ready, in the template, we see that we only have 1 line with data fields. And this is how we set up a dynamic table. We work with repeated sections. And here we have a repeated sections that's always marked with this sign. If I go on automated range, I can see it says, okay, so everything within my range here should be repeated for all data that comes from the data source order information. In our case, it was 3 rows, 3 products. That's why we have 3 lines in here. What we can also see in the tables that you can work with conditions. Like for example, here we have in the template, we have freight, but in the generated document, we don't have a freight field. So here's a condition marked with that question mark. And if I go on automate range, I can see, okay, this whole line will only be inserted if the freight amount is not empty in the dynamic CE. Apparently it was empty, so it wasn't integrated. If we scroll further down, if I just double click, I see this is my Excel data source where this is coming from. Or down here, if I just have a click, here I can see that I've integrated a PowerPoint presentation. Good. That's my template, and I'm just gonna close that one. I don't want to save that. And of course, to also show you where you insert those data sources, that's done in the data map. And here we see all my data sources I have available. I've mentioned in the beginning that we can integrate with any Dynamics platform, also with any other systems. So you can see if you had like SQL, you could integrate them Excel, web services, SharePoint, XML, JSON, and then of course CE, FO, BC, and also SAP in case someone's using that. And if we have a look, for example, here on my sales quote input, I can connect either with the username or password, or I can connect with Azure Active Directory. In our case, we're working with the config file. So I have my information, I click on connect, I have successfully connected, and then I could choose my entity, which is the quote entity in my case, my quote. And wait, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to delete anything. And here I can just simply select the fields I want to have available. And then I can always have a preview on what data is actually returned to me and what I can then pull into my document. Good. And once I've set that up, once I've saved that, I have all my data sources available here on the site. And that's how the template design looks like. And the cool thing is I'm closing that now. So I've updated my template, and it has also automatically updated here within my teams. So if I go back to my sales, and if I then go to my solar panels, and I now say, I'm going to regenerate the document, but beforehand, I'm also going to change the discount. 20% is a bit much. And let's say I'm going to give them 10% discount. I'm just going to save that. And then I'm regenerating my document. So I go to generate documents. So I have a lot of options here available still. Like, for example, I could generate it and then attach it to an entity. I could just return a docx document, or I say I want to return a draft email. I want to generate a draft email with the new sales quote in the attachment. That's possible as well. And we will see that the new template is already live. I say keep. And then here I have a draft email. Of course, that's all personalized as well, because this was a Docs42 Word template too that was generated as an email. And in the attachment, I have my sales quote document for Adventure CO, so everything in orange and the name included. And if I look down here, we have a 10% discount. And one more cool thing about that scenario, while I've done that, if I go now to my sales quotes, a flow was also triggered in the background. Microsoft Power Automate was triggered, as soon as I changed the discount to 10%, it regenerated my document and stored it here within my library. And here I have my 10% discount added here. So anytime you do some adjustments or changing to your quote, you can always be sure that the current document, the latest document with all the changes is saved. Good, and that's that scenario. Just, of course, to also show you all of this is possible with Microsoft Teams, but you don't necessarily have to use Teams for that. So you can also open that one from your Dynamics CE, from your browser, no problem at all. And you can also generate your documents independently from CE here as well within your browser. So here we have it returned. That was done without Teams. And then, of course, also your templates and your documents are also all available within SharePoint. If you, for whatever reason, don't use Teams yet or don't want to use it in that regard, it's possible independent as well. Good. And that's our scenario with CE. Then my second scenario, like, for example, imagine Michaela was like super happy with everything and she went ahead with the purchase and now she receives an invoice that's coming from FO. And the invoice was generated from finance and operations, but with Docs42, once again, you can store your documents within your teams. So then we have our channel here as well in our Teams channel, sales channel. We have another tab for sales invoices FO, and then we have the saved invoice that was actually generated from FO. But let me show you a live example of that as well, coming from FO, that you can actually see that we've really generated it with there. I have my FO open here, and I'm not, for that purpose, for that demonstration, I'm not going to do the sales invoice, but I'm going to generate a vendor sheet. Let's say for my vendor here, I want to generate a sheet for them. So I'm here within my finance and operations, and then I go here, I say I want to have my vendor overview with Docs42. Here I could choose what should be my medium, what do I want. I say, okay, print my report to SharePoint with that name and in a file format PDF. I say, okay. And in our case, now we're within finance and operations, so we have FO data. The report has been successfully printed. So now I have a look back into my sales invoice FO channel here within Teams, and I can see my vendor sheet has been generated. But once again, I see something I don't like. My template data is in red, so I want to adjust that. And also here it's the same story. I can go and open my FO templates here within Microsoft Teams. Here I have my vendor fact sheet, and I can simply adjust it. And there's no SSRS, there's no coding, nothing required. I just go here and I update it here, even in the browser app. I make sure that it's saved, that it's updated. So I'm just double checking. Oh, that was the wrong template. So I'm just double checking that it's really black here. So then I go back to my FO. And then here I can go once again on one vendor Docs42. That should be saved. I go on OK. The report is printed. It's processing the request. And then in a second, we will have it returned as a PDF with the black data back to our SharePoint with the updated template. And by the way, in that template from FO, we're using entity data. So this is really independent from an SSRS report. We have in the sales invoice example, which I can't show you today, but which we also have, we're using data from an SSRS report, but the whole design is in Microsoft Office. So, okay, now we have our presentation effect. So I'm just gonna try once again, if it allows me to regenerate in the Docs 42. Maybe I'm just gonna go print on screen for the second, so it returns it to my screen, the document. And then we should have it here. If it allows me to. Okay, looks like for whatever reason it doesn't allow me to, but you can believe me that you've seen it with CE before, that it also works with finance and operations data. Good, and then I have a few minutes left. I said I've prepared a lot for you. I know it's a lot of demos and a lot of scenarios, but I want to show you that also, for example, if you have a scenario where you're not using any of the Dynamics platform, where you're just using data from SharePoint, for example, that's also possible to generate with Docs 42 and from Microsoft Teams. Like, for example, here we have our employee list. And here we have a SharePoint library, and I say I want to generate a list with the performance of all my team members. Then I just go here on Docs 42. So this is actually a Docs 42 app, a Docs 42 SharePoint app, which we've launched. And then here I have my possibilities. I could say open a PDF list for my employees, open a PowerPoint, store my PowerPoint back to Teams. I'm just going to say open PDF list. So it's returning it to my browser here in a second. And here I have a PDF list of all my employees generated from Microsoft Teams. If I say, for example, I want to have this sorted, the highest achievers should be up. I want to include everything, but I'm not going to include the Dr. Cloud because he just reached 50%. I'm going to generate once again. And then here we can see that now everything is in one order. The document is generated, in our case, returned back to my screen. But of course, this could also have been saved back to Microsoft Teams. So it really allows you to collaborate on any document generation needs you have. It allows you to work together with the templates designers to collaborate and to chat with how their templates should be looking, should be updated, what's happening in a project. It really gives an overview of what really happens, and you don't need to have any manual effort to generate your documents, and you can do that all within Microsoft Teams. I see that we have a few minutes left, so also to quickly show you, because I mentioned that we can also do BC beforehand, I'll just quickly show you how the document generation works from there, because I know that usually at the D365 events we have a lot of BC users too. So I'm just gonna go quickly to my BC demo environment, and I'm gonna show you generate a document from here. Here I have my jobs page. And what I'll also do here is I have my reports, and then I'm gonna show you how a report looks like in the standard if it's done with BC and without Docs 42. So if I go and preview job quote, I'm gonna get a report returned that looks like this. It's really not nice looking. I have like a table here, like the font is like really super old school, no logos. It's just not an appealing document, but this is going to be sent out to the customer. So this is how it works in the standard. But if you work with Docs 42, you also just select it here, go to Docs42 Action, say that Docs42 should generate the job quote. And now Docs42 is generating it and also will return it back to my screen, and we will see in a second that it's a much nicer looking document. So here we have some pictures integrated. So, and that's exactly the same data set we're using in the background. Here we have pictures, the whole team that's working on the project is integrated. Here we have our table that's nicer looking. Actually, this table down here comes with data from CE. So we've integrated BC data and CE data. And then further down here, we even have in landscape mode, we have a floor plan. And something small, but something I would maybe like to adjust because I don't really like what I see here is I could open my PowerPoint from here. And then I could just simply move my chair. I'm saving that. And then I'm regenerating my job quote. And then we will see that we have everyone sitting on the table, and we have the chair integrated here. So, and then down here again in portrait mode, the general terms of and conditions inserted. Great. So that's all the live demos. I know a lot of content for you today, and let's recap a little bit on what I've shown you today and what's possible with Docs42. So basically the document automation, it solves a lot of challenges. It allows you to generate intelligent, high quality documents, because we shouldn't forget documents are a way of communicating with our customers, and we're generating so many documents each day. They should be intelligent and high quality. Then it saves you a lot of time and it allows you to collaborate, especially now in times where everyone's like dispersed, sitting in home office, sitting somewhere else. It really allows you to keep the overview also of your documents that are generated and what has happened within the project. The design is in Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, also for your FO documents where you would be using a lot of code for SSIS usually in the background, all done in Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and every business user is enabled to generate the documents themselves or to update the documents themselves. You get a lot of flexibility with all the different data sources you can integrate and where you can trigger it from. Then your corporate identity is very individual, so you can always make sure to have appealing and nice looking documents in your CI, even in your emails. And then we're following the Microsoft and ERP trends. As I've mentioned in the beginning, Microsoft is following that platform approach that you can use data from FO and from CE. And companies have both. And with Docs42, you don't need a separate document generation tool for each application. You can do it with just one. And yeah, questions and answer time for that, of course. And before we come to that, of course, feel free to put your questions in there. I just want to have two more announcements. We're global community partners, so we will be there at the next events as well on July 25, August 8th, and also in October. For the next documents, we would be happy if you joined us there as well. And before I come and answer the questions, I have prepared one more thing. So here are my contact details. Here's my LinkedIn, which you can scan, of course. And then I have a really cool statement of Darth Vader. Let's see what he says. So if Darth Vader said it, let's maybe take it forward. Good. And I can see, so feel free, if you have questions, please feel free to post them now. Otherwise, reach out to me anytime later on, add me on LinkedIn, send me a message. We'll be happy to discuss your scenario, show you some more personalized demos maybe, and you can always have a free trial with Docs42 for 30 days. A demo, of course, is possible too. And yeah, also don't forget that you can win the Lego, which I've mentioned in the beginning. So yeah, thank you definitely from my side.
Thank you, Lisa. And as Lisa mentioned, please make sure to fill in that form. The link has been posted on the Teams. So if you would like to win a prize, a nice Lego, please make sure you fill in that form to add yourself into the prize draw.
Okay.
I'm just monitoring chat window. We haven't got any more question, but if you do have any question, maybe afterwards, please feel free to post it in chat window and we will be happy to pass it over to Lisa. But as you know, Docs 42 is a very strong product, does the document automation and data integration, and now it tightly works with Microsoft Teams as well. So that was a brilliant demo. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much as well. And thank you for the feedback that just came into the chat. Happy that you enjoyed it.
Excellent. So now we got a minute to go, and next session is coming up from Jayakumar Balasubramaniam. It's about increased productivity with the handshake between Power BI, Azure DevOps, Microsoft Teams. To be honest, personally, I do use Microsoft Teams a lot along with Azure DevOps. Every time I do, get CI/CD pipelines built, we get the feedback into the Teams with the statuses, and it's really helpful in day-to-day. When you have multiple CI/CD pipelines are running. Just to confirm, without further ado, Jayakumar, are you online?
Yeah. Hi.
Excellent. Hi. Do you want to share your screen?
Can you hear me?
And we can kickstart.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. We can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear as well. I'm just going to start recording. Just before you start, for everyone's information, we are recording these sessions. This event is live on YouTube. Make sure you look out for Powerthon YouTube channel, and you could be able to browse plenty of other previous events as well and watch videos offline. So without further ado, over to you, Jayakumar.
Just to mention that there's an echo with your voice. Yeah.
Can I start?
Yep. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the intro. So hi guys. So today we are going to see how we are going to improve the productivity with the help of the three great powerful tools like Power BI, DevOps, Microsoft Teams. So all these tools playing a major role in recent days in all over the place. So let's see how we can integrate each together and how we can be more productive in these quarantine times. So this is my basic introduction, about me myself. I'm working as a product lead at Supply. So I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and a certified developer and a C# Kernel MEP. So here are my contact details, so you can contact me for any queries. So let's get into the session. So this is going to be our agenda for today. So we'll be seeing what is the Azure DevOps analytics services and how we can integrate the Azure DevOps with Power BI, and what are the different ways that we can get in our data into the Power BIs from DevOps, and how we are going to integrate that with Teams. So that's how we are going to cover all the three together. So Azure DevOps Analytics Service. So Analytics Service, it's nothing but a reporting service, the platform that is inbuilt in Azure DevOps. So Azure DevOps, as you know, that it not only mean to run our development and operational things like using CI/CD purposes, it is a complete a complete project management tool. So you can maintain all your tasks, all your bugs, and you can track the statuses, and you can get the intuitive reports, everything from Azure DevOps that is possible. So what it does is, so the analytics service, it just automatically pulls in the data from the DevOps data that we are working on our work items, like either it's a task or it is any issues or it's a bug, and it will generate great data for us. So this analytics service is generally available now for all the organization whoever is using the Azure DevOps. And coming to Power BI integration, so integrating this Azure DevOps with Power BI is still in preview. So most of the tenants who have enabled the preview feature will have this functionality enabled onto them. So that's how before it gets released. So let's get on to how it's going to help us. So that's how we are going to see here. So in general, Azure DevOps Analytics Service, as you see, it's a great tool to help to run a project for the project manager, so that so they will be able to easily get their burn down charts and cumulative charts and burn up charts, everything. So how the process is moving on, how the task status is, how many tasks are processed on day-to-day basis. So this analytics service give a great intuitive reports. But the thing is, even though we have these kind of reports, it is not customizable. So we can add our own widgets, but still, if you want to generate your own report in a defined way that your customer expects or your company expects, there is there our Power BI plays a great role. So as of now in our analytics service, so these are the data that are available to generate the analytics. For example, you can use create boards, data from the boards like any work items, like task bugs like that, and any build related information, any release related information, and the test plans if you have planned any test plans, or your repository code related information, and any publish artifacts if you have involved. These are the 6 major sections that you can get the data in your Azure DevOps Analytics services. So we will have some hands-on demos for at the end of the session, so you'll be get some better understanding. So basic now the Power BI integration. So it is it's just nothing but a report which we can generate any Power BI. You can generate any type of report based on your needs. So in just by using out-of-the-box options, there are a lot of integrations available to pull in your data, and now DevOps is being a part of it. And which is still in the preview. To start with our Power BI integration with Azure DevOps, we need these prerequisites, like we need a Power BI desktop with the October 2018 latest updated version, which has the Azure DevOps preview version available. And we need to have the required permissions to access the analytics services into another system called Power BI. So since that deals with your project related data, you need to have either at least view permission on those analytics services. You need to be a project team member of that project. And you need to be aware of that how you can build your reports in Power BI. Like there are a lot of options. It's a great tool. So and you need to be aware that what are the Power BI options that are available. So now coming to this, what are the ways that we can pull in our data into the Power BI using from the Azure DevOps? So there are 3 main areas that we can use to bring in the data into the Power BI, like connecting using either the OData queries. So as you are a developer, so you know that OData queries are a great tool, so that we can filter our data on the go in the URL, and we can get in only the required data into the Power BI. So that's the best approach to go with this Power BI integration with Azure DevOps, because it gets only the required data. It no need to load the data every time. And also the second one is connecting using the default connectors. So connectors in the sense, as if you're aware of like Power Apps and Logic Apps kind of things, from a single app, you could be able to connect to any platforms. Likewise in Power BI also, we should be able to connect to any of the data sources, like either SQL or Excel or SharePoint. Like that, now we have a separate connector for Azure DevOps. So in Azure DevOps, there is a connector available, and the one thing to note here is in Azure DevOps connector, we should be able to pull in only the work items for now, since that's in the preview version. You won't be able to pull in all these 6 data sources in your Azure DevOps in Power BI. but pretty much that is also fine. So you'll be able to get your all the work items in the sense. So it will give you all the tasks or bugs and what is the status, who it is assigned to, and how long it takes going to complete. These kind of data is available. And the next one is OData feed connector. The feed connector, it is best advisable to use if your project is a small project and you are going to have only very limited amount of data, because if you are going to consider this for the very large project with dealing with the multiple work items, so that's going to affect your performance over here. Okay, so we have seen that what is the required prerequisite to build the data in Power BI, and now going to Teams, what you need in Teams. Since that is another third big factor that we are dealing now. What are the permissions that you need, and what are the things you need to be ready within your Teams to use these Power BI reports? The first thing is you need to have a Power BI Pro license. So I guess you'll be getting it with IFI, or else your Power BI report has to be generated with the Power BI Premium option in it with that license. So these two things you need to have as in a license perspective. So then only if you create a report and you add it in your team, your users will be able to consume that reports. Even though you have you have a permission to the project for which we are generating the report, Power BI is a separate license, and you need to have its own license, like either a Pro license or it should be a premium report. The next one, the Power BI Teams tab. So Microsoft Teams, you should have the permission to add the Power BI tab into your Teams, and also your users must have signed into the Power BI license to activate their licenses. And as I said previously, analytics services also deals with data. So you need at least a viewer permission on your Teams, on your project workspace, enabled on your assigned it to a specific user. So I will show you how to assign that as well. So then only you'll be able to read the data, and the Power BI can show you neat data. Now let's see something in demo for all these things, so that you'll be able to get some better understanding. So I will stop and share the screen again. Yeah, hope you are able to see my screen. To start with, our basic prerequisite is we need to have our Power BI desktop to be installed. So I have got my Power BI desktop installed with my test demo tenant, and we need to configure the permissions to the DevOps access service, analytics services. So let me show you how to grant the permissions or how to manage the permissions within the analytics services, so that you should be able to control it. So this is my DevOps for my test organization, and I have created a project called a Teams demo. So I have these are the work items that that we are talking about. So work items where it involves your tasks or bugs or epics like that. So these are the tasks, and these are the week boards that I have talk about. You see, the boards, build, release, repos, articrafts, everything is available in your left pan. These are the boards or the repos or the test plans, articrafts. These items are accessible in your analytics services. So now let's see how to grant the permission for your analytics service. So if you open up your project at the bottom, you'll be able to get the project settings. And if you are an administrator for that project, you'll be able to see these options. And inside that, there is an option for permissions show here, where you will be able to manage the permissions either in the group wise, or these are the default groups that are created for this project, and are either by a user wise. So I have added my own user, and I have created one test user for this specific project. I am clicking on that. So now here are all the permissions that are related to this project that is specific to this user. For example, if you see here, we have a separate section called analytics. So here you can grant permission, either the user should be able to delete the shared analytics services, or he should be able to view, or he or she can edit. So for our need, these are the 3 roles available. It is all inherited by default. If you want to deny the permission, you can set it as denied, or if you want to allow, then you can do it. For our scenario, we just need at least the basic permission to be allowed for this user. So I have enabled it for now. Now I'm going to boards. So here, as I said, Azure DevOps Analytics Services is offering few of the analytics things that we can check. Let me open up the, so there is no data, I will open up the sprint. I think it's taking time for me. Yeah, I got it. So these are the general Kanban boards. Where you can see all your tasks in your board structure, and here in the analytics you'll be able to see the burn down chart and the burn up chart, whatever I say in my previous screen. I have not entered any data for this, so I don't see anything over here. But the thing is, so here you see only predefined charts. How you are going to customize this charts and this task related information for your needs. That's why we are going to get involved with Power BI. So here is my Power BI desktop. So now let's connect this Power BI desktop with this Azure DevOps services. So which is the first step to generate our report. Then we will see how to integrate it with Microsoft Teams. So I'm just going to connect it with the data source. Here if you see, once you open up the Power BI, there's an option for get data. You can click more. So here you can search for DevOps, which is easy to get. So it comes under online services category, and you get the result over here. As I said, so Azure DevOps, it is available for boards only right now. So so boards in the sense, so you will be able to get all these work items and the sprint related details and the task related details. You will not be able to access these repos or pipelines or other stuffs in Power BI desktop for now. But let's go with boards. I'm going to connect it. Power BI desktop, you should be able to connect with multiple organizations as well. This is since this acts as a separate license. So now I'm going to connect with my own organization, which I have created for test purpose. And project name is, this is my organization URL. I give my project name. So I'm just going with, so this is the second connector type that I talked about in my previous session. So in this slide, so out of these 3 options to connect your data within the Power BI, I'm going to use this data connector. So we no need to write any code or something. So it is simply a business user perspective. So it is easy to get the data. So I have used the Azure DevOps connector. Now you see it just pulled all the task related work items and the task related information from my Azure DevOps. Now I'm going to pick which one I want. So I'm going to select both the tasks and work items. See, it has my preview. I'm going to transfer the data, and you can see it is a query editor. You can see your data over here. So these are all the teams related and the tasks that I have assigned. Just going to close and apply. So just querying our data for now. We are done with the connected. Now it is fetching the data. Then we should be able to create the report. Yeah, now we got the data. So let's build some sample report from here. For example, I'm going with the title and state and who it is assigned to. So this is simple data. So let me choose some some pie chart. So this is a visualization. So this is just a sample Power of Power BI. You can configure everything here, and it will immediately reflect in here. So legends, I don't want a legend in the sense. So which you see in here, I don't want the title as a legend. So I'm going to set state as the legend, and I'm going to remove this assigned to. Okay. Yeah, I have created some basic report. So if you see in this report, I could be able to see how many pending tasks are here. Like this state stays, the legend is doing this blue color. It denotes that tasks are doing in status, and this is task done status, and this is to do status. Now I have created some sample report. Now to publish into Power BI. Before I go in and publish into the Teams, so let me save it. Okay. Wait, I think it's, I'm just going to save it for safer purpose. I just saved my report, so I won't lose my data. So let me open up my team. So why do we need this Power BI kind of integration so that which helps to increase and keep on productivity and keep on touch with our data? For example, I'm just going to remove this one. So we already have a DevOps connector. This is a team, and when you come into your team, this is what I talk about. You at least you need permission to add the tab. We already have a DevOps connector, but the thing is, it is also limited again. Now let's see what are the options available in the default DevOps connector. So then we'll see why we need this Power BI. For example, I'm going to select the organization, since one user can belong to different organizations. I'm going to connect with my organization. So if you see, we have only two options. Either you can add a dashboard, that you have dashboard in the sense. So first let me select the project. Yeah. So dashboard, either you can create a dashboard from this section, either it will be an overview that you created over here, or you can either see a Kanban board. Kanban board in the sense that will be like a to view the task status and task details, but you won't get any report kind of stuff. For example, I am going with the epics. I have created some epics over here. This is the project I have created, and this is the team. I'm just going to save it. Yeah, so I have got DevOps integrated within this teams, but you see, I am able to get only my board kind of stuff. I don't get any kind of reports like that customized in the way that which I want. So that's how we are going to do with the Power BI, which we have done right now. Now let's see how to integrate the same within this Power BI, so teams. So I have created a report here. Now we need to publish it, right? So we need to publish our report. Now it is created and it is available in my machine, but we need to publish. Generally, it will be available to access from our teams. Then top pan, if you see, there's an option for publish. Yeah, it's open. Okay, I think it is. It is showing my different workspace. I think I need to log out and log in. 1 second. Now it fetching the details from workspaces from my Power BI workspace. The thing is, if you see this, there is an option called Power Saturday. I have not created any workspace called Power Saturday. It is all connected. Power BI, Teams, Azure DevOps, as you know, everything comes under Microsoft platform, so it is all connected here. For example, this is a Power Saturday team which I created. For example, maybe suppose if I going to create another team, you can directly publish your reports from this Power BI to any of your team which you have access. For example, I am going to create another team. Sorry, create as a public team. Before that, I will open up Power BI. All these steps you can do only in Power BI desktop, because in Power BI online version we have some restrictions. So let me open up that Power BI online. I think it's so yeah. I think so I have some bad network, so Power BI it pulls in the report, so it gets taking some time to load. I just want to show you how the workspaces works. It's okay. So if you can see only two workspaces here, my workspace and Power Saturday. My workspace is a default one. Now if I create another, yeah, it's loaded. So my workspace, Power Saturday, and these we can publish our Power BI reports to only these workspaces, or else if we have the Power BI report generated as a shared link, we should be able to add it. Now we are going with the default option. Now the teams and this is already connected, so I'm going. Now I'm going to create one team. Then it will appear automatically here as one of my workspace. Power Saturday 1. Let's skip this for now. I have created a team here. It will take some time to reflect in here, I guess. Let me once again sign out and sign in. Maybe that will pull up my data again. Okay, I think it will take some time to, yeah, I got my workspace here, Power Saturday 1. So if you see, I once I create a team, it will available here. I think it should be available here as well, but I guess it takes some time to reflect in this desktop version. So that's okay. For now, let's deploy it. I just want to show you your workspace. Team workspace also will be available here. I'm just going to select this and deploy it. It's got deployed to our workspace now. Now let's go to the team. Even if it is a different team, you could be able to add your report, I guess. Now we have another connector here, Power BI. So we have used Azure DevOps connector in Power BI to create the generate the reports, and now we are going to use Power BI connector within the teams. So it's all interlinked within each other. DevOps to Power BI and Power BI to Teams. Now we have a connector for Power BI. It will list all the workspaces. You see my workspace are available here, but I have not published my report to this page, right? So I need to choose it from here. So this is our report. So I'm going to got it. So now our Azure DevOps related task detail data is being integrated within the Microsoft Teams. So this is just a sample report which I created for the demo purpose. But if you see in Power BI, there are a lot of reports which you can create and customize within a minutes based on your to track your projects and how your tasks are moving on, rather than getting simply at this kind of dashboard view. If you get something and report kind of things like this, so you get the numbers on hand, like how many tasks are in progress on you. For example, if I hover on this, yeah, these are the 3 tasks in doing the same report that we get in here. So that's why we have integrated our Power BI Azure DevOps through analytics services using the Power BI in Microsoft Teams. So now coming to the data refresh. So since it's a Power BI hosted in Power BI, the report hosted in Power BI, the data needs to be refreshed. So we can schedule the data refresh, but the thing is it won't be refreshed live on time. It's not an on time data. It will take some time to refresh your data, but at the same time you should be able to configure how at what frequency the data has to be refreshed. For example, if you have enough permissions and enough licenses, let me show you how you can configure the data refresh time. For example, maybe you may be productive in some either in the daytime or something like either morning to evening. In those time, you should be able to configure the schedule the refresh time of this Power BI report. For example, if you open your workspace and if you go to the data sets, you should be able to see your data. Settings. Yeah, we can configure the refresh data for each and every data set. So because everything is a different report, right? So here you can configure everything. So like your source credentials, and here you have an option for scheduled refresh. Suppose if you want to keep your data up to date with the lifetime, so you can turn on this feature, and you can either it is a weekly report or it is a daily report that you need to take. Suppose some reports you may be weekly statuses you will be sending. For that, you no need to go to the Azure DevOps and track all the statuses and look for these cards and look for the default reports. You can build your own reports from either a PM perspective, and you should be able to configure this data. You can select the time zone, on which time zone it has to be refreshed, and here you can add the time. At what time the data has to be refreshed. For example, you will be coming to office by 9:10 in the morning. You can choose this 9:30. At this time, the data has to be refreshed. For example, now it is 5:02. I am in India, so I am selecting Chennai as my location. So let's see how this works. Okay, I think I have only two options. So here there is also limitation for this as well. For example, you should be able to configure only 48 times over here. You cannot configure more than that. That's in the sense. That's why we have only two options here. 48 time combination only. Per day 24 hours, and every half an hour. That means every half an hour you should be able to refresh your data. I think that's pretty much enough, right? So refreshing your Power BI data every half an hour. And also if there is any problem while refreshing your data, you could be reported to someone else in your organization, so that it is addressed. You can make sure that it is addressed. So I am so our changes have been applied, but I guess it will take some time to refresh here, but no problem. Suppose now let me go and change the status of any one project for any one task. For example, here I can see that status of this task, some task is in doing status. That means it is in progress, and the count is 3. I think I have 9 tasks, so all are equal. Let me change some task from here. For example, this is generate reports for dev task. I have completed that, so let me mark it as done. Let's save and close. Now the data refresh, which I said is, now even if you refresh your data here, it won't be affected, because we have scheduled it to refresh the data at the time of 5:30. But if you see the time is 5:05 only. But still, if you want to keep this dashboard updated, you don't need to go wait for that refresh thing to happen. For example, now I'm coming to my Power BI desktop. Since this is connected directly to this source, and this Power BI is also connected to my workspace, I'm just going to refresh my data from here. It will fetch all the details. It's loading. Yeah, now a report got updated. If you see, since I have moved one task from doing to completed, the chart get updated. And here now, if you do this refresh, your data. One second. Yeah, I think, yeah, I need to publish it. So I just refresh the data. Now I need to publish. This is all manual process. Suppose if you want to do some changes, and you want your team to be updated with this latest data. See, now you see my another team Power Saturday 1 has appeared here. It will take some time. But the thing is, you don't need to go and create a separate workspace. Whatever the team you create, it will appear here. Yeah, it will ask for either to replace. Got it. Our data got updated. Now if I refresh this, yeah, it's affected. Now we see that things got updated, and you can have the filters right away from here, as you know, by the default, and you should be able to export the data. All these stuffs you can do it from here itself. You know, the thing is, as Microsoft protecting the team's collaboration, so each and everything that you can get within the teams, you don't even go to any of the system, even it's a Microsoft system like DevOps or Power BI, you don't need to go anywhere. Everything you can get it within the teams itself. That's the power of this Teams tabs integration. Now again, if there is any changes in the data, it will be automatically refreshed by the time of 5:30. So that's why we have scheduled it. And if you want to see any table related data, so I think show us table. will give us the detailed structure as well. So that's how we have integrated our DevOps related task related within the Microsoft Teams using Power BI. So do you have any queries, guys, for now? Okay, so let me show you that Power BI report that we have generated in this desktop will be affected here as well. So you can go to your report section and you can find it here also. Again, suppose if you want this report to be embedded in a URL as a link, you should be able to give, as I said, this Power BI report, if you want to integrate in anywhere in a Teams or somewhere, you can handle the permission. It is not explicitly open. For example, here you can find at the top there is a share permission available. If you click on that share, you can manage the permissions for this report, because suppose if you are dealing with any finance related data or that's something confidential, you will be able to manage the permission here. For example, I am just so this report is available to this mail. So let me try to log in with another user. Sorry, I forgot that. Yeah, so we have got one question like, can we use Power Automate to publish or data refresh? Yeah, I guess so. If we have the connector, thanks David for asking. So I'm not sure whether we have a connector in the Power Automate to with the Power BI to publish the data refresh. So if it is there, I guess we should be able to do it, or else you can schedule it as I shown. So it will be refreshed automatically by for every half an hour. So per day you could be able to configure it for you should be able to do that for 48. So for every half an hour it will be 48 times you should be able to refresh the data. So let me open the team in another view. Yeah. Let me add this. Yes, correct. So if we have automate it, we no need to schedule. We no need to schedule to get the live data. But the thing is, in automate, this is also scheduling is also one-time activity, right? So you schedule it and it will automatically pull the data and refresh it everywhere where all the reports are scheduled. It will be refreshed all over the places. It is also an automation, but the thing is you need to go and configure. Yeah, so let's open this. I am Thank you, David. So you can see the report link here. I just copied it. As I said in our in my prerequisite in our slide, so the user has to be has to activate their Power BI license. So even though this user will have a license, maybe I need to sign into the Power BI account to view the report. See, even though it is connected within the team Office 365 environment. If this user is assigned with the proper license, you should be able to view the report. The reports will take some time to load. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you are right. Thanks for David. You quickly got us found a thing. So yeah, this you can. I guess it should be doable. Like you should be able to refresh your data set using the Microsoft Flow. So apart from this limitation of 48 hours of time, I guess if you use either Flow or Power Automating, so you should be able to do it at any time. Yes. A quick find, David. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's taking some time. Okay, fine. So it's taking some time. So let me show you some other stuff. Like so, along with this, so you can restrict the permissions from here, like using the share option. Also, if you want to publish it and if you want your thing to be embedded into a PowerPoint or any or into a SharePoint Online, you can do it from here. For example, if you want to embed in SharePoint Online, you could be able to get this report URL, same as like we do in for Teams. There is a widgets available in SharePoint also, so where you can go ahead and put in this URL and it will be publicly available to everyone. So that's all for today's session, guys. So hope you got some useful insights about how connecting all these three major services and get your data, get everything within the Teams. So if you have any other queries, so we can discuss since we have some time. Thanks, David, for your query.
Thank you, Jayakumar. It was a really good session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to the team, to the community. It's a great pleasure.
Fantastic. So, Jayakumar, do you want to mute your mic so we don't get feedback?
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't get you.
Yeah, can you mute your microphone?
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. So we're nearly the halfway of the event, and we got the next session coming up from Jasper. Jasper is a Microsoft MVP and modern workplace consultant. So before we start the session, just some information to share again. We do have like those feedback links shared, so I would appreciate if you can give your feedback. Also, there are two links available, one from Nigel Frank and Docs42. Please fill in your information if you'd like to be part of a prize draw. Apart from that, we have number of future events coming up, so just wanted to give you guys up-to-date information while we have some more time. So the next event coming up is Customer Service Saturday on 18th of July. Then we have Sales and Marketing Saturday, which is on 25th July. Then we have Power 365 Saturday. It's most probably all the sessions will be in Italian language. There might be a couple of in English. So if you are familiar with that language, please feel free to join in. Then we have Dynamics 365 Commerce Saturday coming up on 8th of August, and so on. So if you'd like to know more about all the future events, please visit www.365portal.org. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we are recording these sessions and they are available after this event. Also, if you like to watch previous events videos, please visit Powerthon channel at YouTube. Okay, so about our next session, it's mainly on the governance. So the session title is Governance for Microsoft Teams A to Z, and it's going to be presented by Jasper. Jasper, are you online? Just wanted to cross-check.
Yeah, I am.
Fantastic. Welcome, Jasper.
Thank you.
So before I hand over to you, let's quickly check, like, are there any questions? Doesn't look like we have any more questions, but David, thanks for being more interactive and sharing the link for other audiences as well. That's really helpful. So let's have like 5 to 7 minutes break before we kickstart our sessions. I'm sure everyone been glued to your seats, so it's just a kind of a little bit of movement, and you can grab your drinks or just fresh a couple of minutes. So let's catch up in 5 minutes.
with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Welcome back. First of all, thank you very much for Jack Umar, who has presented wonderful session. He presented how we can integrate Microsoft Teams with Azure DevOps, and it was really useful, very brilliant presentation as well. Now moving on, so we have next session coming up from Jasper. Jasper, again, just like to introduce again, Microsoft MVP and modern workplace consultant. He's going to explain about the governance for Microsoft Teams A to Z.
Yes, that's correct.
Fantastic. Sorry, go on.
No, sorry. Yeah, can I take over the screen?
Absolutely, please do that.
Okay, let's see. Let's minimize this one. There we go.
So Jasper, do you want to introduce yourself first, and then I'll kickstart the recording and all yours. Without further ado, hand over to Jasper.
Sure. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Just let me know if there's any issues with sound or screen sharing, because I cannot really see what's going on.
Definitely see your screen very clear, and your voice is audible, loud and clear. Over to you, Jasper.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so thanks a lot. So my name is Jasper Oosterveld. I'm a modern workplace consultant for a company called InSpark. We're based in Amsterdam, Netherlands. That's also where I live. And basically I support customers implementing the modern workplace. And it's very broad, of course, but my focus lies around Microsoft Teams these days, and then with a real focus on governance and compliance, basically that combination. So making sure people collaborate in a secure and a safe way, internally and externally. And I'm also a Microsoft MVP for, I believe, 7 years now. So how can you achieve a successful adoption for Microsoft Teams? So the presentation I'm doing is basically also the one I'm doing with our customers. So it's basically the approach we use. So we do it in 3 steps, and I will dive into each of these steps. But we first start with a governance workshop. Then we define a governance strategy with our customers. And last but not least, the governance often also needs to be implemented. So that's something we can do, or the customer does it themselves. But that is basically the last step. But before I do that, what I often do with my customers is basically take a step back and take a look at Microsoft Teams, what it is and what it can do. So what I normally also do is do a demo. I'm not doing that now because they get a little bit of a time crunch. But I will tell you what I show them along the way, because you have to realize that not everybody exactly knows what Teams is. I think most people have heard of it, especially these days, but they don't know all the ins and outs or some of the basics. So it's always good to show them, right? Just show them how you can create a team, how you work together, basically just the basic stuff. So what I tell them first, I'm telling them, of course, a little bit marketing, but it's fine once in a while, is that Teams is basically the hub for collaboration and communication. And it consists out of a couple topics. So the first one is chat. The second one is meetings. The third one is calling. That is one that I skip, because with calling, I'm more talking about the whole PBX and that story, the call centers. And that's not my specialty and also not from my company. So that's one I basically skip. But it could be an important one. So if that's in the scope of your governance, you have the expertise, you have to include it as well. I'm just not doing it for this presentation. Then we have files, and I'll dive a little bit deeper into each of these topics after this slide. And last but not least, we have apps and workflows. So if we start with chat, you really see a couple really interesting things what you can do with chat, and that's basically create an open and informal culture. Where I live in the Netherlands, that is basically the standard, but it doesn't mean that it's like that everywhere. Like there are a lot of other countries out there that have a more strict culture. It's more private, more closed, more formal. And I think chat is a nice way to open it up, to break it open. Because it's just a different way of communicating. It's more fast, more quick. It's also less. It's more open, right? It's more informal, right? You have all the fun stuff, the giffies, the smileys. It's just a different way of communicating. So chat can definitely help if that's one of your goals, to create more of an open and informal culture within your company. And the second one I think most people will really like is that you will reduce email. What I do find interesting is that instead of we get less email, but we get more notifications. That's maybe I think a lot of people are recognizing that the notifications are basically taking the place of email. That said, there are ways to reduce your notifications as well. So that's something you can explain to your employees, how they can do that through the settings. You can also, for example, try and what you can do, for example, is turn off the option to mention a whole team or mention a whole channel. That also reduces notifications. But yeah, in theory, there is less email, so that's always nice because that means we can focus on other things. This one is a little bit aimed at pre-corona of COVID-19 times. Because basically, if we were on the road, or maybe on the road now, once in a while, it is nice that you can still communicate and collaborate with your colleagues by using the app. And I think that's definitely one of the best apps that Microsoft has created. Not perfect, of course not, but I think it's definitely one of their better ones. And I use it on a daily basis. Now, of course, we have meetings. You can have more efficient meetings, as we call it. You can kind of compare it to what we're doing now, right? I'm sharing my screen. I'm doing a presentation. You're listening in. I'm not using the camera now, but that's also very common these days. So you can see who you have meetings with. If you, for example, have a touch screen, you can use the whiteboard app. That's a really nice app to take notes notes that everybody can see. So it's live, right? Other people can make notes as well. So it creates this really nice collaborative experience. I think meetings are definitely more efficient. That said, after being at home for 4 months, I'm kind of longing back to the more face-to-face meetings, but I think that balance is a little bit lost now. But that said, meetings can definitely be efficient by using Teams. And maybe you've seen some of the announcements as well. The other day, I believe a couple of days ago, they're introducing a lot more features for meetings. I forget the name. I think it looks a bit silly. It's where everybody's sitting in a classroom. You see all the pictures. I forgot the name. It's gonna skip my mind, but you see that they're putting a lot of time and effort in that. Well, again, this one is basically pre-corona time. You don't have to travel to go to a meeting. You can just use Teams and do what we're doing now, right? And this is one of the more how do you say that? It's not really the most well-known one, and it's basically the live meeting experience where you can basically address a whole company and basically increase the engagement because everybody's ideally in that meeting. You can push your message. And that is something we've seen increased, of course, due to COVID-19. But yeah, it's a nice way to have like town hall meetings, for example, or use it for the management to discuss new strategy. Not normally, you know, as the other one is missing now is the calling one. But again, as I said before, that's not a scope for my governance. Files, now saving time. Ideally, if you work together in a team, for example, for a project or a department, you know that that's the place where your files are. You shouldn't really have to look for a very long time to find the files you want to work with. Again, in an ideal situation, right? That's where adoption is also important. People need to know how it works, where to store the files. But let's just imagine everything is working out the way you want it. It goes a lot faster to find and work with your files. With smarter collaboration, we're basically meaning the way you can work together in one file. And I think if there's a lot of IT people in this call, you're probably aware this feature's been around for a long time. It's the co-authoring experience in Office, but there's still a lot of customers out there who aren't really aware that this actually existed. And that's very interesting to me because I really think it's been out for like 5 years, maybe longer, but still an excellent feature that's being continuously developed by Microsoft. And it's just faster and easier, more efficient, because you don't have to email a file to each other. You can just work within the same file. And internally, we used it a lot for proposals, because I work for a consultancy company. So we use it for proposals, for presentations like these. And yeah, and if you show it to a client, everybody really likes it. Everybody immediately sees the benefit of it. And of course, we don't only collaborate internally, especially these days. I think the majority is externally. You can actually really easily share files with guests or invite a guest within a team and to provide the whole collaboration experience, so you can also chat with them. So that's something we'll touch on a little bit later as well when we go more into depth about the governance part. This apps and workflow is not one of my main expertise, because this is where Power Automate steps in and Flow and Power Apps. So this is not my main expertise, but I have a couple colleagues who are really into that and they make really cool stuff. But what I really like is that you are able to streamline certain business processes by using those tools in combination with Teams. A very simple example is when we were still all at the office. You could have lunch provided by the company. So in Spark, they bought in lunch. So they just ordered it in from the supermarket. You could join, but then you had to pay for it. Now, it's not because they want you to pay, it's because of tax reasons. But what happened is that our back office employees, she basically had to like check how many people were having lunch and write it down on a piece of paper, and then go fill it into a system. Yeah, again, very old fashioned, not very efficient, and a little bit of waste of her time that she could use for other things. So a colleague created a bot. The bot recognizes that you're at the office. I believe it uses the Wi-Fi, and it asks you, I believe, after 1 o'clock if you had lunch. And then it's the honorary system, because in theory you could lie. To be fair, I don't think, never say never, but I don't think many people would do that. But if you say yes, there's basically an integration available with an external tool we have that's basically used for finances. So it's automatically processed and deducted from my salary by the end of the month. So that's great, because, you know, this does save costs, because the back office employees, she can do more valuable tasks than look at who's having lunch or not. This is a simple example. You can do a lot more with this, and I think more and more will become available, because Microsoft is really pushing at this front as well. So if you're looking at digitalizing and streamlining business processes, this is definitely one I recommend looking into. So, and what I normally do is a demo, and I just show the basics, right? So how you can chat in a channel, and how you can share files, how you can, for example, organize your teams. So you can just drag and drop, you can show, you can hide. Just try to show them the basics in like 15 minutes, so people do get a good perspective of what you just talked about and what it looks like in the real world. And ideally, you show an environment that does look real. So yeah, I often show the one we use, and of course I make sure before there's no like private stuff being shown. But if that's possible, please try to do it like that, because it just works a little bit better than you have an environment that says test 1 to 10. You know, people don't really connect with that. They need to see like real names and real content. So after I've done that, I basically summarize it with this slide. And feel free to use this slide, of course. I will add it to SlideShare, and the organization will probably make it available as well. But you can reuse it, it's totally fine. But what I summarize now is that teams, if it's used well, will definitely increase your productivity because you can focus more, right? You don't have to switch that much between multiple applications. And that's basically where this one steps in. And I think this is where really the power lies of Teams, is that you can do so much within the Teams client, basically almost everything apart from, let's say, checking your email. And it wouldn't surprise me that if in the near future there will be a button on the left side that says mail, and you will get some sort of like webmail interface where you can even view your mail or send mail within Teams. It wouldn't surprise me. But again, I can look at Yammer these days. I can see my calendar. I can see my OneDrive files. I can work with my SharePoint sites. I can almost do everything. And a lot of companies out there really want to accelerate their digital transformation as a company. They want to move more and more to the cloud, to be more innovative, to reduce costs. And Teams definitely helps with that because it's a cloud-only solution, right? So that helps as well. And last but not least, with Teams, you are more compliant, or I'll talk a little bit more in a second, and it's more secure. Because on one side, your data is stored securely in the data centers of Microsoft, and that's something I really vouch for. Because if customers don't trust that whole, I think Microsoft will have a huge issue. Because then if people lose the trust in their cloud storage, that really would damage their offerings and their messaging. That said, you are responsible yourself to make sure your data is secure and compliant once it's on your devices, right? Because that's not Microsoft's responsibility, that is yours. And we'll touch a little bit on that later on. But that's something I want to emphasize on. Please make sure you really look into that part as well, right? Especially these days, where everybody works different locations, mobile devices. You would be shocked how quickly your data will be added somewhere you had no idea will ever end up. So again, after that, so I did the demo, I did a summary, and then I asked them. It's like, so now you've seen me talk about Teams, you've seen a demo. What are your worries? So imagine that you turn this on tomorrow. What are some of your worries that what can happen? Well, I think most of them won't. I think you will have heard before, or maybe even if read somewhere before. But it's not shocking. But it's interesting because I've done this like a lot, maybe like more than 10 times, and I haven't seen any new worries popping up. It's basically the same ones. And the first one, of course, not surprising, especially IT is really worried for an explosion of teams, that they are worried that there will be hundreds of teams maybe, and they have no idea what's going on anymore. So I always call it an explosion of teams. Duplication, right? And if you have worked with Teams and you use the out-of-the-box self-creation service, Teams never says to you, oh, wait, there is already a marketing team, right? Or there is already a sales team. It just creates a new one. And when you know that it's a duplicate, or that you notice there is already one, is if you go to SharePoint and you check the URL, you see that it says sales with some random number behind it, and it's like, hey, this looks a bit off. But unfortunate that Teams doesn't do that. I'm not. Hopefully in the near future, it would be a nice feature. Again, this is also from IT perspective. It can be difficult to know what the purpose is of a team. So then let's say IT wants to clean up their Office 365 tenant, that I totally support. And it's like, well, this, I have a little anecdote about this later, so I want to save this one, but this stuff can be deleted that should not be deleted. The searching team is pretty bad, right? If it's not easy to find a team through the application itself. So it can be hard to find a team you want to collaborate in, right? Maybe a team is set on private that maybe shouldn't be private, right? So you can never find it, so you create a new one. This one surprised me a little bit, but also not, is with complexity, they mean for some people it could be difficult to know how to create a team. And there's some truth in that, because if you I can't show you now, but if you think about it, you click on create new team and you immediately get two options where it says create from scratch. No, that makes sense. Or I believe the other one is connect to an existing team or Office 365 group. Yeah, that's already confusing, right? So you already have two options. And then if you dive a little bit more into it, it's not always that easy to understand for the less technical people. So I do kind of get it. I think for the techies under us, it's fine. We'll find our way. But you have to realize not everybody's as techy as you and me, for example. And even I don't consider myself always to be that techy either. And this one, I think this is the last one. This is very, this is a realistic thing that can happen. It's like, you have no idea what data is stored and who it's shared with, if you have no governance, of course. So that the risk for a data leak is very real. And it can be very damaging. It doesn't have to be, but it can really be very damaging for an organization, right? So let's say you don't do any governance, and one of these things happen. It can result into failed user adoption. People just don't know how to use it. They don't like to use it because certain things not explained in a proper way. Some governance items are not in place, and of course the maintenance increases for IT, and that results in frustration and then less support for the tool as well. So that there will be a huge shame, because there's so much potential in using Teams within your organization, no matter what kind of organization you are. So next up for me, or for us, is we talk about the importance of governance. Why is governance important, right? And what we do now, we're still in the workshop, and in the workshop we bring together IT and business. It's very important that you don't do governance only with IT and not only with the business, because each of these, let's say, audiences, they all have their own perspective on things, and they don't always realize what the impact is of certain choices. Because because the business, like employees, they just want to collaborate, right? They don't really. It's not like they don't care, but they don't always know what's happening in the back end, right? What can happen if certain settings aren't configured properly? They just don't know, and you can't really blame them, because, to be fair, that's not their business. And it's the same for IT. They don't always understand how frustrating certain tools are at the moment for people to collaborate, right? And how difficult it can be to do default tasks like sharing documents externally. So if you bring them together, you can really connect them, and you create some more understanding from both parties. So I think that's very critical that you bring these two together. And of course, the adoption is very important. This is something that we won't really touch on today. It becomes too long. But with adoption, you basically want to guarantee that there's a higher success rate of your team's implementation, that people like to use it. They understand why they should use it, and they also know how to use it. And within governance, you make certain decisions that impact your adoption. For example, is everybody allowed to create a team? If they aren't, how are they supposed to do it? Are they able to work with private channels? If so, what is the impact? How should they use it? So please not only do governance and think, oh, that's it, also do adoption. And also vice versa, right? Just don't think, oh, I'll do adoption, do some trainings, and I'll create some FAQ materials and it's all good. No, you need to do governance too. So these two need to be done together. It's very, very important. And of course, let's say again, you turn on Teams by default. You're probably aware that you can integrate external apps. These are Microsoft, I don't consider them as external apps, but you can select those apps. But you have external apps for like Jira. Oh man, every time when I'm at this part, it slips my mind. But there's so many different apps. Like if you go through the list, I probably like 89%, I have no idea what it is. But maybe there's internal procedures where people have to request the usage of certain apps. Maybe they aren't allowed to be used. So yeah, so that's something that you need to be aware of, right? What is the impact of certain settings in Teams, and how do they correspond with your internal procedures? And of course, we also have law and regulation. Like I'm in Amsterdam, so part of Europe, and we have GDPR. So let's say I just turn on Teams and I just let people use it. Yeah, it can happen that we're not compliant with that regulation. And it can also be for the country you live in. You probably have maybe different regulations, right? So again, you need to match those against the usage of Teams. And then there are plenty of tools that can help you with that. And we'll touch a little bit on it later. It's more the compliance side of things. Last but not least, this one is a little bit more technical. I think most business users, rightfully so, would never have heard of it. Previously known as Office 365 groups, are now rebranded as Microsoft 365 groups. A lot happens. So if you create a team, it's not just a team that's created. In Azure AD, you get a new group called the Microsoft. I think they still call it an Office group, but it should be called this. that has people in it, right? So let's say, you didn't really do an introduction and you just turn it on, and one of your colleagues is maintaining the AID, and he or she is like, where are all these new groups coming from? What is going on in my environment, right? So that's very important, that you need to be aware that happens, and what you can do with that data, right? You can just monitor it, you can act on it. And next to that, immediately, or for some services takes a little bit longer, you can use additional services. So again, you'll get a team site, you'll get a shared calendar, you'll get a shared inbox, you'll get a group and stream for your videos. You can use Forms, Power BI, Planner, OneNote. There's a lot happening. So this also requires something from your business users, because they do need to kind of know how to work with these tools, right? And also what the impact is. And maybe you have certain separate people maintaining these services, right? No, probably not for Planner, but you probably have like an Exchange administrator or maybe a SharePoint administrator. And it will be the same for them. Like they will be like, where are all these like inboxes coming from, all these mail addresses coming from? Like, and it can happen is that they delete it, for example, right? This is the anecdote I talked about a little bit before. This is for a customer who has an Office 365 tenant. They have employees in multiple countries. They had Teams turned on. And they had no governance in place. So I believe it was in the US where somebody, I don't know why, but somebody created a team called Test. It's never a good idea, but that aside. And then the person also thought it was a good idea to upload sensitive data in the team. Again, I don't know why she thought that was a good idea. Yeah, IT sees that team or a group, and it's like, yeah, well, it's Test, so I'm just going to throw it away. Well, thankfully, there was within the 30 days of the recycle bin period, right? So they were able to restore it, but it could have ended very badly, right? But to be fair, of course, it's kind of stupid to create a team called Test, but on the other hand, hey, you don't really have anything in place, right? You never educated people, you never have any governance in place. You can't blame him that much either. So again, that's just one anecdote. Maybe you'll have your own as well. But yeah, this is definitely a reality that can happen if you don't have any governance in place. So next up, in the workshop, just see that I messed up the slide. Well, what do we do now? We do this in a workshop, but the topics I discuss now are also part of your governance strategy. So what you do first, and I'll just go down this bullet list. And unfortunately, I cannot go into depth of all of them because, again, I won't be able to do it within an hour. I tried, believe me, that doesn't work. So for the majority of them, I'll keep it brief. I'm doing more in depth about the workload for Microsoft Teams. But you do need to talk about with your customer or within your organization about scope. What is the scope of your Microsoft Teams governance? Is it just, for example, a collaboration for department usage, right? Or is it more? And that's very important. And what services from Office 365 are also within scope? Because if you use Teams, you also are using OneDrive, right? Because within the application of Teams, you can view your OneDrive. If you are in a chat with a colleague or an external person and you share a file, the file is stored in your OneDrive and automatically shared with that person. But you can't expect to set up a whole governance strategy for also the whole usage of OneDrive. So that's why the scope is important as well. That you say, we do OneDrive, but just in relationship to Teams. They need to talk about vision and goals. This is also very related to adoption, but you need to be able to describe why you're doing this. What are you trying to achieve by using Teams within your organization? So what is your vision and what are your goals? Because that is something you have to communicate internally so people are aware why you're doing it. So that's a way to increase your adoption as well, that people understand why you're doing it and what are the benefits for them. You need to set up a steering committee. You can call this different too. You can call the governance board or whatever, but you need to have a group of people who, once you've decided on a strategy, you roll it out, also commit to it. So they make sure that all the agreements you agreed upon are also executed, right? And let's say, imagine you did this a year ago and then COVID-19 happens. Yeah, that has an impact on your team's rollout, right? And your team's governance. So how are you going to handle that? So you need to have a group of people who regularly come together and talk about topics like that. Roles and responsibilities. Again, this differs from one hand, admin roles, with Teams, it touches a lot of other services, SharePoint, Exchange, Azure AD. So who has that role and who is responsible for what? So who is, for example, responsible for the Teams administration center? So that really will prevent communication issues or expectation issues down the line. But it's also responsibility from an organization point of view. What is, for example, the responsibility of the compliance department? Just as an overview for Teams, right? You don't have to go too much in depth. But what is the compliance department's responsibility in relationship to Teams? This is the one we'll dive into, so I'm skipping that for now. With processes and procedures, we are talking about the employment procedure. So let's say somebody starts within your company, making sure that he or she is automatically added to a department team, gets a license. Let's say somebody moves to a different job title, gets a different job title, so he or she moves to a different department, that person is automatically transferred to that. So it reduces the need for manual rights management. And then let's say somebody leaves, how do you handle that? How do you make sure somebody's license is removed and the access is removed? And the other side of the processes and procedures is working with the new features and updates. Now, I think we're all aware that Microsoft is updating Teams regularly, and also all the other services. The only tricky part is that you have this notion of targeted release, where certain features are released released in targeted release before general availability, and that targeted release you can set on your tenant, that I wouldn't do, or on a selection of people that I would do. Only Teams is not part of that. Unfortunately, it's not part of targeted release. So for Teams, you really need to monitor the message center in the portal of Office 365 frequently. For SharePoint and OneDrive that are related to Teams, they are part of that, so that helps. But this is something, again, that requires people actively monitoring updates, trying out updates. So we'll dive more into the Microsoft Teams workload. I was trying to check my time. I think we're still good. So if you use Teams, in Teams, you just have a team, right? You create a team and it's a team. But a lot of organizations, they have different collaboration formats, right? So this is something you need to find. You need to think about naming conventions. You need to think about external access. Now, I'm just going to go through all of these, and I'll dive a little bit more into that. So if you think about collaboration templates, these are the most common ones we see, right? Internally, we have, for example, departments. We have customers, and we have something called expert teams. It's basically a cross department. But this is something you have to do first. Talk with the customer or internally. Okay, what do we want to use Teams for? For what kind of sort of collaboration template? So define those. Keep it simple. Don't define 10. Make it a little bit difficult for yourself. Start with 4 or 5. And then by the end, you can also decide to just start with 2, for example. And then when everything is up and running and it goes well, you can extend it with the other 2, right? But this is something you definitely have to do. Then you need to think about the naming policy, right? What you can do, for example, is work with Azure AD, where you can automatically add a word. So, for example, the word collaboration, and the prefix, for example, COB, right? It's an abbreviation of collaboration. Or you can do this as a suffix, similar. And that can be automatically retracted from the Azure AD. So you can, for example, say if somebody creates a team, that his or her department is automatically added. There's an option. To be fair, I never see this in the real world, but I always want to address it that it is possible. You can use a provisioning solution, and this can be your own solution. This can be an external solution. There are a lot of companies out there who have one. Provision Point, AvePoint, there are many, many more. You can leave it up to the employee. Well, I think we'll know, people will forget, but that's an option. Or you don't do one, and that's fine too, because in my eyes, the naming policy is optional. There needs to be a real business case for that. But what you do now, you define your templates, and then per template, you're going to discuss, do we need a naming policy per template? So for example, we work with projects. As a customer, you can say how every time somebody creates a project or a project is created through provisioning, it needs to say PRLJ and a name that's been applied to the name of the team. And for example, this can be done for provisioning, for SharePoint as well. So you can see PROJ dash name of the project site. Optional, but there's a lot of customers who want to use this, and by the end of this one, I have a use case why a certain customer decided to use it. What are some advantages and challenges? It does improve the findability because finding teams can be very difficult. And let's say for every project you have to, the word PROJ is added. You just search for that, and then you get a list of projects. That's easier than something is called mobile portal or internet portal. It's a bit harder to find, so it can definitely help. Some challenges is what I said before, is that Azure naming policy is just not great, because you need to have an up-to-date AAD that most customers still don't really have. And it's also not really flexible with multiple collaboration templates. Because let's say you want to use, you say from that policy, every time a word is added when somebody creates a team, try to find a word that kind of emphasizes all those templates you just defined. It's just not really possible. And when you do a self-service scenario, so another provisioning, most employees will just forget they have to apply a naming policy, right? And that you can't really blame them. It's just something that goes fast and just forget about it. It's just not going to remember. So my advice is only apply when it's necessary. And here's just one of our customers was a local district, and they shared their tenant with multiple, with a couple of external organizations and a couple other districts, and they wanted to use that naming convention, naming policy. So for people, it's clear to which this district a certain team belongs, and then I totally understood. It's like, yeah, I totally get that. We should definitely do that. But if there's not really a case like this, don't get really too hung up on a naming policy, right? External access, a couple options. You can enable it for all teams, a selection of teams, or you disable it. And these days, you can also use sensitivity labels. So where sensitivity labels were used for data classification purposes, among other things, you can now extend that label and apply some options for teams, SharePoint sites, Microsoft 365 groups. And I'll show you I think I have a screenshot later on as well. Yeah, when I go more into the compliance part, I remember I have a couple of screenshots. So what are some advantages and challenges of external access? The advantages are it definitely reduces shadow IT. And I think this is one of the main reasons shadow IT existed or exists, is that people wanted to share content with external people. It's also more efficient because you don't have to send emails with an attachment, you get it back and you have to process it. It's just very time consuming. The challenges lie in that data classification becomes very crucial, because you can be like, oh well, we have this team with sensitive content, but people have to be invited to be part of it. Yeah, that's correct. But if you don't put any data classification in place, you have no control over what will happen with the data once it's downloaded from the team, because by default there's nothing really in there preventing that. Right, so they can really, the risk into like a data leak is very real. The owners are the only ones who are able to invite external people, so the responsibility lies with them. So you need to be sure that they're able to handle that responsibility, that are aware of it. And again, this is where adoption comes into place as well. My advice, that said, I do advise to turn it on for all teams. Because there are other options to manage it. And I think if you don't do it, it will end up in shadow IT. That said, I definitely understand there are teams with really highly sensitive content. There are still ways to just disable it for that team. You always have that option, but I would turn it on by default. You could use Azure Access Reviews. You do need a P2 Azure AD P2 license. I don't know the pricing at the top of my head. I don't know if it's just as expensive as it used to be, but be aware you need that. What it does, you can apply a review policy for a selection of teams where the owners get a notification where they have to review all members. So it can also be internal members, but also guests. And they can immediately say, okay, this person doesn't need access anymore, and it's automatically removed. You can also create your own solution, because there are, of course, APIs that you can tap into. I believe you can use the Microsoft Graph, actually. I think it's a Microsoft Graph. You can use that to also create your own solution out there. You also have social control, because people do notice if there's an external person in there, because you see it within the name. It says guest between brackets, right? So that's why I say, just turn it on, because let's say you have a department, people will be like, hey, why is this external person in there, right? That definitely helps. Education, as I talked about before. And definitely start with data classification. You really need to start setting up a project that dives into that topic. Expiration period. So again, you have a couple options. You can apply an expiration period for all teams, a selection or none. And with an expiration period, you basically say, once this period has passed, so let's say you set it for 6 months, 30 days before, that's 6 months. So I create a team now. The timer starts it's 6 months from now, 30 days before that. So it's a bit confusing, I'm sorry. 30 days before that, the owners will receive an email that will ask them, do you want to keep or do you want to remove? I don't know if they call it remove, but do you want to keep or archive or whatever they call this team? So if they say keep, that 6 months period is extended again. If they say remove or archive, that team with all its content, right? It's not just Teams, it's also SharePoint, OneNote, Planner, everything that's connected to the team will be moved to a recycle bin, will stay there for 30 days, and then it will be automatically deleted, and there's no way to get it back if you don't have any additional backup in place. But if you use the standard, it's gone. If they don't respond when it's with those 30 days, 15 days later, they get another notification. If they again don't respond, they get it the day before. And if they don't respond, it will do it automatically. Let's say you have a team without owners, there is an option to add an email address in the Azure AD portal where those notifications are sent. So IT can be up to date from, there's mails being sent, but nobody's replying. The only downside beforehand is that if you set that policy, people who were using a team also got that notification. It's a bit weird because like I'm using this team, why I'm getting this notification. So they created something called an activity check. So the system periodically checks if the team is still being used, and it does it for SharePoint. So it looks at file activity, and it looks at Teams activity. This one is very simple. It looks if a channel has been opened, and there's also one for mail, but that one is more used for the Outlook groups. That can also be used for collaboration. I don't think many people do, but it can. So what are some advantages and challenges by using expiration period policy? And again, you have to define this per template, right? Don't forget about it, right? So that's why I put it first. So first you define your collaboration templates, and if every time you go over this topic, naming policy, yes or no, yeah, expiration period, yes or no, external access, yes or no. So you have to do that per collaboration template. And why that's necessary will come up soon, and then we'll all fall into place. Definitely advantages, you keep your environment clean, right? Your environment doesn't have teams that are just not being used. It does reduce maintenance for IT because it's done automatically and they don't have to do it manually. They can, but they don't have to. That's what I said. If something is removed, you rely on the Microsoft backup and restore procedures. So for the teams, there's 30 days. After the 30 days, everything is basically gone. So that's something you have to review as well. And that's, again, I believe after this one, we'll talk a little bit about backup and restore. The responsibility definitely lies with the owners, because if they don't respond, there's a risk that it will be removed, right? So again, adoption, explain. If you have to roll of an owner, these are your roles. These are not your roles. That is your role. These are your responsibilities. Of course, and you need to think about your retention/archiving policies, because maybe certain teams aren't allowed to be removed because they contain content that needs to be saved for X amount of years because of certain regulations. And we'll touch this for a little bit in a second as well. So I would advise to turn it on for a year, and that's often long enough. And then what you can also do, you can also change it. You can also bring it back to 6 months, or you can even do it longer. But I noticed from doing these projects that a year is often sufficient. So yeah, that would be my advice. Definitely also look at your retention policies. So what I said before, that so that you can prevent that teams aren't removed that should not have been removed. Privacy, you have 3 options. Again, these are very self-explanatory, but a team can be private. So that means that the owners have to invite people to be part of the team. There is a setting, it's a preview setting, where owners can say, okay, this team is private, but I don't mind if people find the team, and then they can request to become a member. So there's an option that's available. It's a preview option. Public means that everybody can become a member or can view the content. Organization-wide basically means if you create a team, everybody within your tenant, only internal people, not external people, will become a member. So there's a little bit of like a sort of like a Yammer replacement that I did see some purpose in before Yammer rebranded and actually became really like a really good tool, a service again. But that's at least what it does. And you can, I think there's a max of 5. I don't see a lot of usage for this, but it can be because of the customers I work with. It maybe differs per industry, but the main ones are private and public. My advice would be, if it's possible, please go for open by default. So you promote knowledge sharing, and it's be easier for people to discover content and they can find new people if that's possible. So open by default, and be aware that owners can always change the privacy setting. So this is from private to public and public to private. From the org-wide, you cannot change. So again, it's something you have to decide per collaboration template. So how does backup and restore works? Well, teams are stored for 30 days in a recycle bin. Channels, they also have a recycle bin for 30 days. Content works with the SharePoint recycle bin, so it's 93 days. Videos are stored in also a recycle bin. I believe that's it. So there's no recycle bin for tasks. And maybe missing something, but a task and chat. They don't have any recycle bin, so that's something you need to be aware of. So with backup, it's just very important that you review your regulations and internal agreements to see if those are what Microsoft offers, if that's sufficient. If it's not, look into third-party vendors. If you live in the Netherlands, KPN does one as well. AvePoint is internationally very well known. They have a really good solution. I've seen a demo of it, really, really well done. Be aware there's some cost included, of course, because those vendors need to store your data for a long period of time. So there's something you have to check yourself. And again, to prevent this, you have to again look into these retention rules, your policies to prevent accidental deletion of maybe even chat in the content. So now we dive a little bit more into compliance side of things. So sensitivity labels were previously known as Azure information, but that was done in Azure information protection. Now all moved to the Office 365, Office 365 Compliance Center. Traditionally used to classify your documents. Right? For example, you could say this presentation is which one do we have? Internal, for example. And it means if this presentation is then sent external, people cannot open it. Only people in InSpark email can open it, for example. Well, now it's been extended. So now you can also attach a label to a team. And there are a couple options. So you can say when this label is used, the team is automatically set on public or private. Guest access is allowed or blocked. And unmanaged devices, you can block or limit the access to the SharePoint content. So for devices that aren't hybrid ID joined or compliant in Intune. And that basically means they can, for example, only use the web version to access files, or they can also use their local Office applications, or they cannot access the files at all if they're not compliant. If you use this, and again, this is not my expertise, the whole Intune and everything. But if you do this, please talk to people who do maintain those policies, so that doesn't intervene or not connect with with each other. Because I heard from one of my colleagues who said, yeah, if you guys use this, we see something popping up in Intune in a policy. He said it's fine, but please be aware that happens. Very, very important to realize. Don't think that if you apply a label highly sensitive to a team, all the content is automatically applied with the same label. That's not the case. Unfortunately, I think that would be a nice option. I'm very positive that will eventually happen in the near future, but for now it doesn't. So you have to do it manually or through auto labeling. So here's just a screenshot I use from our own demo environment. So in a sensitivity label menu, you have an additional option called Site and Groups, where you can see these 3 options again. This was previously in preview, but I think it's been now for a week or 2 weeks. It's been general available, so you can already start using this. And this is what it can look like. So for example, I pick the confidential internal label, and I can only use a team with the private privacy option. And for example, let's say external access is blocked. I just cannot invite somebody. So I would advise definitely you look into this. It's really can be really valuable, and definitely for the self-service scenarios where people have to pick a label for the team they are creating. And yeah, maybe you're also thinking now, oh well, maybe people can downplay it. It's very true, but then you have something to use against them. You know, like, hey, you picked, I don't know, public, and you put content in there that's internal content. Yeah, you know what I mean? So you have something to go back to people like hey, you know, you're doing this on purpose, for example. Again, not only use the labels for this, but really start your data classification project. Do that separately, because you cannot do that also within your team's governance workshop, because the impact is still pretty high for companies, because it's a different way of working. It's a different understanding how to work with content, and that's too much to put this all in this workshop. And it's basically the case for all these compliance options they'll discuss now as well. For example, like DLP. So with DLP, you can prevent the sharing of sensitive content. Familiar options are credit card numbers, IBAN numbers, social security numbers. So you can prevent that by using DLP. You can also do it for documents. So the first one is really for chat, and the other one is for documents. And again, this is a really valuable feature, but something you have to start up in a separate project. For some reason, I still don't know why, if you want to use DLP for chat, you need an E5 license. I don't know why. Maybe it will change, but it's weird, because for SharePoint and OneDrive, you don't. So this is what it will look like. So I post an image. I posted some demo text. You see, it's all gibberish, but there is like an IBAN number in there, so like an account number. It immediately says this is blocked, and then also like a message pops up in number 3. Then in number 4, I can, for example, see why that is. So this is text you can just create yourself. You can also give people the option to override, and you can also give them an option to report it to an admin saying like, I don't understand why this has been blocked, because, you know, it's still technology, so it's not always 100% fail-proof. I don't know if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a DLP and then auto labeling. It doesn't know. It's not 100% yet. So there can be cases that it doesn't really make sense why something is blocked. So it's always nice to give people the option to report it. So this is what it looks like. Oh, I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. Let me see. I think I pressed the wrong button. Where are we? Let's see. Here we are. So yeah, this one. It's never happened before. It's the first for everything. So this is what it looks like for SharePoint or OneDrive. It's you know, say again, I upload a document. It recognizes that it contains sensitive information. I get a policy tip, and I see that basically the same screen I saw in Teams as well. My advice: again, match this with your regulations, your internal procedures, and how you want to use Teams or are using Teams. Please do a lot of testing. DLP doesn't always work the way you expect it to work. Sometimes you need to do more fine-tuning. It has impact. As you notice, people can get this message and they can be like, oh, why am I getting this? So please communicate before you turn this on, right? And tell them why it is. Again, very important. Why is this so important? I have 12 more minutes. I think it should be good. Again, a couple things are repeating itself now, but please, please start it up as a separate project. Retention. So with retention, you have a couple options. You can retain content or chat for an X period. And with X period, I mean X amount of days, months, or years. You can also retain and delete it after that period, or just delete it after that period. So these are the options you have. For now, I believe for private channels, for chat, retention is still not supported. If you check the documentation, it's also up to date, but I believe I checked recently, it's still not there. For files, it is. That works. Again, you have to match with this. Test it out. Well, because, yeah, it's very important that you know for certain that it works and how it works. Similar. So see, these are ones that are the same, but, you know, but please, they are very crucial. So now we finally, you're probably thinking when he's going to talk about this. The reason I do this last is because all these things before, naming policy, external access, expiration period, privacy, for these collaboration templates basically determine if people can use the self-service options within a Microsoft Teams application, or you need to set up some sort of provisioning solution. Yeah. Yeah. So so what you can do, you can sorry. So the first one, you can say, okay, people can use the application. People can, or everybody, or just a selection of people can use the application. But that's an option you have too. You can create a security group, an Azure AD, and just assign that a security group with permissions to create and Microsoft 365 group. So that means a team. You can also could do it in a controlled way with, for example, an approval, and that's basically done by a provisioning solution. That can be for all employees. Sorry, I was waiting for this slide. So how is it determined if you can use self-service or provisioning? Basically, the collaboration format. What I see is that often when you define 3 or 4, there's been not always escaping sounds negative, but there's no really getting around using provisioning. But let's say you don't have any collaboration formats. Here, there's less need for a provisioning solution. Then maybe there's a unique naming policy, like I talked about before with those local districts. Yeah, for them, that naming policy they have, that doesn't work with the self-service creation. So with them, we had to set up a provisioning solution. And again, that's totally fine, right? This not means it's bad. But of course, the ideal situation for employees is self-service. But you don't have to make it difficult by using provisioning. Maybe you have really strict external access policies, so my advice doesn't work, right? You can say, "Oh, Jesper, I know what you mean. I think we should also turn it on, but it just doesn't work for us." That's fine. Maybe there are really different expiration policies. They're so far from apart that 1 year doesn't work anymore. So those things can basically determine if you have to use provisioning, yes or no. And for provisioning, we have our own solution, but we use it for more easier business cases or business scenarios. You have Provision Point, AvePoint, and there I'm probably forgetting one. There are more companies who do this. So you don't have to do it yourself. If you don't have the time or resources, please look into an external party that can help you with that. So that's basically that whole setup. Then what you also shouldn't forget is look at the policies in Teams. And these are some Microsoft Teams overall settings. So you can allow people to discover private teams. And that's what I mentioned before, that an owner can say, although my team is private, I don't mind if people can discover it. And private channels, you can turn it on or off, or you can turn it on or off for a selection of people. You can also adjust your message policies where you, for example, allow people to modify or delete their messages. You can turn off giveaways. You can manage the read receipts. Those what you have in WhatsApp as well. If you can see if somebody's read your message, you can look at your apps. I'm not going to allow all apps. I'm going to specify some apps that I can use, or I block third-party apps, for example. You can turn on or off tagging. You can turn on or off those third-party file storage solutions that you can interact with from within the Files tab. So then again, you've done the workshop, and then basically you discuss all these topics, and you need to get an agreement on it, right? Try to advise your customer with most of the experiences you have, some recommendations you have, add it into a document. It can also be a presentation or a SharePoint page, whatever, so long it's added somewhere that people can view it. If you do it as an external consultant, for example, somebody like me, you have to present your findings. So you basically go over the key topics, and then you say, okay, this is what you've decided because of this and that. And then basically you finalize your governance strategy. So everybody's aware, okay, we're going to roll out Microsoft Teams. These are our policies, these are the collaboration templates, we're using provisioning, et cetera, everybody's agreeing upon it, and that strategy is finalized. But it's not forever, because the world changes, Microsoft Teams changes, so you need to keep updating it. And that's why that steering committee is so crucial, because that's their responsibility, to make sure that governance strategy is being updated accordingly, of course. Of course, there can be some decisions you've made that you have to implement, right? So again, there can be an agreement upon that you need a provisioning solution. So that's something you have to roll out, right? Or, for example, I really like, for example, ShareGate Apricot that doesn't do provisioning, but does give you some really good tools to do monitoring, to give more responsibility to the owners, right? Or maybe you want to have to use AvePoint, their cloud governance for Office 365 offering. Again, you can do your own, but you need to implement it. That's often really the case, what I see with every customer. Or some settings, right? Maybe they don't want to use private channels. You need to turn it off, right? So I was looking at my phone, like, am I going to make it? But I think it was still good. I still have 5 minutes. So what I will do, I will look at the chat and I will answer some questions if there are questions. You can always send me an email or contact me on Twitter or LinkedIn, or take a look at my blog. Sorry for the big picture of my face, but yeah, please don't hesitate to reach out. Again, I appreciate you listening in. Are you free Saturday? I know it's a silly joke, but yeah, I do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you found it valuable. Feel free to use the content, and if you have any follow-up questions, don't hesitate to reach out. And then, yeah, thank you for your time, and then I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And of course, also thanks to the organization for organizing this event.
Thank you, Jasper. And it's a nice way to say, like in a Tom Hanks, thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to see that.
Yeah, silly. Yeah.
It was really wonderful session, and it was tons of information, to be honest. Like in a governance, it's not the easy task.
No, it's a lot. Yeah, it sometimes surprises me how much time goes into it.
Absolutely.
But it is important. Yeah. So yeah.
It is, yeah, and especially like when I work with those enterprises where always it's been asked, like how are you going to classify all your information? How are you going to protect that information? And it's a good way to do it. I understand, like Microsoft is still working towards it, making the product more robust, but DLP and the classification information you have shared, which is really, really good and very informative. So yeah, thank you.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate it.
So yeah, we got just messages from our attendee, just thank you again for the great session, and just to share the message saying, like, we as a 365 Saturday, we're trying every possible way to provide a bridge between all the speakers, bloggers, audiences, and make sure, like, we try and share or organize some topics in a way that, like, it provides a lot of knowledge to you all. And also, not only that, like, being even host, we do learn a lot as well every day. So it's again, thank you to all the speakers. So we got 3 minutes to go. Are there any questions? Anyone like to unmute yourself and ask the question? Okay, so we haven't got any more questions yet. Thank you, Jasper.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Have a nice one. So we got next session coming up from Marcin. Marcin is an Office 365 consultant and architect. He's going to present a session on one team to rule them all, teams in project management. So all the project managers out there, it's going to be a very, very interesting session for you guys. So just hold tight for another next 2 minutes before Marcin starts his session. Marcin, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hi. Hi guys.
Hi, Marcin. So just to quickly brief about the session will cover in terms of aggregating project data for multiple sources and tools within the teams. Marcin will use tabs, custom apps, Power Apps, Flow, Power BI, and other services to create automated ultimate workplace for project management. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it. Marcin, we can see you and we can hear you loud and clear as well.
Okay, so start sharing my screen.
Sure. Just bear with me a minute until I start the recording again, so I can give you the stage. Okay, so without further ado, Marcin, I'll hand over to you. So please start.
Okay,
Thank you.
so welcome everyone. In this beautiful, well, rainy Saturday in Poland. Today I will talk about short Teams, on how to use Teams, how to utilize Teams in project management. So fancy title, one team to rule them all. A few words about me. My name is Marcin Siewnicki. I live in Warsaw, in Poland. I work as an Office or Microsoft 365 consultant and architect in AZURE. I'm also one of SharePoint Saturday Warsaw organizer. This year we did an online event on April, and I love sharing knowledge with communities. Of course, if my cat allows me to do that. If not, I must wait for free time. Okay, so first, quick agenda. Why Teams? Why do we need Teams to use in project management? Why it's important? Maybe we can live without it. Then I will talk about building blocks that we can use to build our team, our dream team for project management. Then I will talk about data sources. How can we aggregate external data sources in our work? Then I will show you a very simple app, but that solves a very important problem for one of our customers. And a few words about reporting reporting in Teams for projects. And at the end, some automation. So how can we what can we do to automate Teams project team provisioning? So first, it's based on a real use case, real customer story, and all features that I show you come from that customer. So the company is still using them. So I think that's good. So first, we had a meeting a few months ago with our customer, and he had a problem. What's very important, that company is a software development company, so they create software not connected to Teams, but some other areas, but in Microsoft stack anyway. But no, they provision or start a lot of new projects every month, from small to very large projects, and they need to collaborate with customers, share knowledge, share information, gather documents, and work with project task, code, etc. So we had a small talk about what they needs, the current resources, current solutions. So they use project plans. So of course, it's very important because each project starts from project plans, small or big. Meetings, they spend a lot of time on meetings with teams, internal teams, external teams, customers. They create, of course, notes, bunch of notes in very different formats and places. Code repositories, because it's software company, so they must store code repository somewhere. Documents, that's the most important thing for them, because they produce a lot of documents, store them in many different places, share them, sign them digitally, archive, etc. Tasks in 2 different tools, but very important because they create tasks and assign those tasks to project members, to even external people, customers, etc. Communication, very important part, because they must somehow to communicate with teams, between members, between company and customers, etc. And of course, we have a customer somewhere, because they develop software for external customers. And the team, of course, collaborate or work with each of those artifacts. And if they invite the customer to work with them, the customer also work with specific, if not all, artifacts. So my first point, my first solution or advice was to use teams to help to better organize their work. But what was very important, they try teams. They try teams, and I get a message that they don't want one additional tool because they try teams. They tried to build a few teams, try chats, online meetings, and if chats was okay, meetings was also okay, but teams, well, it didn't work for them well because what was very, very weird for me, but I observed that in many other companies as well. So they use Teams as one additional tool, one separate space or place that they do something. So they use Teams as a place for communication, collaboration tool for part of teams, not entire team, project team. So they use a lot of tools, external tools like projects, Jira, Azure DevOps, of course, Outlook, some internal tools, some system for external, from external companies, some very specific business processes that they created, and Teams was one additional tool. They use chats, use online meetings, but if they had a document, a Word or PDF file, and they wanted to share that file with customer, they simply put that file on different SharePoint site and break permission and share that file to customers. So they forget or didn't know, in fact, that Teams, it's not only for chats and for meetings, that there's something more inside Teams. So yes, Teams is the hub for the teamwork. I love this description because it explains what is Teams. It's not collaboration tool, it's not chat, it's not for meetings. Currently, everyone uses Teams as a meeting or chat tool because of COVID, but it's only part of the, or very small part of the entire tool. So then I get, what about that hub? What does it mean? Does it's hub? So we have a lot of building blocks. We have a lot of features that we can use inside Teams to create our team for project management. We have teams, we have channels, tabs that we can use to display or work with external sources. We have custom applications, we have automation using Power Automate, notification and advanced features like bots, adaptive cards, extensions and modules. Today I will talk or show you only basic blocks because talking about all of them would take us at least 3 or 4 hours. Yes, so now that building blocks, I will show you my team. Where's my team? Teams, okay. And I will show you what we did for that specific customer to create a team for project management, for projects. Okay. So we started from structure because it's very important. They try to use Teams for project management for different projects, but each team created a separate structure, separate team, and they used it in very different way. So each team had a very different experience, and that they spotted the different problems, issues. So I create a simple team. It's a private because it should be a private. Say project, what do we call it? Saturday. Okay. And we've got one project. Come on. Yeah, so we have a basic team with some name. We can, of course, invite people, entire team to our project. But we start with something different because they started from 5 to 10 new projects every month. So as you can see here, we can have a lot of teams in our navigation, from project related to other teams with icons, without icons, with default icons. So it can easily end up with a huge list, and it's not easy to navigate using that list. We can of course use search, but we found out that it's very easy. Not that one. Manage team. It's much easier to navigate and use teams if we use some color patterns for icons, because we can change icon for each team. I can upload a picture. I have this one. So solid background with one letter, maybe subtle icon inside. Okay, why? No. Okay, we'll wait a few moments. And as you can see there, each project team has the same icon. So it's easier to navigate through teams. If I have 15 or 20 teams, 5 of them for projects, it's much easier for me to find that project teams. Then we divided communication inside project teams into channels, but we use 2 features. One, it's private channels, because we wanted to invite customers for teams, for projects. That our customer used very specific approach, but they invited his customers to that team, so external users to teams, but they used standard channels, so they share everything inside, and if they want to share something very specific or some confidential information, so they create additional SharePoint site, break permission, and share that link, and so they end up with at least 2 sources for documents. That's not good. We don't want to duplicate places where we store documents for project. So create a basic structure with 2 private channels and 2 standard channels, and we using icons or emojis to easier navigate through channels. Okay, so red will be for internal communication. Okay, and it will be a private channel. Okay. Then this time is purple icon, and it also private channel. Okay, so we have 2 private channels, and then but also with icon. This time it will be a green, and this one will be a standard. And the last one will have a yellow circle and also standard channel for releases. So we create a basic structure, very basic, only 4 channels for custom channels with general, of course, with colors, with emojis, and to private, to standard. So then we can easily invite external users, external customers to our team and share with them only information that we want. So in standard channel, we can put information that's not confidential, that we can easily share with our customer. And if we want to share some information, but only to specific group of people, maybe half of our team and a customer, or maybe only with our team. So we can use private channels to secure that information. And we have internal communication, releases, tests, and DevTalks channels. So if we create additional project, or a member or developer or tester or whatever enter a new, and will be invited to a new project, we will add him to that team, and he'll find that there's the same basic structure. So red always for internal communication, yellow always for releases, green for tests, and purple for DevTalks. So it's much easier to navigate through the new project teams. So we don't need to create a README file or help or create some help document to talk where he can find specific information. Same structure for all. That's very important, because if we have 5-10 new projects per month, it's much easier to use that pattern. And it's very simple. Only colors, no specific emojis, no specific icons, because it's much easier to use solid, tiny emoji with solid color. Okay, I will check if I can change my icon here. Okay, it works. So I have a new project team, same icon, as I can hide a few from there. Okay. So we have a basic structure, and we can populate that structure to new teams. But before we go to next step, I will show you something more, because we can use Teams, of course, for communication and meetings. That's very popular. But there's no. I want my files. Not so fast today. And this one works. But Teams has also very great features for file storage and collaboration on those files. And it's very important, because we don't want to duplicate storage elements, spaces where we can store documents, because if we store part of SharePoint, part of Teams, part somewhere else, we'll end up with a mess, and we won't be able to find documents or information in those documents quickly. And it's very important. So we can put documents inside Teams. Okay. We can easily put some documents here. It will quickly upload. And if I invite an external customer, he will be able to use that document, download it, upload a new version, or work directly from Teams. Okay, so I have a few documents here. And what's also very important, and for project management is crucial, is that we can use, or we can upload, of course, many different type of files, but we can also upload a MPP, so Microsoft project files. But if I click say document, it will display or load me a Word online or Excel online inside Teams. But it doesn't work for project files. So we are not allowed to, we can't simply click and see a project file inside Teams, but we can download it. That's some kind of workaround. But for me, better solution is to use open and open project. Open project, yes. And it open that project file, MPP file, inside my project. Come on, where's my project? Oh, we have a project. But what's very important, this project file is connected to my team. So if I click save, all changes will be saved automatically to my project team. So I don't need to save it locally and upload it to my team. That's very important. And for that customer, that was even more important because they use emails to share project files, to send project files through team and through stakeholders management. And it wasn't good and it didn't work well. So for project files, we can upload project files. We can open it using project, but as a desktop application. If we use project online, we can use project online and embed it as a website here. But there's no native functionality to visualize to open the project files inside Teams like Word, Excel, or PowerPoint. So keep it in mind, but it's very good to keep all files related to project inside one team. Of course, we can divide the files into specific channels, but keep it in one project team. So we don't need additional spaces, storages, different SharePoint sites. Or I found that some teams in that customer, they shared files using their own OneDrive for Business. So totally different places, and they simply can't find it after the project ends. So we have a basic structure with channels, with some visual effects, emojis, and very simple icons. So what next? Okay, where's my PowerPoint? What next? Then we moved to very important part, because in each project we use dedicated services or tools for code repository, for task management, for issues management, etc. That customer is still using Jira for task management, issue management, etc., and planning, and Azure DevOps for code-related tasks like issues in code, code repositories, etc. So we find it useful. So okay, what about that tools? How can we use that in Teams? So I said that Teams is the hub for work. So we don't want to switch between Teams and different tools, but it would be better to stick with Teams. Okay, one switch back here. So using Teams, it's very similar to Power Automate or Power Apps. We have a lot of connectors or apps that can connect and gather resource data from different data sources, mostly Microsoft, but there's a lot of connectors and apps that work with external or third-party services, data sources, etc. There's a few icons for that apps. So of course, Microsoft Stack, but we can also aggregate and consume data and information from GitHub, from Asana, Trello, YouTube, Salesforce, etc. But if we go to my Teams, so we can use that to aggregate external data sources, into our team, into our project, we can use tabs and use tabs to add new features. So we can have what we have here, a huge list with, that's not all. If we go to manage apps and more apps, so huge list with Microsoft and third-party tools. So if you want to, or if we plan to use Teams for project management, and we use third-party tools, not Microsoft tools, you can easily go to Teams and check if that external tool is prepared application or connector for Teams. Is it there? If not, we can go to that vendor and check. Maybe they have something on their page, or we can use it in different way or create our own app. But there's a lot of out-of-the-box ready-to-use apps. And I will show you two apps. Okay, I will go back to my team. Because with that customer, we started with Jira and Azure DevOps. So we start with Jira. Of course, we talk about cloud services. To connect with on-premise services, it's also possible, but we need some additional work to connect to that on-premise. Yeah, we have Jira Cloud. I must first add my Jira connector to my team. Come on, please load. Okay, a few seconds for coffee. Or maybe not. I try to general maybe. Okay, so I switch to maybe to Azure DevOps. Let's see how it works. Yes, add. Okay, so I quickly add Azure DevOps app to my team. So I must select my organization. Yes, this one. So there's my test account with some test project. This one. This one, and save for overview. And that's it. What we have here is entire dashboard that we can create inside Azure DevOps. We can add it to Teams. So I don't need to switch from Teams to my Azure DevOps and go or do something in Azure DevOps in separate browser or maybe tab. I can do this using only Teams. So, of course, for code related work, I must switch to Visual Studio. But if I want to create a bug or go to that bug, I click and it will display my bug inside my team, inside my tab. So I don't need to switch to a different tool. Let's say this one is done. Yeah, save and close. It will switch. Let's say refresh it. Yeah, 4. I can also go there and add some comments. I can modify tasks. I can add tasks, some comments in progress, save and close. Of course, if I click some specific feature, I will be redirected to my Azure DevOps. But I can, with basic stuff, I can work directly using my my Teams. And I have here a lot of statistics information, so I don't need to switch to Azure DevOps and check how many bugs I have, how many new commits, new bugs, new tasks. I can work with that info directly using my Teams, my tab. And I can customize that dashboard because I can create my own unique and related to my current work dashboard inside Azure DevOps and display it on my team. So if I go there and Yes, I will select it once again. Yes, I must, of course, log into my... So I can select the project. Of course, for me, it would be the same. But as you can see, I have two dashboards. One is by default, and this project overview is my custom own. So it's my custom dashboard. If I go to my Azure DevOps and modify that, it will be automatically refreshed here. So that's for Azure. Very simple. We don't need to code anything, create custom apps, power apps, automation. Use it, create dashboard, and use that Azure DevOps application inside Teams. Okay, let's try Jira again. And no, Jira Cloud doesn't work on Saturday. I switch to my previous team, project team. Maybe no. No, I can't. I'm not able to show you Jira today, but it works the same way. I go back to here. Try it again. Leave it here maybe. So if I add Jira, I must connect to my Jira account. I must provide my link to my organization inside Jira Cloud. Then I must prepare or connect directly to my filter view inside Jira, and it will show me the list with my tasks from Jira. And I can create a task directly from Teams. I can assign tasks, move tasks, and work with tasks and bugs and other artifacts that are inside Jira directly from my Teams. I don't need to switch from tool to tool to other browsers, etc. I can use only Teams, and that was very important because we don't need to switch between teams, between apps, because that was, I think, that is a very common mistake and problem issue in many companies, because they use Teams as one additional tool. So they implement Teams, create great application stuff inside Teams, but they must switch from tool to tool to tool to tool. And end up with 100 tabs inside browser, with 5 to 10 desktop tools, and it's not effective. And if you know the laptop or computer must be restarted, it's a disaster, because all applications will be closed, all tabs could disappear, and that seems funny, but I found that it's really issue and a real pain for some customers. So it's great to use Teams as one digital workplace, digital desktop for our work, so we can minimize external tools as much as possible. So we can use one tool for 80% of work, and maybe 2 or 3 additional tools that can't be used inside Teams, like Visual Studio or dedicated applications. Okay, one last chance for Jira. No, today is not the day for Jira Cloud, but it works. Maybe not on Saturday, but in work days it works. And if there's a tool that doesn't have any dedicated app for Teams, there's one app called Website. and that we can use to embed any website in our Teams. Okay, and that's my cat, sorry. So if our apps is not or doesn't have any dedicated app for Teams, we can use, and we can access it using web browser, and it's accessible from internet. From the internet, we can use website tab and type URL to that tab. Let's say Microsoft. Okay. That one. Yeah, and using that that website tab, we can embed any website that is accessible from the internet, or we can use or embed even Power Apps here. So it's very simple. There's some, from time to time, you can find that it needs to be refreshed or something like that, but we can use that tab to use services that doesn't have any Teams dedicated app. So it's not a perfect solution, but it works very well, and you can use it without any additional configuration. If there's if you need to sign into that page to provide some credentials, it works. So you can log in with your account and use it as additional tab in your project team. I will leave it here. Okay. Okay, so go to our presentation. So that's about data sources. Yes, and what about if you have some tools? That's not, well, in fact, that's not tools, but some kind of processes or third-party tools, our custom tools that we can't move to cloud easily, or is no one knows how it works, but we need to use it somehow. And that customer has some kind of application. So they created a process, and every single week, each project manager sent an email to higher management and put into that email very huge table, so plain text, with a project name and risks related to that project, some remediation steps, current situation, etc. So each email contain about, I don't know, I don't remember, but from 10 to even 40 lines of text. And it was very critical application. So it's business critical application, and they wanted to move it to Teams. So what about that kind of stuff? So we created a very simple, really very simple application using Power Apps, and we simply embed this Power App application inside each project team. So not only we cover entire or all requirements from previous application, from process, but we also add some new capabilities and features. So how it works, how it looks like. There is a Power Apps, where is that one? Power Apps tab, so we can use it. Yes, I would like to add that one. So if we create a Power Apps in our tenant, Office 365 tenant, we can go there, select that one application. Of course, we must have access to it. And Teams will upload and embed and display information from that application inside our Teams, inside our channel. But that's not all. It's fully functional, so we can add some new risk. Missing Jira. Yes. So I can work using that. It's active, impact 5, probability 5, date. Projects, I don't have any info here. And save it. And it will automatically display or refresh all data sources to that related to that application. And building that kind of application, for this one, it took me from 2 to 3 hours to find out the current business process and create 2 SharePoint lists and some very basic view of that items. But we can embed that application inside our team. But what's more important that with latest, or it's from March, I think, Power Apps update, we can get context from teams. So I can easily go there and find out where my team, where my Power App is, in which team or in which channel my app is used. So I can get context. So this app can easily know if it's a Project Saturday team or webinar team. And using that context, we can easily filter data in those application based on that info, on that context info. So it's very important because we can create one app for 2,000 project teams, and we don't need to configure it after we add it to the team. So it will automatically filter data or save data to proper project, to proper data source, proper, I don't know, SQL, whatever we connect to it. So it's more intelligent right now. So we can use it easily, quickly, built from basic applications to very complex that will cover our entire or most of our business requirements. And it looks pretty easy, and well, it's very easy, in fact. But it entirely covers all my customer needs. And they don't need to use email anymore for reporting capabilities, because they can simply go there, add some risks, or entire team also can go there and see that there's some risks in our projects, or maybe I know something that I must or should I add as a risk. So they can work with that app, add risks, filter using or edit current existing risks, and from the stakeholders, from the higher management, they can easily go to the SharePoint list, filter that list, or create a simple Power BI report or export data to Excel, whatever they need. But it's much easier to work with that kind of data and that kind of application than using emails and read about 10 emails each week and find out what's happening inside projects and what risk and etc. So using Power Apps, we can easily embed Power App as a tab, and we can connect to context from and get context from our teams to filter, to add some logic to our app. So it's also very important that we not limited only to display data or allow to add some new data without any logic behind it. Okay, so that's about Power Apps and building apps. We can use easily. You can easily build your app and embed it to team. Yes, the next requirement, it was reporting, because for higher management, it's the most important part to get info. What's happening with my projects. For project management, for project managers, it's also very important. Where is my project? If there's any stacks, stop blockers, impediments, etc. So for that requirement, what we can use, what we can do, well, we can use Excel, because we can add Excel file here with some charts, with some data tables, etc. So it is some kind of reporting workaround, I would say. But if we have a huge Excel file with a lot of reports, a lot of charts inside, we can go upload it and connect to it immediately. So we don't need to modify anything. So it's some kind of solution, but we can also use Power BI. And it works very, very well because it's designed for, well, in fact, to work together with teams. So it has a dedicated component, dedicated app for reporting. So for this one. So if the only thing I need to is to put my report on Workspace and share my report to my team or teams. And using that, why it's called, okay. Project report. So using Teams, I can go there and check what's going in my project. I can filter it. Yeah, it's not much to filter, but it's fully functional Power BI report. We have all features that we can find in Power BI if we go to the Power BI service. So I can navigate, click on each. There's not much to filter, but it works the same way as full Power BI. So it's much better to use Power BI, or if we need to embed a Power BI or use Power BI data inside our team, it's much easier to embed it on our channel, maybe, or internal channel or private channel to limit access to that Power BI. But it's very easy to use. Prepare. If we already use Power BI, it's only 5 to 10 seconds to embed that kind of report inside our team. But if we use other tools, not from Microsoft Stack, well, there's no click for here or any other tools. So for other tools that's accessible from the internet, we can use website tab, or we must provide some or create some custom code for our reports, because or use it as a separate tool, because there's no, for reporting we have, well, in fact, Excel and Power BI tab inside. Inside that, if we, Teams, so out of the box features, if we go to the analytics and BI, we have a lot of well, Power BI, and well, from that, in fact, there's a lot of other very, very specific apps for reporting, but there's no place for big. There's no apps for big vendors. Yeah, Google Analytics, but that's not for reporting for projects. But we have a project Power BI, so I think, and I suggest to use it as a first use or first choice solution to report inside Teams, because we don't need to switch to a different tool. We can use it inside our team. Where's my, okay. Yes, and we can also use, if we have Excel file and start with Excel file, that's also some kind of solution. So we can upload Excel file, display it, or use it as a tab, as a current project reporting solution, and then use Power BI to build reporting using that Excel file. That's also some kind of solution, and you can consider it as a reporting solution. Okay, and the last one, because we can create a very good, fancy team with connected tabs, with files, with channels. We can invite a lot of guests, a lot of customers. That's good, but that's only one team. Yeah. So what about some automation? If I need to provision new teams every day, what about that? So we can go here and create a team based on existing one. So I can go and project, where's my project? Using that one. So I can select which parts I would like to copy from that existing team, and it will create the same team with same channels. Okay, yeah, there's some, come on. So it's here. Yeah, as you can see, there's only 2 channels, no private channels. What about apps? Oh, I can see that there is AZURE web. There is project report tab, but there's no Jira and there's no My Power App. No, I can't find it. It has some limitations, and it's still manual process. So we need to go there, click create, select template, and create and add missing parts that there's not inside. But there's also a different approach, more robust and more okay, I must find it first, and simply better, because we can use Power Automate and Graph API to fully automate Teams provisioning process. So we can create a quite simple flow, and that flow, well, can select some trigger for that. For that customer, I create a very simple list, SharePoint list, with only few fields. So I create a project. Okay, you can add some description. Is it private? Yes. Owner. I will be an owner. Duplicates. There's only me. That's it. And to that list, and based on that list, I created a very simple flow that gets data from that list, and using Graph API, I connect to Graph API and create team. I can also add members to each of the teams of team. I can create private channels. I can even add some power apps to my channels. And then grant permission. I can grant access to from my team, for my external users, for my customers, etc. And then I can add some, here's basic approval for that process. So I can start approval process before I create a team. Maybe there's a logic that I don't want teams from small projects, only for bigger projects. And I can create multiple templates for projects. So software developers, development projects will use that kind of template, and maybe marketing projects should use different templates, so that we can use it only using the flow and simple SharePoint list with a few options. and it will take some time, but okay, let's go back to my team. It's not there. Okay, no. Oh, okay, we got this. So it's created, project 365 Saturday with 4 channels, and yeah, project online here and risk assessment app as power up. If there's any tab that need to be connected to third-party tools or services like Jira, we need to go there and connect it manually. But entire team will be created. No, where's this one? We can use Power Automate, or if you prefer, we should use. We can also use Azure Logic Apps for that, so we can choose the right tool for us from the cost perspective or IT management or other requirements, but we can use our flow in Power Automate or Logic Apps, and we can quickly build and connect that provisioning process to our existing project management or project flow or process, because we can start that project or based on CRM task or dynamic task, or new item on SharePoint list, or maybe new record in SQL Server. It depends on our requirements. For that customer, we use only SharePoint list as a trigger for our project, or to provision our new team for project management. Okay, and that's for automation. And after about 4 weeks, it worked for them, and that customer was happy. So I would like that you take that. Please use that's the slide. Give me a second. It's not so easy to switch. That's one. So use Teams as a hub for teamwork, not an additional service, not additional tool. Use it as a hub. And if you need only one takeaway from that session, so please keep it in mind. Teams is the hub for teamwork, not additional tool for communication, chat, etc. Okay, so that's all from my side. I see that we can have also only 3 minutes. So do you have any questions? I check my chat.
Thank you, Marcin. It was really good session with lots of information in that, and I'm sure the project managers, if they are in the audience, they will be definitely happy looking at this. And also, when you actually showed information about automating team channel creation, just for everyone to know, and if you are more technical, the PowerShell is another alternative approach to automate team and channel creation. So that's one more things to consider as well. But
yes, you're right.
It was really good to see
technical,
that. Yeah.
But it's possible.
Sorry, Marcin?
Yeah, that's the next one, more advanced, but also some kind of solution to create a new team.
Absolutely, yeah. So, does anyone have any question for Marcin? Feel free to put your question in the chat window, or you can unmute yourself. We got 1 more minute to go before our next session starts.
Okay, if not, thank you guys for watching my session.
Thank you, Marcin. Thanks for spending your time with us and providing a brilliant session with the presentation. So thank you very much. So we have a next session coming up from Adnan Amin, and this is regarding managing and customizing security for Microsoft Teams. As we know, everywhere security is very important, and along with the Microsoft Teams, that's one of the key factors as well. So let's go ahead. Without further ado, I'll check. Adnan, are you online?
Yeah, I am online. Can you hear me properly?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much for accepting my session and for the. And I have attended a couple of sessions between chunks, and it seems to be very useful to attend the whole day.
It is, yeah. I'm kind of glued to myself. Like, I didn't expect that, like, that many brilliant sessions, but yeah, it's very interesting. Quite a lot to learn, and we always consider that, like, Teams is a very small application. Do I want to spend too much time on it? But it's got so much to offer, so much. So it's brilliant. So Adnan, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you. So let me start recording. So before I kickstart, just for everyone's information, we are recording these sessions, and it is live on YouTube as well. You can actually watch those recordings and live sessions at Powerthon YouTube channel. And make sure you provide your feedback as well, and let us know, like, did you like the sessions? Do you want some more information through the sessions? Any kind of feedback will be very, very helpful to us. So without further ado, over to you, Adnan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I welcome everyone to my session on managing and customizing security for Microsoft Teams. And today just before that, a little bit about myself, that I'm a Microsoft MVP for Office Apps and Services since 2015, and I was an MCT regional lead for Pakistan chapter and an active MCT for past 11 years. I having a experience of over 15 years of working on Microsoft technologies, and I'm working a couple of my customers are Fortune 500 companies, and so it's a very throughout my career, I work on Microsoft tools and technologies. I studied as a developer and then started working as a consultant and architect on Microsoft Server technologies. Right now, I'm working as a senior Microsoft consultant for PCM, which is acquired by Insight, which itself is a Fortune 500 company in US. And if you want to reach out to me, you have my contact details. You can reach out to me at Twitter. And recently, I also have started my YouTube channel where I will be sharing some of the technical trainings on these technologies and especially on the security and handouts, so that if anyone want to reach out, then they can follow this URL here. And you can also take the screenshot if you need that. So today, the topic which we are going to discuss is very interesting topic and one of the very important topic, because we are living in a world of data, and even in Teams, we know that we are already managing security through Office 365, and there are users available, and there are administrators available who are managing these securities. But there are also securities for the containers. Containers, I mean that like Microsoft Teams itself is a container application. If we talk about Microsoft Groups or SharePoint sites, then how to manage security of these. And because I recently, after COVID-19, I have been approached by different schools and different institutions and even different software companies who wanted to explore, wanted to use Teams for their internal workspace, and how they can communicate and how they can have different channels or different teams for different working. So the defaults, they were using the default settings, but they having some issues on that, how they can manage security for different within a team, how they can customize the security, because out of the box you do not have much options available. So I will try to cover maximum things from very low level to high. And in this session, I will be discussing about the very basic private and about info about public and private teams, and then guest access, that how you can enable guest access and how can you can customize the organizations, which include your vendors or your customers who can access different teams, and what will be the access level they will have, and what are the different channels, different ways of allowing different organizations. And then I will, at the end of the channel, I will also let you know, I will give you a brief overview and demonstrate you how we can create the sensitive labels for your organization for different containers, which include teams, your SharePoint sites, your groups, and even your Outlook, and also how you can secure your content, which include your documents and emails, which you need to be secured for NPI data. Because recently we got requirements for these from our few of the Fortune 500 companies, that they have a highly secured content which they need to customize and also want to share with some of the vendors. So how we can manage those things and what are the options available. So I will try to cover some of the things, some of the areas, so which could be useful for all of us. Because I'm also learning these days, because there are changes coming up every day, and there are also some limitations which are, but there are workarounds to overcome those limitations. So whatever I'm explaining here, that will be based on my experience with all these areas. So first of all, before we start, I'm sharing a link with you all here for a short survey. I'm sharing the link on chat so that we can have a hold just a second. I just shared a link on the chat window. You can also type in on your screen, so that it's a small survey, and this is required for just for the info that when we are going forward, I can have an idea that what experience you have with the Microsoft tools and technologies, so that I can also move accordingly. And if someone who don't have experience of these areas, then I can slow down on those areas and try to brief can explain in more detail. I'm just opening the survey on my window also. So you will see there are 4 to 5 simple questions on the survey. You can fill in those questions, and if anyone is facing any issue, then they can just update me on chat. Right now, I have given a couple of online sessions due to COVID-19, and before that, I was I always felt more comfortable with the online sessions. With in-person sessions. When I studied online sessions, it was very hard for me to interact with the audience. So what practice I have started at, I have started created surveys like this, which I will be asking during the session to engage the audience with me, and also get the input from them on different scenarios. Haven't got any response on the survey yet. I will just wait for a few more seconds to verify if there is if we can get any response. Okay, I'm moving forward to the next topic here. So if we talk about Microsoft security in Teams, there are basically 3 types of security available in Microsoft Teams. One is public, then private, then organization-wide. Public means any member of the organization can join the team. Whenever you go to Microsoft Teams, you will see that if there's a public team, you will see created on your organization, you can see that team. And when a private team is created, it will only those users who users need to be manually added by the team owner, that only those will have access. Those could be guest users, or could be from your organization. An organization-wide team is that where all the logged in, all the users, either those are guests or part of your organization, can see that team and they can access that team anytime. All those are member of that team, and we will also see that how we can allow. You can also add guests to your teams, um, and you can also specify the organizations for the guest access. And normally, the guest organization can be specified on the SharePoint Admin Center directly, which is directly available there. But using the sensitive label, you can also specify on sensitive labels that you can prepare those policies that how which type of teams will have can have can allow guest users, and which specific organizations are allowed for a specific team. So this is how you're going to create the governance of your tenant. And if I go to next slide here, I'm going to walk through you how to creating a team, and then we will start the customization of the team using different during different tools, different ways. So I'm going to the team here. This is, and before that, first, I will let me create the team here. I am logged in with 3 different accounts for this session. I created this as a dev tenant, and the purpose of asking that survey was that if you already have a tenant or not, then you can create a developer tenant, which allows you to 3 months trial, 3 months access for which can be easily extendable, and you can play around with all these things. So here I already have few, because this is a demo tenant for me, and I already have created few of the teams here. So now I'm going to create a team site. If you are already using Microsoft Teams, then you can see the similar options here. And when I create here, you will see that there are only showing me 2 options here which are disabled, and it's not showing me the organization wide option. And it's showing me sensitivity, choose sensitivity, because I already have enabled sensitivity on my tenant. That's why it's showing up this option to me, and I need to select any of the option here. And these are, I created different level of sensitivity, and like for private teams only, it will only allow me private teams, and on these private teams I created it a way that only internal members are allowed, and external teams, private external. And for example, if I'm going to create this public internal team, so it could be public or could be organization wide, but instead of that, I will create this one, private external, because I enable guest access on this one, and we'll name it as project green. And here I can add some of the users here. And right now, what I'm doing, that most of the users which are doing are already doing this thing, that they are assigning members and giving them either honor or member access. I'm adding Alex, and Adley, and I'm also adding Adnan.Amin as a guest, because it's a guest user which I already have added to the tenant. So I'm adding it as a guest user. And I will also can define the access for these users. I'm just setting it as an honor, and now I'm saving these changes. And now, for just to let you know that because I already have applied a sensitive label on this one, I'm just creating another team to show you that how that external user is not allowed for some of the teams. For example, if I'm using this private internals, I'm creating a team here, project red. It will allow me to select any of the internal user. Alex is allowed here. If I try to add Adnan, it will not allow me. it's showing me the internal user, but not the guest account. The guest account, if I try to add by email address, it's not allowing it. I'm just creating this team if we can use that. So this is how I have created the teams here. And if I go to this team, I think its site collection is also created. No, it's still not created here. It will take some time, and in a minute it will get created. And from there, I will let you. We can go forward for further customization on the security level. Right now, any member who joins this team, for example, if I go with the Alex account here, right now I'm logged in here with the admin account, with the demo account, and it's the global admin. Alex, I added Alex as a owner for the team, and you can see the both teams which I just have created are also available here. And if I go to the file section of Team Green, hopefully it will start showing me the documents content here. Now I think the site is created here, and I will also go to the window of Adley, which I also have added as a. You can also I added Adley only on Project Green. You can see that Adley is a member of the Project Green. And now I'm going to for the customer. Let me check if we have the next option on slide. So before moving forward, let me explain you for a few more things. That if you are if you have started your tenant for the very first time, you need to enable the guest access, or you will go with the default settings. And for the even if you are applying the sensitivity labels, then you have to enable the guest access for your tenant. Right? That's all depend on your organization policies. For this tenant, what I have done that I have created I went to the home of the organization's admin panel, and from here I'm going to the settings and organization settings. And from here, from organization setting, you can enable or disable the guest access for the teams. And there are multiple ways for doing that. You can do it directly from here, or you can go to the team admin center. Like if I go to the teams admin center, or you can also do it from using PowerShell, that you can enable the external access on the teams and also on Office 365 groups. And similarly, from here, you can also enable for the SharePoint sites. But there is another option available on SharePoint sites. If you go to the SharePoint Admin Center, which will be like this, and I'm just going to open the active sites. We just create this Project Green site, and if I go to Project Green site, you will see that if I go to the permissions here, because I already have applied policies here, otherwise it will have the option to share and it will allows us normally what happens that it give us the option to external sharing, and also we can define the external domains which are allowed to be added to the teams. So I'm going back to the team here. Let me just check the PowerShell slides here. Okay. So now I'm going to customize the security for the teams, and we'll see that what would happen. right now, I just want to show you a few of the things here. That if you check here, with this is the demo account. Yeah, this is the guest account, and you can see that I have access to these this project green site and which I have created, and I can add something here, and I have access to wiki, and also have access to files. Right, I can upload files and I can make an customization to files, and similar access. Adley also having the similar access. Now I'm going to the SharePoint site. Here I have the options now. This is some of the thing which is required to customize the security for the team internal team content, and there could be multiple channels on your teams, and one of the what you can do, that you can go to the site advanced permissions. And here, these are if you are familiar with SharePoint, then these are the default security mechanism for the SharePoint, and all the members, all the users who are part of having the member access on the teams. And we have seen the scenario that user want to restrict the user access who are added on the teams. If I go to this one, project members, and you will see that project green members are part of the members group. It means that they have added access to on all the content. If I remove this user from here, now let's check what will the output for the Adley and Alex, because so Alex is the site owner, so there will not be any change for Alex on this window. You can see that this is the Alex window, and there is no change for Alex here, and Alex can see all the options here. And if I go to Adley here, you will see there's a change for Adley. Adley can't see any of the document, and Adley can't see any of the wiki content because she is not part of that members group now. So what could we do now? I'm adding, and there are and why we need these things. Why this is required? Because I have seen the requirements, like as I mentioned earlier, that due to COVID-19, there are different organizations who contacted me, even education institutes, and they have a requirement that they need user access to their folders only, or even there are different channels within a team site. The channels can only can modify content of which are assigned to them only. So using that, and now here is the part of if you are familiar with SharePoint security, this is the area where we can play with this SharePoint security. Now I'm going back to the site, and I'm going back to the security groups here. And on the visitors, I'm adding a new project green members group. Now, if you can see, now let's see the difference here for Adley. If she can still see the documents, and let me also upload a few of the documents here from Alex's screen. I'm uploading this to documents. So now you can see that Alex can view the documents, but she have option to view and download and sync, but she cannot modify document or upload a document because she having the view access on this one, and from here she can still post something. Hello. She have the permission to post on the on the feed here, and now she also have access on wiki, but she cannot modify wiki content. She actually, because wiki required edit access, so she do not have access on the wiki still do not have access. And if I go to Adnan, which is an external user, he also having the similar access. Wiki is not accessible. And now what I will do next, I'm going back to the security here. And this security can be managed by either by admin of the SharePoint, or site owner can also manage this security. So if there is a team owner, he or she can easily manage this security for the organization, for his or her team. And I already have given read access to this project team members here, and I'm now going back to the members group and adding again the security group here, so that user will have the administrative access, the edit access on the documents, so that they can view. Now I'm going to the team of Adley. Now here you can see that the options are available back, and the wiki is also enabled now. So, but what now? And now I'm going to the document library for the customize these options, because you know that the journal is a separate journal having a separate folder on the document library. So I will go back to the SharePoint site. I will go to the documents. And I will, from here, I will click on the permission there. And I will stop the inheritance here. This is how we can restrict the user access from the folders here. And here we might need to, based on our requirements, we might need to create multiple security groups, so that instead of manually adding users, we can restrict them. And here I'm just removing this security group here. But I want, as for the requirement, that the external users, if there are scenarios like that, guest users can view the content, but only the members, the internal users can modify them. And so what is required here in that case, that you can, I'm going to add Adley as a contributor here. So what happens when I have added the group back to the members folder, that the wiki and the other areas will be available for the user to be accessed, even if there is a Teams note, OneNote, then that there they can also add their customization. They can add notes there. Now I'm going back to the. So you will not see any difference here. User can upload files. Adley can upload the files. These all options are available here, and similarly, she can also modify wiki here. But now if I go to the guest account, and for guest account, you will see that on journals, user do not have option to upload a file or add a new file, but the user can download the file or can view the file. But now external user can also modify the wiki section. So this is how we can customize the security for the teams using SharePoint. And this is very valuable for and if you are already having expertise of working with SharePoint securities, you can further customize it based on that. There are requirements that no one can delete the files. You can create custom permissions for that, and you can play around all those things. Now I'm taking to you. I'm going back to the slide, and let's see the next section. So customizing user permissions to teams. We already have discussed this thing and walk through it. If you have any question on this section, you can also add your question in the comment section. So I can also take a look to that. And now I'm going to sensitivity labels, because recently I created a demo tenant and have enabled sensitivity labels on that one. So why these are required? Because there are requirements from different teams and organizations, like the approach when we can normally, what happens that whenever you create a new tenant, you are going to, if you need some customization for the teams, like allow guest users for a team, or disable guest users, or specify the any specific domains to be allowed as a guest user. Those are things which normally we are going manually doing on the teams and also on the SharePoint sites. So, but with using these group policies, using these sensitivity labels, we can create, we can apply these scenario, these policies. Either we can call them organization-wide policies on the containers, which include Microsoft Teams, Office 365 groups, SharePoint sites, your Exchange, and also can apply on the documents and contents. We can specify the sensitivity levels for them, so that for the secure content also, that how it will be. And we can also control the access for that for all that content that can only be accessed through the through the web, or through the managed devices. What are the managed devices? Those are devices which are attached to your domain using iTunes, or on the devices which are already registered on your Azure AD, like your phones or your laptops. So those are all called managed devices, and these are sensitively, and you can also allow some of the content which can be accessed from anywhere, or you can also specify that if there are some documents you do not allow to copy, or you do not allow to print them, or you want to restrict the download of the documents and can only be viewable from browser. So this is how you can achieve all those things. So right now I will demonstrate the settings which I have done for the sensitivity label, which I have applied on this demo tenant for different here. And one more of the thing that which I mentioned is mark the content with header, footer, and the watermark. That how you can on the sensitive documents, you can encrypt them, and you can also add your specific branding, organization branding for them. And let's see that what options are available here. Now, there are a few things which you need, as I told you earlier, if you are going to enable sensitivity labels for your organization, you make sure that you have enabled them on my guest access on Office 365 groups and the SharePoint site, and also on the team tenant. And you need to go to the security or compliance center for modifying for adding a new sensitivity label or modifying the sensitivity labels. I'm going to classification, and here you will see the option for sensitivity labels. I have created a couple of sensitivity labels, and if I explain, and this is the, and you can also set the orders of that one, that which one should apply first and which one will be the highest priority. So I have there are options to create the sensitivity labels, and like if I go to the public internal, on this one I only allowed, I just use the public internal. I haven't enabled encryption on this one because I am applying these on containers, and I have separately created the sensitivity labels for the documents on emails, which I will show you later. So I go to next, and here you have content marking if you're doing it enabled, but this is at the container level, so I do not need them. And one more thing, before you will not, when you go to your sensitivity labels, you will not see this option available to you. So you need to enable that. And how you can enable that? You need to go to the you need to open your PowerShell script. You need to run a few PowerShell scripts, which you can see here. That you need to, and this is a on this laptop I haven't installed any development tool or anything. So what I have done, that I have run that install a module for Azure, and for Azure this command, and then connect it to Azure AD using my global admin account, or whatever the access required for the creating this. There are a couple of roles which are required for creating sensitivity labels, and then I created the template IDs. And with this one, you can settings values. If I run this one, it will show me the enabled values on my tenant, on this tenant. So then it was false. The first one is enable MIP labels, and it was false earlier. So I enabled it using this PowerShell commandlet, and then I checked it again, and it got enabled, and it has taken some time to provision on the tenant. So for me, it has taken a couple of hours, for almost more than 4 hours at least, because I checked it for almost 3 to 4 hours, and it wasn't enabled at that time. So once it's enabled, and it will allow you to what options you want to select. Either it's public, private, or I have selected this as a public one, and here I allow full access from desktop apps, mobile apps, and web. For mobile apps and web, and allow limited access for web access only. That the option which I'm telling you, that user can only, all the users within the organization can only access from the web only. But this is not feasible for all scenarios, because there are some limitations for the office files, some of the office files which can't be viewed properly on web, especially in case of Excel files where you have some complex formulas and the file size is more than 50 MB. So you can allow full access, and you can also block access, that the user can't access in certain scenarios. And next, here I'm not labeling it for auto labeling for office apps. This is I'm skipping for now. And here I can review all the settings here for this organization. Similarly, I have created for the private internal, where I have selected a different option, and here I allowed the guest accounts, I believe. Let me verify this thing. So one option which I missed earlier was that external users access. We need to enable this option if we are creating any of the group, and this is not, if this one is not enabled, the external user can't be added to that against that sensitivity label. So this need to be make sure that this is enabled for the team. Similarly, I have created 2 more sensitivity labels for the containers. These I have created for containers level, so that can be applied at the organization level. And these are the 2 which I created for the documents and emails. if I added that one, because I marked it as a confidential, so I haven't marked the encryption on that one, because if I apply encryption on that one, it will give me a couple of options here, which I will show you on the next one. And on the content marking, I added some watermark that whenever on the documents, and also and also customization tags. And I do not need any site or group. This can be applied throughout the company on all the documents where it will be selected. And similarly for the for the auto labeling, because auto labeling will require a couple of things, couple of customizations, which I'm not going to explain here because that will require 3 to 4 level 400. And if I go back to the last one, which I marked as highly confidential. Why I marked it highly confidential? Because there are requirements for content which having NPI data on them, and there we need the highly secure documents, so which can't be accessed directly. And here, if you can see that I have applied encryption on that one, and assigned permissions to that user access the content expires never. I'm not expiring the content, and allow offline access. I can allow or never or forever, that it cannot be the document can't be viewed outside my organization, or if someone download that document and they cannot access that. And here you can see that I have added 2 of the users as one as a reviewer or one as a coworker. And if I show you that what are the permissions they have, and here we can also specify groups, domains which are allowed. If I am allowing guest accounts, then I have to add the guest accounts domains here. And if these are the permission levels, which a co-author is having almost all the permission except expiry and edit rights for the authors, owner having the full access, and reviewer having limited access. Like reviewer can modify and do certain things, but can't do all of the changes, because reviewer cannot print the document or cannot create a copy of the document. And similarly, we can also customize the permission, or viewer can only have the view access rights. And now if I go to any of the site here, right now, and let me show you one more thing, because I have created 2 of the sites earlier with the sensitivity levels, and if I go there, and there are a few limitations that you cannot create the sensitivity levels directly from everywhere. That, like, if I'm going to this team and I'm creating a team site here, and I can select the sensitivity level for the container from here, which you have seen earlier. But if I'm going to create a team from the team admin center, I will not have an option to select a sensitivity level from there. So I need to apply that manually. Let me show you. I'm going to create a new team. So here I will not get the option of the sensitivity level. You can see here. I only have private, public. So now I am going back to the SharePoint site so here on the teams, if you see, I'm going to Alex screen, and you will not see, and because these are the 2 teams, team green and team red, already having I already have added sensitivity levels to them, but you can't see any of the sensitivity level. You can't see that if it's showing you the option that sensitivity level is applied here. If I go open in SharePoint, you will see that there's a text written under the site title that it's a private group and private external. this is the level of the sensitivity which is applied here. And I also have added the sensitivity level to the documents here, so you can also see them also. So we recently have created one the site for the project green. So we haven't applied any sensitivity. We are using a default sensitivity label for the project green. I will go to the documents here. And for example, I'm going to do day 4 document and will apply a sensitivity label out to the document. Here you can see all the sensitivity, it's showing all the sensitivity label documents. Because I haven't enabled encryption or document level branding things on the container levels, so I will select only these two. Because being an admin, these need to be designed in a way that you can understand that which level need to be applied. And I have selected the confidential on this one. And now going back to the documents. And also applying. Now I'm opening it in SharePoint and just will add, because right now you can see that sensitivity column here. So I will modify the view here. Edit current view and we'll add the column here on the view. So and the column is added here. If I go to journal and I'm logged in using Alex account. Now I'm going to the second document and will apply the sensitivity level to highly confidential. So now you know that I have added a guest user, Alex and Adley to the SharePoint sites. So if I go to the from Alex screen, and I will refresh the document from here. And you can see that it's showing me the options here. And if I, instead of from here, I'm going to the opening it in SharePoint, and we'll see that the options that if I open it on the browser. Because if you remember that the confidential one was the one where customization, few of the customizations were allowed, and sensitivity level is confidential. So I will, if I take a print of this one, let's see what will show up. You can see the watermark which I have added on my policy here, and also there's some text on the footer with the document. And if I go back to the second document from the Alex view, there are a few policies which are because she was added as a reviewer. You can download the document or I think something is. I will check that because the download option should not be enabled for her. And now I'm going to the external user because I haven't assigned any access on the for the external user, and it will be the confidential should be shown, and for the but for the encrypted one, for the highly confidential should be restricted for the user access. Now I'm going to project green again, files. Now I'm going to first it should be confirmed. I think something went wrong. Let me mark it as confidential. Somehow it's not showing up. Let me check the document. So here, if I open the document, it's showing me that because I do not have any access on the document, so it's showing me the document, but with the watermark and all those things. So I'm closing this document, and now I will. I'm going to open the highly confidential document. So here you can see that it's not showing me the document here, and surely there was a problem, and we cannot open this document. And it should show the relevant message, because if I open it on SharePoint, it will show me that the reason for the I have few more minutes. So here you can see that it's showing me the error message that the document is protected by a rights management service such as Azure Information Service. It's not the exact not the relevant message, but that it should be like the default message should be like that it's a secure document. So now I'm going back to the document and try to download this document. The document is downloaded successfully, and because on this machine my user is totally different, because it's my personal laptop and not an organization laptop, so it should not allow me to open that document. You can see here it's configuring your computer for information rights management. Let's see what it will show now. Show when I open the document on local machine. Because I am an external user outside the organization and I'm trying to access the document. It giving me this error message that you need to switch the account because you are not the relevant account. And when if I have managed that, if I also have managed the created the sensitivity label for the managed devices and unmanaged, then even I will not allow to open that document on my local machine. And similarly, if I try to this one, if I try to download this one, so I'm able to open this document, but it having the watermarks. And can I copy the content here? Can I take the print? I can take the print of this one because this is here on this document. I only applied the watermarking and footer, and I'm going. So that's what I was planned to share today to all of you. So let me go back to the very first slide. So what we have learned today, that an overview about a basic overview about Microsoft Teams security and creating public and private teams, and then allowing guest access, that how we can restrict the guest access for specific domains or organizations, which is required in case of you have your organization want to allow some of the vendors or some of the customers to access some specific teams. and how we can create sensitive labels for the teams or SharePoint sites, or also for your Outlook and content, and how we can restrict the user access from based on the sensitivity of your document. And we can even also automate. I haven't automated that sensitivity levels, but that can be automated based on your organization policies. That will require a couple. You need to run play around with a couple of PowerShell scripts and things. And if you want to reach out to me, here is my blog and other details, and you can reach out to me from these forums. And because I will be uploading training videos about how to configure sensitivity labels, and what are the advantages and what are the risks which are available, because there are also a couple of limitations which if you go to the Microsoft site on docs.microsoft.com and search for the sensitivity labels, and you will see the complete documentation about what are the steps, how to configure these things, and what are the limitations which are still available, because Microsoft is already working a lot on these areas, and they are minimizing, they are giving more and more options on daily basis. Because I have checked in a month before, there were few options were different, so it's coming. They are updating it on quite fast. So let me know if you have any queries, then I can answer that, because we have almost 4 minutes left. And let me answer.
That was very good session, Adnan, and nice way to present all this sensitivity labeling and other elements, which is brilliant. The way we actually saw the previously from the Jasper session is like controlling the messages within the team itself, whether it has any sensitive information. But now Adnan has showed a really good demonstration about how we can actually control the sensitive documents to be get it downloaded, like, you know, we can stop them, and how the organization can protect their own data, which is really fantastic. It's good to see that. Looking at the chat window, we haven't received any questions yet, so I'm just going to open up again for all the attendees, saying, like, you know, please feel free to post your question on the chat window, or if you feel comfortable, you can unmute yourself and ask the question to Adnan. Okay, so it looks like there are no more questions. Thank you very much, Adnan. Thanks for your time today and presenting a really good informative session.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Now we got 2 minutes left before our next session starts. Next session is from Nuno Silva, and this is about Microsoft Teams with bots, connectors, and tabs. Just want to cross-check. Nuno, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so without further ado, Nuno, I'm going to hand over to you so you can introduce yourself before you start your session, which we got 2 minutes to go. Let me kickstart the recording and then all yours. Over to you, Nuno.
Okay. Good afternoon, morning, or night, depending where you are listening to this session. And welcome to collaborations about Teams. Okay, let's get started. My session is about Microsoft Teams with bots, connectors, and tabs. My name is Nuno Arias Silva. To understand a little more from myself, I work in IT more than 20 years. I'm MVP on Office Apps and Services. I'm also Windows Insider MVP and MCT. You have here my blog, my email, my personal email, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. I'm work at GFI. I'm architect manager. I lead projects about Office 365 and Azure also. And I'm responsible about all these kind of projects about new Microsoft technologies. You have my contacts here. You are available to connect to me. Okay. Here is the agenda. We will have an overview about Teams. We will see about connectors, tabs, and bots, what is possible to do in Microsoft Teams, how to set up Microsoft Teams to have customized bots and tabs and so on, a little demo, and I will have some resources and lab that you can do after the session. Okay. What is Teams about? Many of you are already using Teams in several years. The Teams is changing. What is the main objective of the Teams? Teams is based directly on Office platform. What can I build? You can create add-ins and web parts within your Office. You can customize to leverage your company or your organization to a new level using your own apps. You can create web and device apps. You can create smarter apps and connecting to Office services. And you also can connect directly to voice, video connectors and bots and create the next generation of productivity solutions based on your needs. As an overview about Teams, not today, but if we can see these numbers, the employees are work on nearly two times the number of Teams compared 5 years ago. You are working in internal or external teams. You are geography distributed, multi-generation workforce, and now with this situation, you are collaborating more using these kind of tools. And the teams, virtual teams, are all connected using these technologies. And what is possible to do? You will have in your organization different groups that has different needs. You have features that need a chat-based workspace. You have the mail calendar, voice video meetings, co-creating content, sites, and enterprise social. But today's challenge in organizations is that you can have siloed applications. You can have multiple logins. It's difficult to discover information, sharing, and so on. That wastes time. If you are switching too many applications to get the work done, you lost your time just doing that. And the main thing is, if you don't give the tools to the end users, the users will find other tools, and it's called shadow IT, that you don't have security, compliance, and it's risky to your organization. That's why Microsoft create Teams. It's a complete solution based on Office 365 groups. You will have integrated experience and you will have security and compliance, as you have seen in the previous session. You have many options to secure our data. And about Teams, what we can do. Looking to Teams, you can connect directly from the portal and so on. And the teams, it's a chat for today's teams, a hub for network. It's customizable for each team, and you have the security based on all certifications from Microsoft. And what we will have is you can have chat for today's teams. You have chat history visible to entire team, private chats. You can join a Skype video call because some customers also have Skype for Business. You can also now connect with Skype public from the Skype app in public. You can connect using multiple devices. That's the easy way to be productive and connect to others and get the work done. And how about a hub for a teamwork? You will have chat content peoples in the same place. You will have quick access to information that you need. It's integrated with all Office applications, and you also can connect to other third-party applications, or you can create your own application. And about customization. For example, you can have tabs to quickly access to the information to need in that team, in that channel. You can export data with bots. You can connect using Office 365 connectors or from third-party tools and services. And you also can access to developer preview APIs to build integrations. And about security, the Teams is compliant with standards. All these certifications, ISO, SOC, HIPAA, EU model causes, and more. You will have data encryptions all time at rest and in transit. All communications are completely encrypted, and itself in the Teams application at rest without using the application, it's all encrypted. You also have the security using multi-factor authentication and privacy safeguards using your organization. And about connectors and bots. You can connect, for example, to different services, to Twitter, to Zendesk, to RSS feed, and many more. And you also can create using bots or develop your own bots to interact with your own services. And what about the different roles that you have, different kind of teams? It's suited to different kind of teams directly. For example, if you have a sales team, you can create a team dedicated to there. Now Microsoft has available that you can create your own templates about teams. For example, you can have a marketing team that coordinate campaigns and so on. You also is suited for project management. For example, you can integrate with Planner and other tools or project and so on. The engineering team, for example, to integrate to development tools or to Azure, DevOps and so on. And also, for example, to customer support, to escalations, to speed up and to create solutions, and the teams collaborate faster to resolve the problems. And what about Microsoft Teams as an ML-centric organization? The goal is to separate customer communications, notification from teams and collaborations. You have now all teams dispersed. Many of you are working remotely. Then now more than before, you are working with collaboration tools, and it's easier to find and to discuss using these kind of tools to be fast and to be more productive. And how about some kind of stories? You can finding conversations deleting a team, discussion and documenting, office banter for remote work, and so on. Just to understand the history of Microsoft Teams when it started. It started in preview in November 2016. It was all available in almost all markets with 18 different languages. And general availability, it was in 14 March in 2007. It was general availability and so on. Many features are coming and so on. Now you will have many features till the end of the year, like for example, theater mode, you can do emojis and so on, and the translations directly. You will have many features, or for example, the part of dynamic cameras that the teams will have the intelligence that shows the cameras best for you, or you can select another mode if you want. And that's the main thing, that teams are always updated and coming with many features. And about connectors, tabs, and bots. About connectors, you can connect to several services, for example, to Trello, Twitter, to Bing, RSS, Webhooks, Wunderlist, and so on. You can connect to your Azure DevOps and update the channels based in your connectors. And it's easier to connect to those services and to configure, and it will be faster to have in the same tool all concentrated the information that you need. Also, you will have connector framework. I will put here the links in the chat to be faster. Just wait a second. I will put the links in the chat to you understand, and if you want to see more, okay. The first link here. Here the second link. Okay. Here about connector framework, you can create your own connector within groups, and you can create your own connector seeing the development site about connectors within Microsoft. About tabs, it's always visible to you in top and stay with conversation. Then it's easier to find the information that you need. About the default tabs, you have many default tabs, the files, the notes, and so on. But you can create your own tab. Also, you have bots. Bots, it's the easy way. For example, you can connect to Robot and some other bots from Microsoft or third-party bots. And then you can discover over the search or over the files and so on to work faster within the organization. And for example, we'll have here the WhoBot, for example. The WhoBot, it's about from Microsoft. It's really simple. This bot, you can get more effective answer within your organization. You can ask who is that person who knows about that kind of expertise, works with reports with the manager and the same manager, the email and so on. And it's faster to connect to other persons. To do that, you just find a app, just put on the search box who, and then you can install it, the who application. For example, it's directly over here, and it's faster to install and just accept that connects to your profile, and it's ready. But what about bot framework? Bot framework, you can create your own bot. For example, if we go here, I will put the link also in the chat. Let's put here. Okay. And just to understand more, for example, about the bot framework, you can try your AZURE bot services for free. We'll have some examples in customers, cognitive server, bot lifecycle. It's open. You can create your own bot, like a virtual assistant to customer care, to enterprise. Here are some examples that are using already bots. And the bot framework, it's your assistant. You can have the speech, Q&A, language, you can have vision, and so on. You have knowledge, you can have skills. It can connect to many parts to do tasks, to calendar. You can connect to APIs within Office Graph using your Azure Active Directory. And to consume those bots, you can have many kind of inputs, or type or speak, or using adaptive cards. You can have many channels. You can create your own channels or put in a web page or integrate it directly on Teams and so on. Centrally, you have the Azure bot services, and you connect to different kind of devices. And it's faster to start. And the important thing is the life cycle of the bot. First of all, you need to design. You have guidance, quick start, and so on, and some tutorials here. You can build solutions. You can test in a web chat, then publish, then connect to channels, then evaluate, and so on. It's faster. It's 5 minutes, quick start to create your bot and start using that to understand more how to connect. Okay. And the first of all, you need, for example, to set up teams. How to set up teams, just to understand a little more. To set up teams, it's a general service within Office 365. Is available on this kind of subscriptions, Business Essentials, Premium, Enterprise, and so on. You also have Teams Free, but Teams Free don't have many features about sharing documents and so on. And how to set up to create when you create your own apps. You need to go to Admin Center, to Teams, the Admin Center to Teams. Then in the Teams app, you need to change the permission policies. You have the default, the global policy. Then you can create your own, or you can change this one. And you need to change the custom apps. You can create an own app by your own users, or third-party apps and so on. That is a pre-requirement to put your applications on Teams. And what about next steps? Turn on Teams for your company if it's not already available. Identify always a team to begin a pilot. Plan a company rollout within all features that you will need. Now about resources and lab. Here we have many resources. Just to understand this kind of resources, if you are not already joined the developers program today, I will put the link here in the chat again. Okay. Here you have your free development sandbox, sample data packs. You can access to experts, personalized recommendations. You get a free developer subscriptions to test your own, and this advised always in organizations that you have a separate subscription to do your own tests prior to do on your own tenant of production. You have sample packs available. You get access to community about graph, frameworks, teams, add-ins, and so on, and discover personalized contents and so on. Just click join, follow up the instructions, and you are on the developer program today. Okay, what about administration settings for Microsoft Teams? Let me just open. Okay, here you have your settings about your organization, about external access. If you want to guest access, your team settings, the tagging, ML integrations, all the files that you can enable to Dropbox, Box, and so on, but you can disable as a best practice to do not have shadow IT. How you control the devices. If you are in a coexistent mode to migrate to Teams, you have coexistent mode or to islands or with Teams collaborations and so on, but it's advised you to migrate to Teams only. And if you have other communications or Skype for Business coexistence, you have here more information. I will put the link here in the chat again to read more. Okay. You also need to do a network planner because communications and understand more the roadmap about things. Okay. You have here some questions about admin help also. How is the Teams architecture, the groups, how is created a SharePoint, the shared mailbox and calendar, OneNote. It's better to understand here how to manage your teams using the admin center, the roles, if you need to operate from Skype, how you can connect teamwork to Teams, Outlook, SharePoint, OneDrive, Yammer, all Office apps, and it's advised to read here if you are an admin in the organization to understand more the architecture. Okay? One more link, more information to you. Next one, the bot framework that you have seen before, that you can create the bot. It's the same link that I have shared to you. And how to create a bot from page, no coding, and question answer, new member, and cognitive services, for so on. For example, here you have an example to create a bot from a fact page without coding. Just follow these instructions. This new service has, just to understand more, a Q&A maker introduction on Cognitive Services website to understand how it works, the overview, the features, and so on. You also have here a demo. For example, here you have a demo. You can create your knowledge base, data source, create new knowledge base. You can give personality. And for example, about personality that is important depending your own bot, you can have professional, friendly, witty, caring, or enthusiastic. And you have several language support already, and the settings that you can create your own bot. Okay, continue the example. You have here the Q&A maker website. Here you have experience, the experience how will looks like. No code experience. It's faster to create these to better test, to be an introduction to you about these bots. Automatically extraction, multi-turn conversations, active learning, scale as per you need. You can chat more than 50 language and the related services and language and using AZURE search and so on. Okay. This example, go to Q&A page, create new service. To create new service, just follow these instructions. You will have here the convert page of Q&As. Then you can test and train your bot. And after that, you publish your bot. And here you have instructions to create Q&A on Azure. Okay? Let me see. Okay, it's shared this link. I don't know, but I will put, okay, it's not shared. Okay. Now, just to see a little demo about this. Okay. Have here a Teams. This is a demo tenant. Okay. For example, that I have shown you the Who bot, correct? What can you do that? You can go here to find an app. It's here faster, but if it's not here in this search, you can find the Who and how it works. You can ask who is, for example, I have done these tests, for example, Adele. And the bot shows that she's a retail manager, who is the manager, works with. You have here your organization chart, and it's faster to connect to other persons. For example, I can ask, for example, you can ask help, the bot will show an examples, or for example, who knows about project. Okay, you have here some persons that have one mention, both designer and engineering, a marketing assistant, and so on. And it's faster that you can connect to person, and it's faster to chat to other person. Okay? And for example, you have here more tabs. For example, here bots. You can create a bots to other services. You can connect, for example, an advisor for teams. For example, let's see this. Okay? You have here the advisor for teams. It's use teams to roll out teams within your organization. And let's see this application. Okay. You can start asking within using help directly. And here, let's wait, we understand. It's not responding. Let's test another one. Or you can create, for example, your own app. App Studio. Okay. Let's start for App Studio. You have Manifesto Editor. You can create here a new app or import an existing app. Let's create an app. Okay. Test app themes. New test. You can create your GUID, generate it, the package name, the version 1.0. You can create here the description. Let's just copy paste and so on. Organization is the same, the website you don't have partner and so on. You can have your own branding, the full color, transparent outline, accent color. You can let your users content is loading a spinner. You can select loading indicator. You have also, for example, full screen mode. Then the capabilities, a theme tab, for example. The theme tab will go to contoso.com, for example, to the theme, to group chat. One has an app page. You can save it. You can add others or a personal tab, for example. Then you have bots here. You can have here the setup, a new bot. If it supports uploading or downloading files, one way, supports video calls, it's for teams, group or personal or so on. Or you can connect to existing bot from your bots or to another ID. Okay. You can generate and manage passwords. You can generate new passwords, the endpoints. Okay, new password generated. The endpoint address. You can have comments for your bots. Okay, comment text help. You can select through here, and you have here the comments, and it's available. You can connect to other services, your own connector, your ID, URL, configuration, or you can register your connector. Okay? Okay, because a few details, missing URL. Okay. Some problems here in the configurations because it's a demo tenant. Okay. Also, you can have message extensions. What are the message extensions? Or to use async bot and so on. The language, your default language, the region. You can import other language, additional language. You can select here your other language. As you can see, or in Italian, the region, and import. You can select your own file to import it. The domains and permissions to navigate, the device permissions to use the app ID, test and submit. Okay. You can install your app in Teams for testing. Okay, because I don't feel other parts. You have here all other apps. And also you can download your package to submission and to submit your app to Teams App Store for approval, for example. Also, you have the validation, Teams App validation. Select the environment or upload a manifest package, the checklist, and so on. Also, you have card editor. You can create cards, an hello card, a thumbnail, an adaptive card. Let's see, for example, adaptive cards. You can create here your adaptive cards. It will see like this, correct? And you have here a JSON or node, and you can select what do you need. And send me this card. Okay. You have received it here on chat. Let's see it. And it's here. To understand, you can create your own cards, and it's easier. Okay, and also you can create thumbnail card. It's different, like this kind of test, going to Microsoft or Azure, and let's test it. Send me the card. It's here. An hello card, as example, some tests, and so on. And also you have control library. In control library, you can create buttons, drop-downs, checkbox, radio buttons, toggles, inputs, text areas, links, tabs, tables, icons, and so on. You can create your own table. You can have icons. You can have the links, the inputs, some checkboxes, some buttons, the icon, and so on. You can see the code for that button. And here, for example, the home about this. Also here, you can create design and to understand more. A tab about the website of App Studio to understand more. You will go into Microsoft's Team platforms, how to create, for example, bots. Using the bot framework also. And you can explore here. Or a Teams app to understand how to learn to build apps and introduction, the tabs, and message extensions, models, webhooks, and so on. And some templates, Team app templates, that production-ready applications. Let's see this. Okay, app templates, plug-and-play experience. It's associated within Power Apps, for example. Let's see these apps. You can get it here on GitHub. And you have here the app that already developed. Okay, have here all the content about deployment, the zip, the Power BI that is already done to you. Okay, let's see, for example, a tab. Okay, let's create, for example, a tab to other connectors. You can create to Power BI, to other kind of services. You have more tabs here or connectors. Let's, for example, to create a tab to Planner, for example. It will show in this theme if you already have the Planner. It will show here. You have here a planning. And just connect the tab for Planner. Or another example. I think I have here about this. I have created some parts. For example, here is the Portugal map about this COVID situation. And it's not too bad, but I have created here a tab connected already to a dashboard. Okay, these all accumulated cases here in Portugal from the beginning. Okay, it's not too bad. And how is the settings here? I just put here the URL, and let's see about how this works. Let me show how I have done this, okay? I go here using a browser, okay? I'll go here, a Portuguese site that has that information, okay? It's in Portuguese. But just to understand, I go here, for example, to this page that has the data, correct? Here is connecting the data, and how we see this. Just right button, view frame source. Let's see the source of this page. You will have here the source to see the code, but how it's faster to understand what is this link. Okay, let's press F12, and you can go here using the console. You can select the sources here, and to understand the connection, okay, it's about here's the page, and you can inspect this part, or to understand what is connected to each part of the site. Then you go over here, and you have here the source, correct? It's the iframe. What I have done here, just select this test. It's the page, like it's here in an iframe. I can go here, open in a new tab to test it. Okay, it's working. Then I just select this, copy. Go here, for example, to another team. Just create a tab to a website. Just put a name, put URL here. You can post the channel about. Save it, and it's done. Okay? It's fast. You create tabs directly to the team. Okay. Let's see more about other parts. You can have your personal apps. That is your personal. You have here several bots that is connected, or you can create your own bot. You can test several of these. It can be usable to you. For example, a daily bot, standard meetings, some learning. You can connect, for example, ServiceNow, virtual agent, and so on. You have here dozens and dozens bots. Okay? Waste a little time to read it, because some parts can be good for your organization. For example, let's test this. Customer insights. Okay, let's start about now. You can have search, logging, your session. It's in preview. And start searching. They ask me to the login, and I don't have here the password. Okay. Or you can also go here and some connectors to forums, to communities, to Yammer, DevOps, and so on. Okay? And then here you can upload your custom app directly to here. Okay? Let's test, for example, another bot. This one, live chat. Okay, you have here the test chat, how it works. Okay, you add your own live chat, tap to a team, clicking in your own app, the chat settings, sign in to live chat, Okay, after I log in, they ask me to connect today. I accept. You can have here the name, the chats that you can route to a team, the floating, you can have your own logo. You can have here a snippet, for example, for a website, or you can use, for example, WordPress, and mail@first.com. Okay, this is how it looks like. You can customize the fields, an online schedule, the settings, the targeting, CSS, some integrations to other connectors, your agent settings, your name, your profile photo, your plan, because you can have here some plans. It's a paid plan. And then you can create these on a theme to choose your app. Okay, let's test it. Select it, live chat, edit as a tab, and here you have your tests. Okay, let's see the chat. The starting guide, the personalization page, and here you have about your test. Let's do the real test, okay? just try the chat button below. Okay. No test. Let's go through here. Have 5 minutes left. No Q&A chat yet. Okay. Let's just put here my credentials. Okay. It's not working. Some parts that are not really well. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Questions?
Thanks, Nuno. That was a very, very good demo, and all the details you explained, which is brilliant.
Okay, thank you.
Just monitoring chat, and I can see a lot of information you have provided, which is really, really helpful, and I'm sure every attendee must have enjoyed that as well and collected all the information. So we got 3 minutes. Anyone has any question, please feel free to put it in the chat window, or you can unmute yourself. Okay, so we got a question from David. How do you create the bot app using other Azure bot framework?
As I have told here, or using C#, for example, let's see it. Let's go to the dev bot framework. And here, I will put that in the chat again, okay? And you have here to create your own bot from Windows, Mac, or Linux. About the language, I'm not really have the confirmation that you can use C#, but you can see here the quick starts. You have here .NET with Azure, Node.js. Okay, you have here C#.NET samples. Let's see it. And I will put here in the chat to you. You have console, welcome, using cards, and so on. Okay?
Fantastic. And David, I will also recommend, if you have missed Arpit's session, please have have a go through. He has provided one small demo there, not entirely, but you must review that. Okay, we have another question. To create a custom bot, right now we can use C#. Okay, that's information.
It's any information.
Fantastic.
Okay. You have here my contacts, my personal and my company contacts. And if you want to know more about Office 365 generally, just essentials, you have here the book, or you can just search Office 365 Essentials book. It was written by me. You have it available, okay?
Thank you. We're just on time, so we got next session coming up from Stuart. It's about top tips for transforming your workplace with MS Teams and Power Platforms. Here we go, Power Platforms and MS Teams together. Stuart, are you online?
Thank you.
I certainly am.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nuno. And
Thank you.
I'm just looking at switch over to Stuart. Stuart, do you want to share your screen?
I certainly will. Just bear with me one moment. There we go. Hopefully you should have me now.
Fantastic. So we can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear as well. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to you, Stuart, so you can introduce yourself and also continue with your session. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. My name is Stuart Ridout. I am a customer success manager for Microsoft in modern work. So we work with customers to try and make them successful using the technology. And my area of specialism is around Teams, Power Platform, and kind of the intersection of those. So we don't try and sell people new things. We just try and make them as successful as possible. And obviously that kind of falls in line with our mission, which is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And for us, it's really about unlocking human potential, and Teams is the key to that. Now this year, obviously, if you work with Microsoft, you know that our financial year runs from July through till June. So lots of Microsoft people talk about this being our new year. And obviously this year we had massive growth. So obviously we got up to 75 million active users. We announced in April, used by some of the biggest companies and by lots and lots of smaller companies as well. But really this year, one of the focuses for me is on changing how people use Teams to make sure that they use it really well. So we know about chat and meetings, about calling and kind of the built-in apps, but how can we extend that a bit further? So I thought today what we would do is kind of have a bit of a choose your own adventure. So there's been so many great presentations we've had today. I thought that I would turn this over to the people in the chat to ask what people would like to see. So I've got 9 different options, and we can try and cover as much of this as possible. So we've got about making meetings matter. So just kind of top tips around kind of meetings. We've got awesome app templates. We've got Teams Advisor for rolling out Teams in your organization. We've got about perfect Power Platform, so the intersection between Power Platform and Teams. Nailing notifications, so how can you make the notifications work for you within Teams, which is something I think in terms of an adoption perspective is very, very important to our users. Amplify your message with live events, so go from that 300 limits for a team meeting up to 20,000. Amazing accessibility, posting praise, or fantastic first line worker. So if you have a preference, please stick it in the chat here in the meeting, and then we'll just see what the most popular one is. So if you're really interested in making meetings matter, then just write meetings in there. If you want to see app templates, write app templates, Teams Advisor, Power Platform, notifications, live events, accessibility, posting praise, or first line worker. So somebody must have a preference on what they'd like to see. Okay, so I'm just gonna start off with making meetings matter. Making meetings magnificent. Sorry, not meeting matter. So if you do have any thoughts while kind of looking at this code, I'd really like to see this, then please kind of give me a shout. So when we talk about meetings in the context of Microsoft Teams, we talk about it in 3 phases. We talk about pre-meeting, during meeting, and then after meeting. So that pre-meeting experience is kind of the scheduling experience within Teams, but also pre-meeting chat. So being able to organize our conversations in preparation for that meeting. Any files, so kind of share any files that need to be shared for that meeting ahead of that. Then during the meeting, that chat experience obviously continues. We've got meeting notes, which are a really powerful part of the meeting, using obviously the camera and that replacement of backgrounds, etc. Recording meetings, live captions, and using that whiteboard. And then in the final phase of the meeting, so when that's all done, obviously that chat can keep on going, so we can still keep on having that meeting, having the conversations about that meeting, but they're all in that workspace there. So everything, if you want to know anything about what happened in that meeting, then it's all in that one place. Obviously, the meeting notes that we've taken, we've already got, and we get the meeting transcription. So if you've recorded that meeting, then it gets saved right up to Stream, and then you can have a look at that and transcribe that. So let's just have a look and see what that looks like in practice. Here we go. Let's take that across there. Perfect. Right. Okay. So here I am in Teams. So this is the web version, because I'm obviously using my version to talk to you right now. Okay. And I can go through here and start to set up a new meeting. So personally, for me, I used to set up my meetings in Outlook. I now set a lot more of my meetings up in Teams, because Teams is the place where I spend most of my day. So here, so let's say, okay, HR policy discussion. Let's stick that in there, and let's pop in our attendees. So we've got Patty, we've got Megan, we've got Nesta, and let's just pop in Lee as well. There we go. Perfect. And I'm going to want, so currently it's for half an hour, so I'm just going to make it for an hour. And you can see here that Teams will give you a suggestion on times that are available. Now this is a Saturday, and Teams knows that that is not the working hours for these people. So if I change it to a different day here, let's say Monday, then now it's started to find times that work for everybody. And you can see here that this slot that I've got right now, which is 5:30 to 6:30, is not available for Megan. And this is what I like about scheduling the meetings through Teams, is you get this visual representation. And of course, you can click Scheduling Assistant up here, and we can get that. So there we go. We'll just take it into that slot there. And we can schedule repeated meetings, etc. The other thing that I like about scheduling meetings in Teams rather than in Outlook is that you can start to meet in channel. Now, if people aren't familiar with what meeting in channel means, that means that all of the assets are contained within a team, and that means that other people can join. So if you were in a situation where maybe you have a daily stand-up in your organization, then rather than inviting certain people to that daily stand-up, you just invite the channel to the daily stand-up, and then when new people join the team, then they can just join that meeting. If they leave, they're no longer part of that meeting. If you record the meetings, they're all linked in with the channel. If there's chat and conversation that happens, it all happens in channel. So where somebody comes on later, maybe somebody joins the team a month later, they've got all of that history that they can go back and look at, because it's all contained in that team, in that group structure there. So I'm actually going to also put that in the commercial managers channel, and I can pop my stuff in there. There we go, and we can send that. So if I just pop forward, here it is. So it's just finishing off creating that there. And if I go into my commercial managers team, I can see actually that the meeting has already been set up here. So if I click on it, you can see that we've got the chat, we've got the meeting details, and we've got that scheduling assistant there. So here we can say anything. So we could be starting to have those conversations, say, Megan, can you discuss the latest on the HR policy document management Yeah. And you can see, even though that this is happening within a meeting chat, if I actually go back to the commercial managers channel, you can see that actually that conversation is happening there in team. So it makes it a lot easier. It makes a lot more sense from that meeting perspective. As the meeting organizer, another thing which is really, really valuable is if you go to meeting options here, then it will open up in a browser. There it is. And you can see here, you can set things like who can bypass your lobby. So if you're inviting externals in, then you can set those there, and who can present. So really, really useful here. So if you've got a situation where you've got lots of people coming in and people might be taking control of presentations or sharing their screen and things like this, and specifically this is used a lot in the educational context as well. We can just say who's a presenter, and I'm just going to say only me, and then I can give people permission to be a presenter within that meeting. Or you can say specific people, or you can limit it to your organization or everyone. So I might just say just me, I'm going to be the only person who's going to be a presenter for this meeting. So that's great. Now, when the time comes to join that meeting, we can join it from our calendar, or we can join it from in channel. So here I'm now in the meeting, but if I go back to my team, you can see here that channel meeting is now changed and has put a bar at the top to show everybody that that meeting is now in session. So it makes it really easy for other people to come in and join there. And obviously within the meeting, we can do things like turn our camera on and off, etc. We can go through and start recording, and we can start recording our meeting. There we go. And we put this bar up here for everyone to tell them that they are being recorded. So really valuable there. One of the new features that's come in meetings recently is raise your hand. So that's great to allow people to be able to kind of put their hand up if they want to speak. But another way that I use it a lot is for to ask questions to the audience. So if I said, right, okay, how many people have experienced a challenge with da 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 da? Just pop your hand up there. And everyone can raise their hand. Or sometimes we use it if we have a break and we say, okay, let's just take a 10-minute break. When you're back, just raise your hand, and then we can see on the attendee list here. So if someone raises their hand, you can see it in the attendee panel. That person's got their hand up. Okay. Now, one of the things that I mentioned earlier was around meeting notes. So here from there, we've got our meeting notes, so I can start taking notes here. Okay, and it just pops up this little panel here, and then everybody can see those meeting notes. So if we pop things like actions in there, so Megan to review document management system, Lee to speak with senior leadership team, etc. So we can pop all of those actions in there. And if it's a recurring meeting, then next week when we come back, or next day or whatever, we'll still have the notes that are available, and you can just keep adding at the bottom. So it makes it really, really easy for people to kind of keep up with the flow of their meetings. Okay, just a couple of new settings that are also been added recently into Teams into meetings is you can manage permissions from within the meeting during the meeting using that tick and cross. So that just takes you back into that same panel again, but you can very quickly get there. And then lastly is you can download an attendance list. So during your meeting, you can click that download attendee list, and it will pop up an Excel file that you can download, and it will just tell you who came in. Now you can see in my meeting, there isn't a lot that's happened, so it's just showing me as having joined, but you can see when people join and leave, etc. So really, really great way for you to be able to manage your meetings. So let's hang up on that. And then obviously now that meeting is over, then we can either get to it again from our calendar, or it is here within channel. So we can do things like click on the meeting notes and get those meeting notes there through that wiki. In a few minutes, the recording will have processed, and then we'll end up with this recording. So we can see here that it's currently recording to Microsoft Stream, but then we'll be able to go in there. We'll be able to pull out the transcript of what's been said, search it with look at the captions, etc. So really, really easy way to make meetings work for you. Okay, perfect. So any other preferences on things that people would like to see? So one of the ones that I think really important, especially if you're responsible for looking at how the organization use Teams, is around making sure that everybody understands notifications. And notifications have kind of changed quite a lot over time. The options on what you can do have become a lot more granular. But it's a great way to be able to share with our users, to be able to say, this is how you can make the Teams experience work for you. So the default is that everything's on. And especially where people are moving across from a very Outlook-led organization, then everything on kind of gives them quite a lot of email nudges to come back in. So it'll send them an email and say, somebody's mentioned you in a conversation, or etc., things like this. Then you've got a global configuration, so stuff that happens across all of your teams, but you've also got the option to customize this at the channel point. And I suppose different teams operate in different ways as well. So you need to kind of establish what your rules of the road are for your team. So when do you use an app mention for a person, or when do you use an app mention for a team, or when do you use an app mention for a channel? Because if everybody app mentions the team all the time, then they might as well not bother, because people will just kind of start to ignore those. Let's just have a look at those, because there's a couple of places that I want to just show you through notifications. So the main kind of global notifications for you are in the profile up here, and we go into settings, and we go to notifications here, and you can see that you can customize all of these to work out the way you want it to be. So obviously, as I say, like a default for these is things like mentions, etc., and channel mentions. They all come here through that banner and email. So over time, as you start to do things, so I don't have channel mentions on at all, or I might say I only want to show that in my activity feed, etc. And you can see that you can set all of these down here. So that's where you can set those global notifications, but you can also do it at the channel level. So if I say here on the oops, not on the team, sorry, if here on the Northeast channel, I might say, if I go to channel notifications and say, what do I want to see? So I can say, well, I want to see all the activity. So if there's a new post or a reply or a mention, then ping me, because I'm interested in what happens in the Northeast region. But maybe for Sales East, I might say, I'm not interested at all. Okay, or you can click on custom and say, well, actually, don't show me I don't want anything for all new posts. Okay, but I do want things for channel mentions. Okay, and they can be shown in your feed. And then the other one that, especially where an organization has people who are using Teams on their mobile phone, is that people don't really kind of go through the quiet hours functionality here. So let me just take my phone across there. There it is. I'll just full screen it. There we go. Lovely. So here we go into Teams here. Let me just change onto my demo tenant. There it is. So in that top left-hand corner here, we can do very similar things here, but we've got the notifications option here. And that gives you the option to do those quiet hours. So here, if I click scheduled, then I can set my teams up to not ping me out of hours. So here I can say from 6 p.m. through to 7 a.m. that's quiet hours. So I'll still receive the messages, but I won't necessarily get a notification on my phone. And you can go in and change that and make that work for you, whatever you want. Or you can have quiet days. So if you didn't work the weekend, then you can say, and I don't want any notifications on a Saturday or Sunday. Or if you have a different shift pattern, or you work through different ways, you can kind of customize this to work out on your shift pattern. So if you're working a 4-on, 4-off shift, then you might say, right, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, don't show me the notifications on my phone. And that just makes it a lot easier for you to be able to manage that. Let's get rid of that again. So I think when you're going through that adoption journey with with people in your organization, it's really important to go through and do that. Perfect. Okay, let's go back again. So let's have a look at Teams Advisor. So I know that in the previous call we were mentioning Teams Advisor, but I don't think we got to see it because I think it didn't quite work there. So Teams Advisor, if you are looking to roll out Teams within your organization and you've got about a year before Skype for Business is end of life, then Teams Advisor is a really good way to get there. Now, it's available from the Admin Center. You can set it up from the Teams Admin Center. So you go down here onto this left-hand bar, you go to the planning, and there's an option here that says Teams Advisor. Okay, and you can set, and it's got different workloads. Now, I must have taken this screenshot a little while ago because there's actually another one here. There's 3 workload plans, and one of them is Skype for Business Transition for bringing people across there. And when you click on them, then here in this assessment area, it will show you an assessment of what's been correctly set up in your organization. And you can go into details and view more information about that. But actually what's really interesting for me is the planner. So when you set it up, it actually creates a plan. It creates a project plan for you in Planner that takes you all the way from project kickoff through till organization-wide rollout. And when you click on these cards, there's you can obviously do all of the normal things that we would do in Planner, like assign that to people or set dates and register progress, etc. But I love that it's got the checklist of things that you need to do. And then when you kind of scroll down a little bit further, you've got all the things like links, and they take you to the correct place in Docs. And obviously, because it's in Planner, then you can do all the things like all the good things like track progress, etc. through there. So let's just have a look at that here in place. So I'm actually going to do this in a couple of places. Let's just bring that across there. So here I am here. So I've gone on to planning. So I'm in the Teams Admin Center. I've gone to planning and gone to Teams Advisor. And you can see here that I've got one for Skype for Business upgrade. And if I click those assessments, then I can see that I've got the majority of stuff sorted here. I just need to work on the guest access. Okay. And again, if I click on view for details, then it shows me all of the things that are in there. But what's really interesting for me is it's in a plan. So Teams Advisor will create a deployment team for you. And then I've got a channel here, which is the Skype for Business upgrade. And you can see here that I've got my planner board here. And when we talk to people about this, the Teams Advisor, they're wowed because they're like, oh my goodness, I was just going to put through a massive, I was just trying to create a plan for this myself. But this is a one-time thing that you would only need to do once. So here you can see all of these things. They're all tagged out by different types. So if I said prepare my environment for Teams, I've got all of these checklists of things that I need to do. And then I've got all links out to relevant places in here. But so of course we can just assign those to people and do all of that normal stuff as well. So it's a really valuable asset that you've got there. If you wanted to set it up, you just go on to add. So I've already got Skype for Business upgrade. So I'm going to do a new one here for chat, Teams, channels and collaboration. So I'm going to click, in fact, I might even do both. No, let's just do the top one. And I'm going to do create. And it will talk you through the wizard on who's going to be the members of that the first time. So because I've already set that up, it will extend the membership of the people who are in the Skype for Business plan to that. And you can see that that new workload's been added. That's gone into there. And if I go back to my Teams, you can see now that it's added me a new channel for channels, chat, Teams, channels and apps. And it's created a planner board for those kind of things as well. So there may be some overlap between different kind of workloads, things like project kickoff, etc. But again, you can see here that this is very much adoption focused. Here we can see the stuff around configuration and operations, how they kind of monitor the Teams platform, etc. And it's even got things like forms. So if you're in the midst of rolling it out, you can send out user satisfaction surveys, etc. So if you're iterating through this and you're maybe doing a pilot group, then you can use these these Microsoft forms to send information out to them and get your audience's feedback. Okay. So let's have a look next at app templates, I think. Now, I have seen some talk of app templates today, so I won't spend too long here on the app templates. But what I would say is that I would keep an eye on the app templates page. So app templates, if you don't know what they are provided by Microsoft. They're open source, and they range from things like bots to Power Apps that you can bring into your team's environment to make the team's experience better for all of the people. So there's new ones being released all of the time. So I think when I did something similar to this a couple of months back, a few months back, there were only 12 out. Now we've got 29 out, and they are coming all of the time. It's production ready code, but because it's on GitHub, you can customize that, and especially things like the Power Apps, really, really easy to do. I know that earlier someone was talking about the request a team Power App, and obviously that Power App there that kind of sits within your team's environment, it's got some approval flows in there. So because it's open source and it comes into your environment, then you can customize what those approval flows are. So if you want to take it off onto a different journey, you can. Really, really easy to do. So all you need to do is go to aka.ms/app templates, and we click that, and hopefully in a browser in a moment, there we go. We've got our app templates. So you can see that because there's so many now, we're starting to have to give ways to indicate when new ones come. So if there is a star by the side here on this list, then it is a newly released app template. So some of the ones like the Celebrational Company Communicator app you might be already familiar with. FAQ Plus recently upgraded to FAQ Plus version 2. So I know that in the previous talk, we were talking a little bit about Q&A bots. I would definitely have a look at the FAQ Plus app template for Teams, because what it does is it takes that FAQ bot concept, but actually wraps a human layer around it as well. So with FAQ Plus, you can you set it up with Q&A Maker, you bring in your database, you can point it to different sources, whatever. But if somebody doesn't get the answer they want, or they need more help, then there is a way for them to be able to click on this Ask an Expert, and it will go out to a separate team of people who can do that. So if you had let's say that you had an FAQ on Teams, if you were newly rolling Teams out, what you could have is a team of enthusiasts or champions or something like that who monitor that team where somebody clicks Ask an Expert. And what that can do for you in your organization is actually take a huge workload off your service desk, who might then would have become the first point of call for people saying, how do I do this or how do I do that, which the service desk might not be set up to answer. So I would definitely look at that. This is something that we actually use internally in our team. We've got an FAQ Plus version 2 bot set up where people can just ask questions about lots of different ways that things work in Microsoft, etc. But we can see here new ones here. We've got Goal Tracker, which is enables your team to set up goals and kind of work through progress on that. We've got an Ideas one where people can send ideas in, but also vote up ideas. Grow Your Skills, so and people can bring projects in to the organization and say, here is a project that people might want to volunteer, etc. The excellent Request Team app, which was mentioned earlier, fantastic one there. If you've used the Scrum one before, there's actually a new one. So previously there was just Scrums for group chat, and now there is Scrums for channels as well. So this is a great way for kind of development teams to do that check-in. But there is also a staff check-in app, so especially useful for field personnel, first-line workers, etc., to be able to provide check-ins on where they're working, what's happened, what's gone on, things like this. Visitor management solution here for people to request visitors to come in, and workplace rewards and things like that to award our people. But there's even more that aren't even on this page. So, for instance, one of the things that you might have seen around is the building access app. So as we're looking to for people to return to the office, lots of organizations are being asked to set up apps or processes or whatever to be able to bring their people back into the office. So here we've got a building access application here, and people can make a request to come on site. They might, and you might set it up so that it is for manager approval, or it might be that it goes straight to be approved. And I'm looking to see if I can have a screenshot. I don't have a screenshot, but that's fine because I've got the app itself here. There we go. So here in the app, so it works on the desktop or it works on your mobile phone. And here I am. So I can make a building request. So I can even set up things like the questions that I want to ask, or people have had symptoms. Okay, and I'm going to go to the Sherman building. Okay, why do I want to work there today? Okay, and I can book a place maybe in the innovation suite. There we go, and submit my request. Perfect. And if I go to my request now, then it actually gives me a QR code that I can use. So if I'm on my mobile phone, I can go to request. The security officer can scan me into the building, and it knows how many people are in the building. It knows who's there. So it enables that contact tracing if somebody unfortunately gets ill and you want to go through and work things through there. So a wealth of ways to kind of extend Teams out by using app templates or some of the other free tools that are available. I had some screenshots there on FAQ Plus. Okay, a nice little one is praise, and I think it's one of the things that people kind of overlook a bit when we're looking at about Teams and about how it influences company culture. So everybody likes a little pat on the back when they've done a good job, and if you use the To-Do app, you get that lovely little ping sound, and that's why that ping sound is there, because it gives you a little, it makes you feel good about yourself because you go, oh, ping, I've done a good thing. So praise in Teams is about kind of developing that company culture and about allowing people to share other people's good work. If you don't like the praise options, then you can actually make your own. So there's a custom sticker pack or a custom sticker app, sorry, that's an app template. And if you wanted to maybe have ones for your company values, then you can actually set those up using custom stickers. So what is that? So let's say here, I'm in the corporate FAQ managers team, and Nest has done a great job. Now you can see here down in my messaging extensions here at the bottom of Teams, one of them looks like a little a prize ribbon badge here, and that is the praise one. So if I click on praise, then I can select one of the different types. So I might say that it was inclusive. So let's say Nesta. Okay, so I might say great work on leading the discussions around allyship within Contoso. There it is, brilliant. Preview that, and then that can only go straight into there, into the team, so that everybody can see that I'm recognizing Nesta's excellent work. Then obviously what will be inevitable is other people will go on and reply and say well done, and and maybe share stories about how Nesta's work on leading around allyship has made them feel that it's a more inclusive workplace, etc. And that really is can be transformative to the way that an organization works, especially where an organization might not be used to saying thank you. It's a really easy way to do that, and of course it's completely free to be able to just click a button and say great job on the thing that you did. Okay, so let's have a look then at let's have a look at Perfect Power Platform. So obviously, I know I don't want to kind of go through if people are familiar with Power Apps, but there's a really easy way to get your app into Teams. So if you just go onto that and you click Add to Teams from your apps list, then you can go through here and there's a button that's at the bottom that says Download App. So all that manifest file that people have been talking about today, this creates the manifest file for you. It creates that zip file and you can just download that. And in this situation, it's going into my downloads folder. And then what I can do is I can go to apps and I can upload a custom app and I can upload it for my whole organization. I go and find the app that I want. There it is. So there's my returns app. And then I can add it and I can either have the app choice to add it into a team or I can add it onto this left-hand app bar here. So now, in terms of rolling out a business app, a line of business app to our whole organization, if you think about all of the steps that you would have to go through to be able to roll out a line of business app to everybody, to install even a shortcut to roll it out to people, you have to go through quite a long process. Here you can just click Add to Teams, download that manifest file, allow people to install it themselves if they can sideload, or you can go through to your Teams admin console and actually add that and pin that for everybody. So when I do that, there we go. So then people can just click on that, and then if they go on pin, then it will stay on that left-hand app rail, regardless of whether they go to a different place. Okay, and you can do similar things. You can bring in Power BI dashboards, etc., and you can pin those to the top. And I think we saw some of that earlier. So here, just in a few clicks, we've taken a line of business app here for returns, and we've taken a Power BI dashboard that allows us to get that management information and been able to kind of pin all of that through into Teams to make it work for us. Then we can use Flow to be able to set things up. So here I've got a flow that says when somebody's added to a team, it sends a message to the team just to tell everybody else that we've got somebody new in here who's joined. And there's plenty of tutorials that would go on and do that. So here, if I went on to Project Tailspin and I added Alex as a member here, there we go, and we add him in. Perfect. Then we can see here that Flow's kicked in. It sent a message out to him to welcome him onto the team. So that's great. What I wanted to share in this one was actually a couple of ways that we use it within our team, within Microsoft. So there's a couple of examples here. So let me just move over onto our live team here. So one of the things that we talk about within our team is about when customers do really well and they send us a little message saying, oh, this was great, or this has changed the way that we work, etc. And what we've tried to get people to do is to just post a little message and use a hashtag that says #customerlove. So my customer, let's say, my customer, Contoso, CEO, put a great LinkedIn post about today, and I might put in the link, and then at the end I type #customerlove. Now obviously within Teams there isn't a concept of a hashtag. It doesn't really exist in the same way as it does on Twitter or Yammer or things like this, but my team love using a hashtag. So what we've done is we actually set up a flow that listens for all of the posts that come through, and if somebody posts something and it's got the word #customerlove in it, then what we do is we send them an adaptive card using the flow bot that will come in any moment. So we'll just wait for that, and it'll come in and around, and it will ask me a question and say which customer, which sector were you looking at when you got that customer love post. And then another way that we do this is around PowerPoints. So again, my team, they have a lot of PowerPoint files that they use, and they upload them into the team. And then it becomes a little bit of a, it could potentially become a little bit of a dumping ground. So I might say here is a new presentation on Microsoft tools. There we go. And I can post that into my channel. Now what we do here, and again, using the same listener that listens out for customer love, we have, or using Flow rather, sorry, it listens out to look if there is a new file which is added into the SharePoint that sits behind that, and if there is, then the Flowbot will send me a notification asking me if it's the type of file that we would want to include in a curated list. So I can see here, there we go, the Flowbot's triggered now. So here, this one said, it looks like you've just uploaded a PowerPoint deck. Would 12 tools of Microsoft be good content for Deck Central? So Deck Central is our curated list that my team hold of different PowerPoint files. And what's great is I say yes, and then it sends me another card back here and says, who was the customer that this was about? Okay, I can put a description of my deck. Of the deck, there we go, and then maybe this might be useful in the driving intent and landing value stages of our model. What's the confidentiality of this? So say this is a public one. Okay, what tools are being shown in here? Okay, and what did I? Oh, it's moved down there. Apologies. So which products are covered, and then which special features are kind of included in here. So we might have information about accessibility, sustainability. It might be about Teams platform. It might be about meetings, whatever. So we can click those in there, and then we can ask which industries this applies to. And people can say, all right, so it doesn't apply to financial services, or it doesn't apply to education, let's say, here. And then they can submit that there. And then what that's doing is that's putting some metadata into the file library in SharePoint, and it allows us then to make a view that we call Deck Central that shows all these curated PowerPoint files, and you can search and filter by different features and industries and customers and confidentiality levels, etc. But it's rather than trying to get people to add metadata in at the point of saving, if we just listen out for the new file and then the flow triggers at that point and sends out a message, we find that it's people are a lot more responsive to include that metadata because we make it really easy for them in an adaptive card. And we can say here is the other one here. So this says, thanks for the customer love. We'd like a little bit more information. So who was the customer? So we say Contoso Incorporated, and which sector it is. So it's media and telco. And we could submit that there. And then what that does is that actually saves that into a SharePoint list that says who's the customer and what sector is in, and then provides a link actually to the individual post itself, so that we can kind of track where all kind of good news stories are happening within our customer base. So that's just a few ways that you can use Power Platform with Teams to just transform things. So welcoming people, listening for certain words, things like this, or listening out for new files being uploaded and trying to do some curation there. So we've done meetings, we've done awesome app templates, we've done Teams Advisor, we've done Power Platform and notifications. Okay, what have we got? We've got 17 minutes left. So let's have a look here on live events. So obviously here we're quite used to being in meetings of up to 300. So it was 250, and now if you have a meeting, you can have up to 300 people in the meeting. But with live events, you can have a meeting of up to 10,000 was the regular limit. They've extended that now through to 20,000 temporarily. But if you use the live events assistance program, then they can look at ways to extend out to much larger audiences, up to 100,000. So live events kind of has 3 flavors. So there's live events in Yammer, and that's quite good because, especially for internal events where you might be doing things like all hands, and we use it for our all hands in Microsoft. By using Yammer, you can have a conversation and everybody can see the conversation and everybody can take part in that conversation here. You can also do them within Teams, and then if you do live events in Teams, then what it gives you is a Q&A panel on the right hand side, and people can ask questions and they go through to a team of moderators who then will decide whether that question is seen, whether it's answered on a one-to-one basis, etc. So but those Teams live events can be for external audiences, they can be internal, they can be like a small group, whatever. Or you can push it straight out through Stream and just run it straight through the Stream portal here. So it applies to most SKUs in terms of what people can use. So in terms of people who can create, sorry, not people who can use, people who can create. So for instance, the first line worker can't create, but they can consume. So you just need to have a valid Stream license, and you obviously need to have permission to watch the broadcast. So it's really easy to set up a live event, and you do it straight from within Teams. So this is why I was talking earlier about I set up my meetings, I set up my live events, I set everything up from within Teams. I don't do it so much from Outlook any longer. So it goes through from scheduling, and it works on the different ways that you're going to run your live event. So if it's just going to be somebody who's going to be producing it on their device through the Teams client, so it might be that you've got people just on their own webcams, etc., then you can do those events in Teams and Yammer, but not in Stream. If you want to go onto Stream or Teams or Yammer, but you might be wanting to use an external encoder. So that means that you might be having a more professional setup where it's going to be bringing in different cameras and different layouts and things like this. And you might use that kind of thing if you had like a big physical town hall and you had people at the back who were doing cameras, and or we encode that way because we have sign language interpreters and things like this. But in terms of permissions, you can say actually only certain people and groups are allowed to look at this, or whole organizations, or you can make it completely public. So let's look at this then here. So to set up a live event, you need to go into the Teams calendar. It's the only way that you can do it is in Teams, and you can click up there and you have to click on this drop down here. And instead of doing a normal meeting, you pick live event. Okay, and you'll end up with a pop-up like this. So you type in your details, your dates for when it's going to be on, and who your presenters are. So your presenters or your producers. So within a live event, there's a couple of different roles. We've got presenters, which you might say were the talent, the people on screen, and then you've got producers. So they might be people who are queuing people up, who are controlling what the broadcast looks like, or doing things like doing Q&A moderation and stuff like that. So you invite the people that you want in there and you click next. Then you say who can see this. So is it just certain groups within my organization? Is it everyone in my organization, or is it public? And then you talk about how you're going to produce your live event and what features you're going to have. So you might say, well, actually, I'm going to have captions on and I'm going to have Q&A on, etc. You set the ones you want. You can also pick, there's a different language which isn't on this screenshot, sorry, there's a different option which isn't on the screenshot here, which is around captions and live translation. So you can actually have captions and live translation in up to 6 languages, but you need to schedule those ahead of time. Okay, and then when you're done, you hit the schedule button and it will get set up, and it will send an invite to your producers and your presenters. But you'll also get what we call the attendee link here. So the attendee link is what you'll send to the people who are watching. Don't send them the meeting invite, otherwise they'll all come in as producers or presenters. So you take that attendee link and that is what you send out. So you might send it out by Outlook or whatever. So you do that, you copy that to your clipboard, and then you can send that out in a meeting invite. Now, what we recommend in terms of good practice is that you actually use a URL shortener. So lots of people obviously familiar with the URLs that we send out within Microsoft, which are aka.ms, something. So we recommend that you do that. And the reason why we recommend to using a URL shortener is because that meeting invite URL is just really ugly and horrible. So if I go here, you can see that's a really long URL. But if somebody accidentally starts the broadcast, so let's say somebody kind of goes, oh, I'd just like to try that out and see if that works. If they do that on the broadcast, then you can't restart the broadcast again, and the link that you've sent out to people will be no longer any use. So we recommend using a URL shortener, because if something happens or somebody sets the original meeting up incorrectly or whatever, something like this, then you can just repoint that URL to the new meeting, and in terms of your end users, then they don't see any difference there. So then when it comes to your live event, obviously you might have multiple presenters, you've got your producer, or if you've got your external encoder, then I wouldn't worry about it, because somebody professional will be dealing with all of that. And that all goes through into Stream and through the Azure Media Services, runs through a content delivery network, and is also saved for archiving. If you have an ECDN, a content delivery network, to ease the strain on your own network, then it might run through them as well, and people will get it. So when you come to join as a producer, it looks a little bit like this, and they end up with two windows. So you've got a window here for what's kind of queued up to come next, and what's going to be going out live. So you can see in this currently, this isn't live yet, it's in pre-live, because it's got this yellow bar up here. So this is the time you bring your presenters in, you all have a chit chat, you can all talk about whatever you want, because nothing is yet being broadcast. Okay, and you will get your producers and your presenters, etc., come up down the bottom here. So here we can share a piece of content. So in this screenshot here, we've got Robson is in the queue to go next. So if I want to send him into the queue, then I could click that send live button, and he would then go into he would be, if the meeting had started, he would then be live, but we're still in the pre-live set, so we're still setting it up. Okay, and then when we're done, we click on the start button. It gives us a warning to say, you sure you want to start, because you can't stop it. So you can't restart it if you start it and stop it. And you can click continue, and now you can see that this is red. It says live up here, so this is the next thing. So we've queued up the content from here to go into here, and then we would hit send live, and that content would go through into there, and you can just kind of keep managing your content that way. So up here we've got the Q&A panel. So this is any questions or answers that come in from our audience, and we can dismiss things, we can publish them, or we can just reply privately to those individuals. And you can turn the Q&A off here as well. So some meetings I've been to, people have switched off the Q&A just 10 minutes before the end, so that it all works correctly. Okay, but when time comes, then you click the end button and you do end live event. Okay, that is then closed, and then if people then go to that link, they then just get the playback, so they can watch that meeting through again. Okay, then after that becomes kind of the wrap up. So then there are some downloads that you get. So you get a Q&A report, which is all of the things that people have asked, and you also get an attendee report. Now the attendee report is quite difficult for some people to interpret. So I built recently a dashboard that people can use to do for live events. So I'm just trying to find where I've put it. Apologies, because I thought I'd opened it up. So if you are interested in this, then all you need to do is go to aka.ms/Teams live events report, and there's a GitHub page, and you can see here is the report. So it will show you. So you can actually bring multiple files from multiple different events together. But you can view either an individual meeting, you can view a series of meetings, you can see when people joined and left, you can see the attendance, the cumulative attendance by time. If it's like an open meeting, then what domains have kind of signed up. So that gives you a nice breakdown almost by company, etc., or what OS people were on. Then you've got this one here. This pulls in the Q&A, so it does a little word cloud of the questions and answers that people have been asking. And you can click on those and that will filter through into Power BI to show what they are. And you can see like this view here of time to see what questions have been asked over time, so that it gives you that very useful view of, like, you can say, oh, what was happening in the event at this point that we got so many questions. If you're throwing multiple events into this, then you can see like this different summary view here, showing you which events were the most popular, how many people have viewed your events, what the average view time was, the total view time in minutes. And you can even go through onto this user insights. So if you've been running a series of events, you might say, well, actually, how many events did people come through? And what you can do here is you can click on a name and it will show you how long they were in each event for in terms of time, but it will also show you this little card showing what events they've attended, how many they've attended, how many minutes they've had, the average view time per event, etc. So that is a really great way to be able to interpret those live events reports, which a number of customers do struggle with. Cool. So I think that is about everything. We've got about 4 minutes left. So I didn't know whether there were any questions or comments or anything in there that people might have about those.
Really good sessions, Stuart. I kind of haven't moved for a second, to be honest. Like, I absolutely love those demos. And specifically the event section you demonstrated, how easy to publish a private event recorded video to make it more public. Is it possible?
So do you mean from a live event or from a meeting? So either way, it would really matter, I suppose. So the meeting recordings are held in teams for a certain number of time, and don't quote me on this, I think it's around 100 days-ish, something like that. And then you can download the Teams live event recording from the actual meeting itself. You download that and then you can go and put that wherever you want. So it just gives you an MP4, and then you could go and put it onto YouTube or onto your corporate website or on Stream if you want it internally. If it's a regular meeting, then it goes straight into Stream. But we know that today we can't share Stream videos externally. But yeah, so if you run a Teams live event, you just download it. So when you have your event, when you set up your event website, your event appointment as the organizer, then you can download the reports, but you can also download the recording straight from there and then go and do as you please with it.
Fantastic. Just one more question from my side. I have read somewhere, like, this live events you can actually restream to YouTube or any external RTMP or RTSP stream channels. Is that something in preview or available publicly, and is it you recommend?
So I can't comment on that because I don't know the entire details. I know that there are a number of developments that are on the roadmap for Teams live events, so we should be hoping to see a lot more features that come in. One of the ones that we have announced is around NDI support. So if you're running something like OBS or a kind of streaming a streaming mixing producing service, then what you can do is actually take the camera feeds of people individually from a Teams meeting, and then you can kind of arrange them however you want, produce it on screen that way. But what I would say is I would have a look on the roadmap. So anything that's coming will be on the roadmap site.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched base on the NDI. So if you go for just normal Skype, not Skype for Business, but normal Skype does support NDI at the moment, but not Teams. Do you have any visibility when that support will be available?
I don't. I don't, but I know that we're hoping it will be soon. What I would recommend is that you have a look. If you search for Teams Live Events NDI support, there's a whole load of blog posts on what's coming up, and I know that we have made lots of announcements recently about what's coming up to do with meetings and things like this. So I would say if you have a look at user voice and have a look at the roadmap, then that's where all of those things come.
Thank you. Just checking the chat window. Does anyone has any question for Stuart before we let him go?
Well, thank you very much for having me today, and all of the sessions have been great. Thank you for organising it. It's been a great day.
It's been a super session, to be honest. Like, I actually started testing the praise icon as well. I'm not sure if you have seen it.
I saw my praise, and it gave me a little warm buzz.
Absolutely. No, it's brilliant things to test it out, and all the manifest stuff, which I haven't tried it myself. So definitely looking forward to it. So without further ado,
bringing Power Apps that way is super easy.
Super easy.
Sorry.
Okay. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Stuart, for the brilliant session and for your time on Saturday as well. So let's move on to the next session. Hi, Prashant. Are you online? Yes, we can see you.
Hey, Narayan. Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
I'm just going to start recording and then all yours.
Okay.
Okay, Prashant, all good to go.
All right, thank you. Welcome everyone. The last session of the day. Glad you made it. And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are right now. So the last topic for today's conference is implementing Microsoft Teams governance using Power Automate, Microsoft Graph APIs, and SharePoint. Who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to the United States back in 2007. I'm University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 365. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book, Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and I organize a lot of community events in this region. And I also run 3 user groups. One is on AI and machine learning. Second one is on Microsoft 365 or Office 365. And third one is on SQL. We recently organized Global Azure Data Fest, which was on July 2nd. We are in the process of organizing another free virtual event, which is on 31st of July. If you are interested in speaking or if you're interested in attending, just go and check us out on meetup.com. We have all the links available there. We also organize a Global AI Bootcamp. This year, most likely, the event will happen in January. We'll see, depending on the situation with COVID, whether it's going to be an in-person event or it's going to be virtual event only. Along with AI and ML events, I also help organize SharePoint Saturday events. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award since 2017. And those of you who are not familiar with this award, so I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions in various product categories. And those contributions can be in the form of writing books, writing blog articles, answering people's questions on various forums, creating training videos and posting them on YouTube or various other channels, and also speaking at the conferences. So when I got awarded for the first time in 2017, I was SharePoint MVP. And then in 2019, which is last year, I changed that to AI. And this award is valid for 12 months only. And after 12 months, you have to apply for renewal. And typical cycle is from July 1st to June 30th. So we just got to know the results of our renewal application last week, which is on July 1st. So I'm got awarded for additional year in the AI category. And I currently work as solution architect at Witham Digital. We are based in United States, and we have offices in India as well. And I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use a lot of products or services in Microsoft 365, in Power Platform, and in Azure and Microsoft AI Stack as well. So this is the information about our company. We have 3 Microsoft MVPs on the staff. We have done 100 plus cloud deployments, and we have 50 plus consultants dedicated to Microsoft Stack only. And these are the various capabilities that we have. So if you are interested, you can go to this link and find us out. And also I will be posting this link in the chat window as well. So let's talk about the agenda. So I will start with discussing some of the key components of Microsoft Teams. Then we will touch base upon Microsoft Teams governance. The governance will be very high-level overview, and then how we can automate some of the governance concepts in the Teams. And when it comes to automation, what are some of the options available to us? We will discuss that, and we'll talk about Microsoft Graph APIs, and I will have demos using Microsoft Power Automate and Logic Apps. Even though I mentioned Q&A towards the end, feel free to ask your questions at any time, because your questions will not only help me, but other folks in the room as well. All right, someone say we cannot see your screen. Sorry about that. Looks like I forgot to start sharing. So doing it now, and let me know if you can see my screen. All right, looks like you can. So
yes,
perfect.
Yep, can see your screen. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I totally forgot. And thank you very much for reminding that. So when it comes to team, these are the standard functionality we get with Teams. One is the chat. Then you get Teams, you get channels, you get meetings, you have voice, you can add like custom apps, you can add bots, and you can also add connectors as well. And one thing to note here is the additional add-on licenses are available, such as the audio conferencing, the toll-free numbers, and phone system as well. So when it comes to automated governance, there are various options available to us. One of the options is having some kind of retention policies, where you specify, okay, when a team is created after 2 years or after 3 years, that team should get deleted automatically. If you would like to control who in your organization can create the team, then you can have a security groups for teams, where if I'm a member of that security group, then only I will be able to create a team. If someone is not, then they will not be able to create a team at all. You can also set the expiration policies, like when the team will get expire, and then you can also have team naming policies, like if you would like to have any kind of prefix, or if you would like to have any suffix, or if you would like to have any naming convention that you would like to follow, or if you would like to avoid using any kind of keywords while creating a new team, you can do that. And all these things that I mentioned when it comes to governance, we can do this automatically, and there are various options available to us. But why we should consider automated governance? Like when it comes to governance, you can do that manually and you can do that automated way. But when you do it in an automated way, what it helps you to do, it helps you to ensure the consistency. It also empowers the users, and also one of the key things is it reduces the admin overhead. Like if you have automated governance, your admins will have to spend less time comes to managing your overall Teams infrastructure. Ever since the COVID-19 pandemic has started, the usage of Teams has skyrocketed. The last stats I found from Microsoft is right now there are like more than 17 million active users who are using Teams. So with that, the usage of Teams has like skyrocketed, and that also has resulted in having a kind of Team sprawl, where you have like pretty much any organization is using Teams, they will have tons and tons of teams that got created, and then the IT has to manage all these teams. So one of the ways to have automated governance is having a proper team naming policies. Because it helps you to manage the growth of the teams, the groups, and the SharePoint. Those of you who are very new to the team, when you create a new team, along with that, you get an Office 365 group and you get a SharePoint site collection as well. So having a proper naming convention is very, very important because you cannot really rename the team. That means you can rename it display name, but its internal name, you cannot really do that. So if you have a team naming policies, what you can do is you can add prefix or suffix to define the naming. That means you can have, let's say if you are creating a team for internal versus creating a team for external people. That means you would like to collaborate not only with your team members, but you would like to collaborate with some of your clients who are not part of your organization. Then you can have some kind of prefix where if like external, if the team start with external, that means you will have a guest, and that means this team contents will get shared with the people who are not in your organization as well. You can also use some custom block words if you would like to prevent using some of the keywords while creating a teams. You can also do that. You can set the expiration policies because the last thing you would like to have is you have like a lot of teams got created because someone was testing something and then they forgot to delete that team. So you can, so that way, if you don't have a proper expiration policy, that means you will have lots and lots of teams got created, but nobody is deleting those. And then at the end of the day, your tenant will have too many resources, and that have impact on the performance. The more teams you have, the more content you have, the performance of your Microsoft 365 tenant suffers. Microsoft does a really good job, but they also have a limitation in terms of how much capacity they can support. So the more content you have, the more performance hit you will see. So how the expiration policies work is the owners get notified to renew the team as the expiration nears, and they get an email notification 30 days, 15 days, and 1 day prior to the expiration. And unless they hit renew now, after some days, the team will get deleted, and the team will get stored in the recycle bin. That means you will have some fixed timeline before you can restore that team. But after that, the team will get deleted permanently. But this is a good way of having like having expiration policies will help you definitely in the long run. Especially if you are creating a team to work on a project, and let's say that project ended in 6 months, and after 1 year you got an email notification saying, do you really need to have this team, or you can delete it? So depending on your organization policy, you can decide whether to renew it or you can just delete it. The second thing is content expiration. So when it comes to the expiration policies, the owner gets notification in the order that are listed here, like 30 days, 15 days, and it gives the option to renew at these intervals. And if for some reason, let's say you had only single owner for a team, and that owner got email notification, but that owner was out of the office and the team got deleted automatically, and you need to restore that. So you will have 30 days after expiration to restore that team. That's why it's very, very important. Whenever you are creating a team, you should always have more than one owner. That way, let's say if someone is on vacation or someone is not able to connect to the internet, then you will have other owners who can manage the team and take necessary action. You can also limit who can create the teams in your organization. So by default, everyone can create team in your Microsoft or Office 365 tenant. Now here there are two different school of thoughts. The Microsoft thinking is everybody should be empowered to create the teams, but you will see a lot of organization where they would like to have a tighter control over who can create the team. So if you are in the second category where you would like to have tighter control, then you can use security groups for team creation, where if I'm a member of this particular security group, then only I will be able to create a team. Otherwise, I will not be able to create a team. However, for all the options that were listed for automated governance, there is a catch. You need additional licensing for that. For example, you need Azure Active Directory Premium Plan 1, which provides you additional governance features to supplement teams, which include the teams naming policy, the expiration policy, and having a security group for teams creator. So this will not be part of your existing Office 365 or Microsoft 365 subscription, and you need to subscribe for it additionally. My personal recommendation is, if you can afford, then definitely go with Azure AD Premium Plan 1, because along with all the automated governance options listed here, you get additional benefits like conditional access policies, the password protection, the advanced security and research usage report, and many more options features you get with Azure AD Premium Plan 1. If you would like to have retention policies, then you need to have at least Office 365 Enterprise E3 or above to have or to get to take the advantage of retention policies. So in the next section, what we will do is we will cover what if you don't have this additional licenses, and if you still would like to implement automated governance. So what are some of the options that we have? In case if you don't want to go with Azure AD Premium, and if you want to still want to have a proper naming convention in your team's creation, then some of the things we can do, I will be discussing this in the next section. But before that, let me see if there are any questions in the chat window. All right, so far there are none. And hi, Razvan. If you have any question, feel free to use the option raise your hand in team, or just type your question or ask your question in the like unmute yourself and ask the question. And if you are interested, if you would like to connect with me on the LinkedIn, I just posted the link of my LinkedIn profile. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the talk, if you are interested joining us for a free conference on July 31st, these are the links for that. So Teams have Teams templates where you will have a pre-built definition for a team, including channels and app. When it comes to the team template, these are the properties that are supported right now. So what should be the base template type? What should be the team name, team description, team visibility, whether it's a public or private, team settings like the members, the guests, the add mentions, whatever the apps you would like to have installed in that, and some pre tabs. What are the properties which are not supported yet is team membership, team picture, channel setting, connectors, and files and content. But team templates are an excellent way to have some kind of governance where, let's say you would like to create a team to work or to collaborate on a project. And if you are going with a Teams template, then you can have a reference template where you have already installed the apps that you will be using. For example, if you are using Azure DevOps, then those kind of apps should or can already be added into your team. If you are using any third-party bots, you can add those bots into your reference team. You can also configure the tabs, the team visibility setting, and then you use that team as a reference while creating the future team. So that whenever a new team gets created for a project, all these things are automatically there for you. You don't have to spend time in configuring that. So that helps you having a consistency in terms of what kind of contents, what kind of tabs your team will have. And when it comes to the templates, these are the out-of-the-box template that we have in Microsoft Teams, which is standard, education class, education staff team, education PLC team, retail store, and hospital. So when it comes to creation of teams, you can either start with the standard team or you can use this template as well. So let's say now you want to create a new team and you want to automate that so that you can have a proper naming convention and you can have a proper template, a reference template that you can use, and you want to build an application around that, but you don't want to pay for additional Azure Active AD Premium license. So you can build a simple application using Microsoft Power Automate and Graph APIs and SharePoint, where using SharePoint, you create a form which enables your users to submit the information like, okay, I need a new team, and this is the form I will be submitting in SharePoint. and then you ask some information like what shall be the name of the team, what's the department, and some additional information like the purpose of the team and the members and the owners information. And the user submit the form and goes through approval process, like someone from the IT is there to approve it. If the request is approved, then the team gets created automatically. And when the team gets created with proper naming convention. And I mentioned here to have a form, you can use SharePoint, but you can use other technologies as well. Like SharePoint is not, let's say, a mandatory here. You can create a form using Microsoft 365 forms as well, or you can create a custom form using Power App as well. So it's up to you in what format you want to create the form. And when it comes to automatic provisioning of the team, so these are the options are available to us as of today. So you can use a combination of a Flow plus Microsoft Graph APIs, but to call Microsoft Graph APIs from Flow, you need a Power Automate Premium license. And if you are getting Teams license through Office 365 or Microsoft 365 subscription, the Power Automate Premium license is not bundled with that. So you have to subscribe for that additionally. You can use combination of Flow, Microsoft Graph APIs, and combination of Azure Function. To use Azure Function, you need to have Azure subscription, and along with that, to call Microsoft Graph APIs through Flow, you need to have Power Automate Premium license. Same you can do with Azure API apps, or you can use Logic Apps and the Microsoft Graph API. If you go with this option, only thing you need is Azure subscription to host Logic Apps. You can use the combination of Logic Apps, Microsoft Graph APIs, and Azure Functions as well. You can use combination of Logic Apps, Microsoft Graph APIs, Azure API apps. If you don't have Azure subscription and you cannot afford, or your organization cannot afford to have a Power Automate Premium license, then you can also create custom PowerShell scripts, and through those PowerShell scripts you call Microsoft Graph APIs, and then you host those PowerShell scripts using the Windows scheduled task on a Windows server or on a Linux server. However, I don't recommend this approach because then you will have a single point of failure. Same thing you can do is where you write a console application using C#, and through that console application, you call the Microsoft Graph APIs to create a team, and then you host that console application on a Windows server, and you can either call that manually or you can call that using a scheduled task. Again, I don't recommend this approach because this is old school kind of development approach, and you will have a single point of failure here. But if you have no other option, that means your organization is small and you cannot have Azure subscription and you cannot afford to have Power Automate Premium license, you can use this last two options. In today's talk, the demo I'll be showing you is using the Flow and Microsoft Graph APIs and using Logic Apps and Microsoft Graph APIs. So before I go further, any questions so far? And I'm using dual screen so I can see the chat window as well. So as I mentioned, use the feature of raise your hand or type your question or just unmute yourself. All right, I take that as a no. So let's talk about what is Power Automate. If you are not familiar with Power Automate, it's one of the product inside Microsoft Power Platform, and it is built for the process automation. Let me go back to the previous slide as well. So if you look at Microsoft ecosystem in general, you can divide the Microsoft ecosystem into three major parts when it comes to the development and when it comes to the usage. First, we have Microsoft public cloud called Azure. Then under productivity, we have Microsoft 365. And under the low-code platform, we have Microsoft Power Platform. And Microsoft Power Automate is part of this Microsoft Power Platform. And it's basically for automating the task. So one of the key advantage of using Microsoft Power Automate is you can create automation and you can integrate that automation with various applications using your organization data. So even though this product is from Microsoft, you are no longer tied up, you no longer have a restriction where, okay, this product will only work with Microsoft ecosystem product. That's not true. You can write automation using something like Twitter, which is not Microsoft product, or you can have automation which integrates with Salesforce, with AWS, with MailChimp. So there are multiple connectors available, and you can have a very complicated or sophisticated business process automation, which not only talk with your Microsoft data, but the data which resides in other third-party applications as well. When this product got launched, it used to call Microsoft Flow, but during Ignite last year, Microsoft announced that they are renaming this product as a Power Automate now. So you will be still creating the flows under Power Automate, but under Power Automate now we now have more capabilities. That means we can create business process flows, and we can also create UI flows as well. Now let's talk about Microsoft Graph APIs, because you will need to use Graph APIs to automatically create Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Graph API is a gateway to the data and intelligence that is stored in Microsoft 365. And it offers a single endpoint, which is graph.microsoft.com, to provide access to rich people-centric data and insight exposed as a resource of Microsoft 365. So if without Microsoft Graph APIs, let's say you are a customer of Microsoft 365 or Office 365, and your data resides in Exchange, your data resides in Planner, your data resides in SharePoint, in Microsoft Teams. If you would like to use APIs apart from Graph APIs, then you need to access the individual endpoints of these particular services. That means for get the data from SharePoint, you need to access the SharePoint APIs. To get the data from Exchange, you have to access the data from Exchange APIs. And if you see the underlying documentation from Microsoft, the API calls or the endpoint names will be different. So what Microsoft has done is instead of like the developers have to worry about what's the endpoint I had to call if I had to integrate with SharePoint, or if I had to integrate with Exchange, they made a top layer called Graph APIs. And if you make a call using Graph API to SharePoint, then under the hood, it will be still calling the individual SharePoint APIs. But we, as a developer, are protected from that, and we don't have to worry about what should be the individual name. So it's a graph.microsoft.com is a single endpoint that we have to remember. And then we can, using that endpoint, we can call or connect with the various services that are there under Microsoft 365. So it exposes the REST API and the client libraries to access data, which can be in Delve, Excel, Microsoft Bookings, Microsoft Teams, OneDrive, OneNote, Exchange, Planner, SharePoint, Workplace Analytics. If you are a Dynamics customer, you can also get that data as well. And also you can get the security and mobility data as well along with that. And you can get the data from Dynamics 365 Business Central as well. So before I go into the demo of this, I want to pause here and see if you have any questions so far. All right, I take that as a no. So let me exit from the PowerPoint here. And the first thing I would like to show you here is Microsoft Graph API Explorer. So those of you who are not familiar with this, so you can also follow these steps along with me. If you can have a browser on the device that you're using. So just search for Microsoft Graph API using your favorite browser and favorite search engine, and then just click on this link here. So here you will see the complete documentation of what this Graph APIs are, how to get started. But one of the key things I really like about this Graph API is this Graph Explorer. So click on this link. So Microsoft has created this Graph Explorer for us, which we can use to make the calls to the Graph APIs without building a sample application. So when it comes to testing the APIs, traditionally, you have three options available. You can use API testing tools, something like Fiddler or Postman, or you write your own application. If you are from if you are familiar with C#, then console application to test the APIs out. However, Microsoft has built this application called Graph Explorer, using which you can test APIs. And by default, this Explorer comes with the pre-populated data, and various calls are located here. Like if I had to get the profile information, all I had to do is click on this Get button, and whatever the call we had to make will be get added here, and whatever the response that will come back, that will get added here. the calls and the response that is coming back is actually coming back with the pre-populated data that Microsoft has uploaded. But what if I had to try this Graph API against my tenant's data? Then you also have an option for that. All you have to do is in the left-hand navigation, click on this link, sign into Graph Explorer. And then you will get a login prompt. And then sign up with your Office 365 or Microsoft 365 account. If you are doing this for the first time, it will ask you for the consent. And you can, once you give the consent, then now you can make the calls against your own tenant's data. So it comes with a lot of pre-populated calls here, and those calls are divided into various categories. The thing that we are looking for is Microsoft Teams. So if you expand Microsoft Teams, so here you see the various endpoints available for you. If I have to get whatever the teams I'm part of, just click on this one, and you see here this one, the endpoint URL to get whatever the teams I'm part of is here. And then if there any issue with terms of authentication, you will get this error where, okay, you need to consent to permission. So if I click on this particular modify permissions tab, it will tell me what kind of consent I have to give additionally. So if I give consent to this one, yes. And then the next one is this one. So once I give all the consent, I should be able to retrieve the data. So I personally and we and other developers in my organization, we use this Graph Explorer a lot, especially let's say I'm building a new application and I want to quickly find out what kind of API call I have to make, what kind of information I have to pass in the form of a request, and in what format the data will come back and what will be the response code. I normally use this Explorer because I can quickly test the API, and once I have the information what kind of call I had to make, then after that I just had to implement that call in the custom application I'm building. So now you can see once I click run query, so I get a response back in terms of all the teams that I'm currently part of. Let me close the door real quick. All right. So now the thing that we are looking for is we would like to automate the creation of teams. That means I would like to find out what should be the call I should make whenever I need to create a team. So that particular option is not available here, but that's fine. I can just quickly go to the API reference docs here. And on this one, in the left-hand navigation, you will see the grouping of various grouping depending on various services or products we have. So the product we're looking for is teamwork. So if I expand that, let me see. Yep. And then here, if I expand the team, and then here I will see what should be the call I had to make to create a new team. And here you'll see a nice documentation on what kind of permission you need when you're making this call, because you need to have whatever the application you're using, whether it's a Power Automate or whether it's a console application or your custom single page application, that application needs to have a proper rights to your Azure Active Directory to make this call. And so these are the applications permission you need. And this is the HTTP request you have to make. These are the information you have to pass in the header. And this is the sample call that you had to do. And the sample call information is mentioned in various languages like C#, JavaScript, Objective-C, and Java. So once you know what kind of call you have to make, the next step will be is then to use this Graph API call into the Power Automate. So let me first walk you through the solution, show you the implementation or working solution, and then I will show you how I have implemented that. So for that, all I have is a simple SharePoint list. And again, SharePoint list is optional here. You can also use something like Microsoft Forms as well, where if your organization is not familiar with SharePoint, you can go with that, which that product is similar to SurveyMonkey, where you create a form and you can have your users from your organization or anonymous users can quickly fill out the information. So here I have a form where I'm asking the users what should be the name of your team. So in this case, I'll be typing Teams Collaboration Saturday. Then what's the purpose? this. And then the department, depending on like what kind of convention you have to use for naming convention, you can use the combination of various fields here. So the demo I have here is what I'm doing is whenever a new team gets created, I'm adding the prefix of the department in the team's name so that whenever admin is seeing the teams, he can quickly know, okay, this team is for this department. So I'm taking this as a Teams Collaboration Saturday, and the marketing team is organizing this. So I'll be, or the sales team. So the department is sales. The rest of the these two, the status and the teamwork exist. I'm just keeping that as a, I'm not going to update that right now. I just have this column so I can show you the status gets updated after the team gets created, and the information about the owners, who should be the owners, and who should be the users. And then click save. As soon as this gets saved, there is a Power Automate which is running in the backend, which gets start whenever a new entry is created in this list. So the trigger for this is whenever a new item is created, gets created in that team's request list. And then I am initializing few variables, which I will coming back to next. First is application ID, directory ID, and client secret. And the first step I'm doing is I'm starting the approval process. That means because I just don't want the teams get created automatically. I want to have a human intervention where whenever a user submits a request for a new team, it has to go through proper approval. So it will go through approval. And if the admin approves it, then only we will make the call to the Graph API and create the team. Okay. And while creating the team, we will use the combination of the department and the title. So let me quickly show you here. So I got a notification that I got an email notification regarding the approval. So when you use the approval in Power Automate, there are two ways you can take action on the task. One is you get automatic email and you can take the action here, or you can also go to your Microsoft Flow link. And inside that, if you go to the approvals tab into the left-hand navigation, you'll get all the approvals that are pending for your action. So this one is the same as the email I got here. So I have two options to take on this one. I can take action directly from the email, or I can go to this Flow UI and I can take action on this one. So here I will be just taking the action here. So I'm just approve, and then the reason is looks great, and these comments are option, and then click submit. Now after this, the flow will proceed further, and if everything is good, the team will get created. Okay, looks like the team got created. So let me open up my Teams UI, and here if I refresh this, I should see, or without even doing auto refresh, I am seeing the newly created teams in my Teams tab, or in my left-hand navigation. And the name this team has used is sales, and then which is the department, and then the name of the team, which is Teams Collaboration. Now let me quickly walk you through the implementation of this. So one thing is you have to keep in mind is whenever you have to make any call to the Graph APIs, you need to register your application into the Azure Active Directory. And the reason you have to do that, so that way Graph APIs can know from where the request is coming from, whether the request is coming from the genuine party, and what kind of access this particular application has. So to register your application, it's very simple. All you have to do is go to your Azure Active Directory. If you don't know how to go to the Azure Active Directory, just type portal.azure.com. Or if you're not familiar with this, just go to your Office 365 portal. And if you are admin, or depending on your role, you will see Azure Active Directory link in the left-hand navigation. So if I click on Show All here, so this is the link I'm talking about. So once you go here, you will go to this particular portal where if I click on Azure Active Directory, Then the link, the option we are looking for is app registration here. And on this particular page, you will see already by default, it will show you all the applications that you have registered. But if you click on all applications tab, you will see the application that your organization has registered, and this is depend on your access level. So I am a tenant admin here, so I can see everything. And if I had to create register a new application, all I have to do is click new. Then let's give it a name. We'll call it as Teams Collaboration Saturday. Create new. And let me see if I should, yeah, let me zoom it a bit. And then what kind of, who can access this? So I will go with the accounts in the organization directory itself. And the redirect URI is optional, and then just click register. So once this is registered, the next thing we have to do is we have to provide the permission. So what kind of permission this will have? So by default, it will have the user read, but then I can also add the permission here. And by default, you'll see a lot of different APIs from Microsoft ecosystem that you can add here. On the top, you will see Microsoft Graph API, but along with that, you'll also see other APIs that are available, like the Office 365 management APIs, Power Apps, Runtime Service, the SharePoint APIs. The APIs that we're interested is Microsoft Graph API, so I'll add that. And then there are two types of permissions available when it comes to application registry in Azure. One is the delegate permission or the application permission. Depending on your use case, you can use either of that. In our application, I will be going with the application permission here. And then you have to find out what kind of permission you need. And now, where you can find this information, you go to the documentation on the Graph APIs, and here you can find out what kind of permission you need. If you're going with application permission, then these are the permission you need while creating a new team. Okay, so let's come back here and find out that. So for the group create and group read write all, and then just click add. So this will add the permission here. And once the permission are added, you have the option whether you would like to grant the admin consent for that. It's optional. I will go with grant admin consent. So that way, I don't want the users that get that prompt whenever they're using in their custom application. And the next thing is you need to provide the authentication type. So when it comes to authenticating your custom app through Azure Active Directory, you have there are two types available here. You can do the certificate-based authentication, which is more secure, but then you need to execute a lot of configuration steps. Or the second option is through the client secrets. So for this demo, I will go with client secrets here. So click on a new client secret, just give it a name, secret to create new team. And then here you can set the expiration, 1 year, 2 year, or never. I always recommend not to use never, because you don't want to have a client's secret which is available forever. So I'll go with 1 year, and you will see the value. This is just like your password. So make sure you're not sharing this value to anyone, or you're not accidentally adding this value to your source control as well. Because if I have your client secret, and if I know your directory ID and application ID, I can make the calls on your behalf. And it's depending on what kind of permission you have supplied for this app, that then you will be exposing that organization, that data to the malicious parties. So here I can do copy, and as soon as I move away from this particular page, and if I go back again to the client secret, that client secret value is, I can again access that. And for some reason, if it gets exposed, or you want to change that, you can also come to this and change that as well. So I'll be storing that into a notepad, and then I will be quickly clicking on the overview for this app, because along with the client secret, I also need the application ID and the directory ID to make the call to the Graph APIs through Power Automate or through any other application. So I configured the app. The next thing I'll be doing is I'll be going to my Power Automate here. So first thing is we are setting the trigger whenever a new request is received in SharePoint. Start this Power Automate, then configure the variables. The first thing is we need the application ID, the directory ID, and the client secret. And the application ID and the directory ID, you will get it from here. So this is the application ID, this is the directory ID. And if you go to the certificates and secrets, you will get the client secret here. The next action we are doing is we are starting an approval. So the action we are using is start an approval, so that it will go through approval process. If the request gets approved, then the first call we are doing is we are getting the user's the unique identifier or the UPN. The reason we need that is whenever we create a new team or a group, we need to provide the name of or the ID of the default owner. And that's why we first need to do is get the information about that. Okay, interesting question. It is safe to have those secrets detail in your Power Automate. It's excellent question. So so you can treat Power Automate as same as writing your source, writing, let's say, a traditional JavaScript application or traditional C# application. When you write those applications, you have to store those secrets somewhere. As long as, let's say if I create a Power Automate here and I have my client secret here, by default, only the owner of this Power Automate can see that. So right now I am the owner, and the recommended practice while creating the Power Automate is you should have multiple owners. That means, let's say I'm using a service account for my organization, or I'm using a specific Office 365 group as owner, then only those people will see that client ID and client secret in Power Automate. So as long as the owners are trusted people, yes, then it will be safe. And just like any other development platform, if you are exporting this Power Automate, then you shouldn't be adding that to your public GitHub, because when you export a Power Automate, it exports a JSON file, and that JSON file will have this additional information that you don't want to export, like add into your public GitHub or into your source code repository. So those kind of additional things you have to keep in mind. That's why I mentioned certificate-based authentication is preferred, but it takes a lot of time and efforts to configure that. So let's say once it's approved, the next thing we are doing is we are making the call to the Graph APIs, and the action we are using is HTTP. So if I click on plus and add an action, then just look for the action HTTP. And one thing I want to highlight here is if you see the HTTP action is a premium action, that means you need to have a premium Power Automate license to use this action. That means if you are using Power Automate through your Microsoft 365 or through your Office 365 license, chances are this will not be covered in that. And then the first thing we are doing is we are making the call, which is a post. And if you are dealing with these APIs for the first time, then you just go to this particular link, find out information on this Graph API page, what kind of operation you have to do with. So here you'll see post or put, and then what kind of call you have to make. And then what kind of information you had to pass. So once you have that information handy, so this is the one we had. The URI is this, which is http://graph.microsoft.com/beta/teams. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind, the Teams API are still in the beta mode. That means you shouldn't be using this in production, or even if you are using in production, just watch out if Microsoft is doing any changes in that. Generally, Microsoft won't do any any changes that will break your implementation, but they still reserve all the rights when it comes to the beta APIs. And then in the body, we are passing this information. And if you're not sure what kind of information you have to paste in the body, just go to this particular page and find out the information about, sorry, where is that? Wait, which call I'm using? Here I'm using the Teams. Okay, post. Okay, then you just find out the information about that from here. Like if you go to C# or if you go to the HTTP in this format I had to make, and this is the information that I had to pass to that particular call. And then here, if you see in the template, I am providing the information as a standard template. If you remember in the beginning of the talk, I mentioned you can provide the template or which are out of the box, or you can create your own template and pass that as well. So here you have an option what kind of template you would like to use. While configuring the display name, it's up to you what kind of combination you have to use. Since I want to use some kind of naming convention, I'm using the combination of department name and the name and the title of the team, then the description and the default owner, which is going to be the user who submitted this particular request. And then once everything is done, what we an additional thing we have to pass is what kind of authentication that needs to happen. So the authentication is through Azure Active Directory, and this is the standard information that you will need to pass if you go with the authentication type Azure Active Directory OAuth, where you have to provide the tenant ID, the client ID, and the secret. And if everything goes fine, then the new team will get created. And the additional step I'm doing is whenever a new team gets created, I am just updating the status of the request as approved and sending a name to whoever submit this application, this request that the new team got created, and this is the link to your team. So it's very, very simple implementation, not very complicated, but still we could have automated governance using the combination of Graph APIs and Microsoft Flow without having to use Azure Active Directory Premium 1 license, where we can have a proper approval when it comes to creating the teams, and we can also have a proper naming convention. Now, as I mentioned before, to use this HTTP connector, you need to have a premium license. What if you don't have that? Then the second option we have is we can use a logic app for that. And those of you who are not familiar with a logic app, let me give you a quick overview of that. Logic apps are a workflow engine in Microsoft Azure. So it's basically a cloud service that helps you to schedule, automate, orchestrate tasks, business processes, workflows when you need to integrate apps, data system, and services across enterprises or organization. It builds on the serverless principles. That means Microsoft will host that for you. You don't have to host that in-house. And it scales automatically to meet the demand. And it allows developers to not worry about building or hosting or scalability. All you have to do is just build application, hosting, scalability, availability, everything else Microsoft will take care for you. And there are a lot of many connectors available, and you can connectors available across the cloud and on-premise. And just like your Power Automate, your Logic app also begins with a trigger. Now, if you see in the right-hand section, this UI looks a lot familiar with Power Automate. The reason for that is Power Automate is built on the top of Logic app. So if you look at Azure, if you had to visualize the relationship between the Azure Logic apps and Power Automate, you can follow this diagram where Azure is Microsoft public cloud offering, and Logic app is the workflow engine in Azure. And Power Automate is built on the top of Logic app. However, there is a considerable difference when it comes to the feature parity. There are some features which are common, but there will be some other features which are only available in Logic apps, and there will be some features will be only available in Power Automate. For example, business process flows, UI flows, additional actions like the SharePoint approvals are only available in Power Automate and not in Logic app. And also the licensing is different. Logic app is purely based on consumption. They are very, very cheap to start with. However, depending on your consumption, you have to pay more. Whereas Power Automate license is a little bit different. It comes with the two format right now. It either per user basis or per app basis. And Power Automate license is included for free with Microsoft or Office 365 subscription. Another key thing is, since Power Automate is built on the top of Logic app, we can, let's say you build a Power Automate and then you hit the licensing constraint where you're using something called HTTP trigger to action to make API calls. But now, since that's a paid, we had to have a premium license for that. You can export and convert your flow into a logic app, and using logic app, then you can call that, and your subscription or pricing model will be different now. Instead of paying per flow or per user basis, which is more on higher side, you will be just paying based on the consumption or execution. So there is already a button available in the Flow UI where you can export your flow as a logic app template. And then you can create a new template deployment to create a logic app based from the template, and you can deploy that to the Azure. Let's see now a demo of the same implementation using the logic app. While I'm showing the demo, feel free to know if you have any questions. So I already have created this logic app. And the trigger for this is whenever a new item is created in the same SharePoint list. Before I'm showing you this demo in action, let me go back and disable this particular flow that I have. The reason for that is both this flow and logic app is working against the same list. So I just want to have only one kind of automation running at a time, which will be either flow or logic app. So I just disable this flow. Now let me go back to the logic app and quickly click on enable here. And let me quickly walk you through its implementation. So it's pretty much built on the same business logic where it will start whenever a new item gets created in the SharePoint list. I'm going through the initialization of the variables. First is the application ID, then the direct tenant ID and the client secret. And instead of using the approval action, which is available in Power Automate, because that action is not available, I'm using a different action called send approver email. So now the approval will be a little bit different, but I will be still having some kind of approval here where the approval will happen through email. And once the approver approves this, then I'm using the same kind of call where first I'm getting whoever submitted this, their UPN, and then I'm making the exact same call. So the call you are seeing here and the call you will be seeing in the Power Automate will be the identical. So this tells you that these two products are similar. Only thing is few things will be different. Now let me quickly submit a request for a new team. And this time we will be using the logic app to provision the new team. So I'll be calling this as teams, or this time I will be calling this as Dynamics D365 Saturday. And the department this time will be IT. And the purpose will be D365 Saturday event, and click save and just click submit this. So now let's go back to the logic app here. And now the logic app should start and it should send an email approval. And I should receive an email very quickly. And once I take action via the email, the team will get created. I know we are running towards the end of the talk. So what I'll do is while we are waiting for the email, I'll be just quickly covering a few things I want to cover in the slides. So in case you are interested learning more about Microsoft Teams and also Power Automate, Power Apps, and you don't have an environment where you have full access, you get advantage of something called Microsoft 365 Developer Tenant, where you have to go to this link and sign up for Office 365 Developer Program. And once you sign up, you get your personal Microsoft 365 tenant with E5 subscription for free, and it comes with 25 users, and the subscription will be valid for 3 months. And depending on your usage, Microsoft may extend that trial for additional 3 months as well. So this is a really excellent way to quickly try out new things, especially if you want to try out certain settings using the tenant admin privileges, or if you want to have a dedicated sandbox where you have all the access and you want to play something. You play with Teams development or Power Apps or Power Automate development or SharePoint development. This is an excellent way to get your personal tenant. You can always sign up for the free trial as well. Since the demos we cover the Azure logic apps. So for that you need Azure subscription, and if you want to learn that, there are multiple ways where you can get a personal Azure subscription. The recommended one is if you have an MSDN account, then via MSDN account, you get certain credits for free per month. Or you can also sign up for the free trial. And right now, for if you sign up for the free trial, if you are in the US, then you are getting $200 credit for free that you can use within the next 12 months. You can also join another program from Microsoft called Microsoft Imagine, where you don't need a credit card, but you need a valid .edu account from a participant school or institution. And let's say if I have an account from a school, and if that school is participating in Microsoft Imagine program, you may get a personal Azure subscription with limited feature set for free as well. So these are the things we covered today. Hopefully the contents we covered today made you explore the governance option and automatic creation of Microsoft Teams. If you don't have access to the Office 365 or Microsoft 365, and if you want to have your own tenant, you can go to this link and sign up for that. So these are the things we covered today. And these are the references. And these are my contact details. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn as well. And if you have any questions that you don't want to post publicly on Twitter, you can always email me, and my email address is mentioned here. So let's go back to the Logic app and see whether I got an email or not. All right, it's loading. Okay, so it's running and I got an email. Let me go to my inbox here and I should see email. So if I open this one, so this one I'm looking for. So the user interface is a little bit different here because the action we are using is the email approval action. So this is the email I got via Logic app. Okay, if I click approve, then the Logic app will move forward and it should go ahead. It will go ahead and create a team if everything is fine with the Logic app's implementation. So let's go back to the Logic app's UI and see if it went ahead and created the team for us or not. So looks like it succeeded. If I go to the logs, and here also, if you look at the logs, it's pretty much the same identical user interface you will be getting that we get in Power Automate as well. So everything went fine. Now let's go back to the Teams UI and see if you see the newly created team. So you see the newly created team is there, and it has you the same naming convention that I wanted to use, where combination of a department and the name of the team. So this is a quick and easy way to quickly implement automation for the team creation. So with that, this is the end of my talk. Thank you very much for joining and dedicated your Saturday on learning teams. So let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, stay safe and stay healthy, and hopefully we'll join you. You will join us for the future events as well. Thank you.
Well, Prashant, I have to say, I thought I was gobsmacked by Stuart's session, but you've raised the bar. You know, look, you've given me a target to aim for. I was really impressed. You've covered so much in such a short space of time. So I just want to thank you. You've week after week, you've been, you know, you're like a steam engine, and your sessions are just so much packed full of useful knowledge. You know, I'm really impressed. So really, honestly, guys, I have to say, really thank you to Prashant to end the event on such a high note, and again inspiring myself on how to deliver great content and make it easy to digest, I have to say. So that's Prashant's contact details there. So please follow him on Twitter. There's his blog. I'm sure it's a really fantastic blog, as well as follow him on LinkedIn. He's also speaking at some upcoming events he's posted on there, so make sure you attend. I'm sure they're going to be fantastic. So, Prashant, do you have any final words? Obviously, I think you've answered David's question already regarding the solution. So,
yep.
do you have any announcements to make?
Final word is, if this is the first time, I know this event is hosted under Dynamics communities. But if you look at the recent announcement from Microsoft, especially after COVID-19, the usage of Teams has skyrocketed. And if you see now, all the latest announcement from the Teams, Microsoft. So Teams is getting a lot of attention, and sooner or later you will be using Teams a lot than what you're using now. And Teams will be your main user interface, and using that, then you will be accessing your application like the Power Apps or your Dynamics portal. So pay attention pay close attention to what's happening in the Teams environment, especially if you are from the Power Apps platform. If you are using Power Platform, then there is an upcoming conference happening next week where the target audience are developers, but you'll be seeing a lot of announcements there, where you can have a really nice integration story between the Power Platform and Microsoft Teams as well. So just pay close attention to the Microsoft Teams ecosystem as well.
So Prashant, are you referring to the the Power Dev event?
Yes.
Yeah, Power Dev event. Don Osaka, yeah?
Yes, that is correct.
Awesome, fantastic. Yes, everyone, please tune into that. That's going to be really good. So I think that's it, Prashant. It's been a long day for everyone today, and I think you finished on a very strong note. So I want to thank you for that. And we will be announcing winners for the best speakers as well as attendees as well. So that will be announced in the next few weeks. So looking forward to that. And yes, so I think without further ado, I think we will finish for today. I just want to thank all the speakers. I want to thank Narayan. I want to thank Stefano. I want to thank all the speakers who presented today. This is the first time we've ever held a Teams event. We're normally running Dynamics and Power Platform events, so it's the very first time we've done that, and it was a very, it's a very good experience for us all. A very big learning curve for everyone here today. So I just want to thank everyone. I just want to thank obviously Prashant and Steve and Stuart and all the speakers. I want to thank the attendees. I want to thank you all for your comments, for being interactive during the event. If you've got any final questions, please mention them in the chat window. If you've got any requirements for any further sessions, please mention them here. We will be sharing the videos later on. So we've been busy updating all the information, so we will be definitely posting the videos very, very shortly. So again, I want to thank everyone. I want you all to stay safe, and we all look forward. There's many events. We have a customer service Saturday next week. We have followed by sales Saturday, the sales and marketing Saturday the week after. We have field service Saturday, and then we've got some PowerShell and Azure boot camps as well running. Certification boot camps running towards the end of the month to help you pass your exams. So we've got lots of events still to come. So yeah, lots more to announce. So please leave your comments below. So please leave your comments in the chat, and that will help us provide feedback. So again, I just want to thank everyone. Thank you, Prashant, for a fantastic session. And yeah, all have a great weekend. Stay safe. And see you all next week, or the week after, or the week after that.
Thanks, Razwan, and thanks, Narayan. I know organizing the event of this scale needs a lot of dedication, and you also invest in a lot of time as well. So thank you very much for doing everything you do for the community.
Thanks, Prashant. You're awesome. You're a great inspiration as well. Honestly, really, I'm so impressed. So thank you. And I look forward to your up and coming sessions, because you really are mind blowing. Thanks again.
Thank you. All right. Stay safe, stay healthy, everyone. Until next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, Prashant. So remember, guys, leave your comments. I'm sure there's things that you may have evaded you, things that you're thinking I'd like to know more about. Please. Yeah, I want to thank Narayan as well. Obviously, thank Prashant, thank Narayan for supporting the event today, as well as Stefano. Everyone who asks questions, that's really, we love the fact that you ask questions, because it means that you're understanding the points, and it's creating it's creating that curiosity of real problems and real challenges, and that's what we're looking to engage from you, is what are the things that you're looking to benefit from, and so remember to follow Prashant and like his posts as well. So